Tuesday, April 23rd. It's a new day, everyone. I'm Rieta Nuat Cotrillo.
And I'm Andre Felix. We keep you company for the next hour and a half.
That's right. Hello and welcome. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas.
Good morning. It's Tuesday morning.
Yes. It's a Tuesday morning. I'm sure you guys also felt the earthquake yesterday afternoon.
Oh, yes.
Well, we are waking up to reports of more damage caused by a strong quake in Luzon yesterday in Pampanga. Governor Lilian Pineda is saying 8 people have died from the quake and over 100 others are also reported to be hurt, and some roads and buildings are damaged. We're also seeing pictures of the damage at the Clark International Airport. Our correspondents are deployed in affected areas, and we'll talk to them in a few minutes.
Okay, and not only that, but due to that, here in Metro Manila, several schools have canceled classes today, and this is actually to make sure that the school buildings are still safe to be used. Malacanang has also suspended work in government office today, and that is a picture that you're seeing right now of the Emilio Aguinaldo school that tilted, you know, to its side and rested itself on the
adjacent building.
building.
That's how strong the quake is, and also because of the earthquake, transport officials stopped train operations to ensure the safety of the riding public. This resulted into heavy traffic, and hundreds of commuters were stranded in different parts of the metro. But today, train operations are back to normal. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines for more details on the train operations. We'll be giving that to you later on. Also, do let us know, where were you during the earthquake? Let us know how you are and what happened at your area. I was over in Mandaluyong, and I could really feel the mall shake. I mean, where I was, at least. And
how much more if you're like up top? I mean, there are a lot of pictures that went viral, actually, of like water, you know, spilling off to the side from the infinity pools up on the rooftops. So, you know, more stories on that. So stick around until 7:30 for these stories and more. You're watching New Day here on CNN Philippines.
At least 8 persons reported dead in a magnitude 6.1 earthquake that jolted parts of Luzon Monday afternoon. Speaking to CNN Philippines, Pampanga Governor Lilia Pineda says an elderly woman and a child in Porac Town were crushed by a wall when the quake struck. Another child also died inside the supermarket. PhilVox says the quake's epicenter was in Castillejos Town in Zambales, west of Manila. The earthquake sent people out to the streets. Several universities in Metro Manila immediately suspended classes after the quake. Train operations were also suspended to assess the status of structures. Disaster officials in Central Luzon report at least 2 bridges collapsed, while the San Agustin Church in Pampanga was partially damaged. The Clark International Airport is also closed to check on damage at its counters. There was also a landslide in San Marcelino, Zambales. 120 families had to evacuate. In Metro Manila, several schools have suspended classes today to check on their buildings. Malacanang has also suspended government offices in Metro Manila today. And we now have on the line Office of Civil Defense Region 3 Director Marlu Salazar. Good morning. Thank you for taking our call.
Hey, Ria. Good morning. Good morning to everybody.
Sir, can you describe to us the situation on the ground right now in Region 3?
Good morning. For the updates for the effect of the earthquake yesterday, badly hit is Porac, in Central Luzon, Porac, Pampanga, wherein the supermarket collapsed, the 4-story building collapsed, and still we accounted 7 rescued as of this morning and 4 dead, and we are still trying to retrieve, believe we have a sign of life about 2 people. Still we are continuing our effort to retrieve all these people believed trapped inside the building. Moreover, there are other structures also in Porac, like the church, and other casualties in other parts of Pampanga, of which accident happens wherein fallen debris hit some local locals like in Lubao, wherein 2 casualties were reported.
Sir, regarding those extra casualties, do you have the numbers available to you?
See again, please.
Yes, you mentioned other casualties aside from the supermarket. Would you know how many?
As of this morning, the casualties in the supermarket, we accounted for 4, but we believe there is still one that we retrieved, and he is not anymore responding to our call, and might be an additional casualty. We could not estimate yet the exact casualties, hence we are still trying to identify the areas where most likely people were trapped.
According to Governor Pineda po, she reported 8 fatalities. Can you verify that from your end?
Say again, please.
Ayon kay Governor Lilia Pineda, she said she can account for 8 fatalities. Can you confirm that?
The initial report is it is for the whole province of Pampanga. But what I am telling now is the specific casualties in the rescue operations on the collapse structure in Porac, Pampanga.
I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, sir. Regarding the rescue operations in Porac, specifically where the supermarket collapsed, I do believe we are looking at photos of that, live photos of that. Can you describe to us the kind of work that needs to be done in order to carry out the rescue?
The building collapsed just like a sandwich. A 4-story building collapsed. And good enough, there are some spaces wherein people were able to survive during that incident. And that is why all the responders are trying to look in areas wherein we can bore holes or look for other exits that we can retrieve or rescue other probable survivors.
Okay. Do you have enough people on the ground, sir, or kailangan nyo pa ba ng tulong?
Well, we have, the Vice Governor was there. They have the heavy equipment, including the DPWH and the other engineers, including private companies. We have also responders even up to Manila from MMDA. We have from the armed forces, and we have also from neighboring cities and towns who provided trained people for collapse structure search and rescue.
Okay. Would you know, sir, at this point, how many people are missing?
Our report doesn't tally with the employees' report, and that is why we are trying to compare our reports. But so far, there are only 4 families waiting for the final report of the missing members of their family.
All right. And lastly, sir, a lot of the damage appears to be in Porac, Pampanga, but do you have reports of neighboring towns and damage that occurred there?
Yes, badly damaged was the supermarket, but I think there are also other structures like the bridge somewhere in Porac and Basa Airbase that was also affected, and the Mega Dike Diversion Road was also affected. And there are also other buildings that are affected. In Clark, even the airport, the ceilings were affected, and the other buildings and hotels inside Clark Airways.
Right. So I know it is still early in the day and you are still carrying out your assessments, but at this point, sir, can you tell us how many damaged structures there are?
See again, the signal is going weaker.
Yes, sir. Are you able to tell us at this point kung ilan ang mga damaged structures sa region nyo?
So far sa pagkaintindi ko, yung mga gamit kompleto naman, nandun naman din yung mga responder at tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pag-retrieve at dinadandahan namin para ma-maximize namin yung time na makuha at ma-extricate lahat. At ongoing na ngayon yung pag-assist namin sa buong Central Luzon sa mga epekto ng earthquake kahapon.
All right, maraming salamat. Thank you for your time, Office of Civil Defense Region 3 Director Marlu Salazar.
Several schools and universities have announced class suspensions for today in the aftermath of the earthquake. Classes from all levels of both public and private schools are suspended in the cities of Manila and Malolos in Bulacan and the province of Laguna, while both classes and government work are suspended in the province of Zambales. Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea and Education Secretary Leonor Briones have instructed all principals, school heads, and teachers in charge to undertake thorough investigation of all school buildings and facilities before allowing anyone to enter. Meantime, here are the schools and universities that have announced suspensions for today.
Also canceled today several flights to and from Clark International Airport in Pampanga. The quake damaged some parts of the airport, prompting the suspension of its operation for at least 24 hours. Pictures showed portions of the airport ceiling fell with metal bars dangling. In a statement, Clark Airport's chief Jaime Melo said 7 persons were injured and immediately brought to the hospital. Melo added that no damage was recorded at the airport's runway and taxiway following the incident. As of last night, at least 90% of the airport's power supply has been restored. Well, we're showing you right now the list of suspended flights for today. A complete list of flight cancellations as well as class suspensions, you may visit our website. Just go to cnnphilippines.com. Transportation officials say train operations will go back to normal this morning. This comes after a 6.1 earthquake struck parts of Luzon yesterday afternoon. Hundreds of commuters were stranded after train operations were suspended. In separate Twitter posts, the LRT 1, The LRT2 and the MRT resumed operations around 5:30 a.m. over at the Philippine National Railways. Train operations will also resume after it was suspended due to the earthquake. It's already 6:15. Now let's check how major roads in the metro are looking this Tuesday morning. Let's take a look at our screens. If you are heading out for an early morning drive or commute, let's take a look at live pictures of EDSA Cubao in Quezon City right now. And as the rush hour kicks in, traffic on the bus lanes looks very busy, as you can see. A lot of vehicles passing through already, so do expect delays for commuters heading south. That's headed toward Green Hills, Ortigas, and Mandaluyong. Now let's go to the other side of Metro Manila. This is Amorsolo off-ramp from the Skyway. And if you have work in Makati this morning, expect an easy drive until the end of the ramp. Traffic here, as you can see, is still manageable. When New Day returns, we'll talk to emergency and disaster veteran responders, the Red Cross, to give us tips on how to keep ourselves safe during and after an earthquake. And where were you when the earthquake shook the nation yesterday? Netizens shared their experiences and thoughts on the disaster. New Day will be right back. Stay with us. This is CNN Philippines.
It's exactly 6:30. Good morning and welcome back. I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo. Our top story. At least 8 persons reported dead in a magnitude 6.1 earthquake that jolted parts of Luzon Monday afternoon. Speaking to CNN Philippines, Pampanga Governor Lilia Pineda says an elderly woman and a child in Porac town were crushed by a wall when the quake struck. Another child also died inside a supermarket. PhilVolk says the quake's epicenter was in Castillejos town in Zambales, west of Manila. The earthquake sent people out to the streets. Several universities in Metro Manila immediately suspended classes after the quake. Train operations were also suspended to assess the status of the structures. Disaster officials in central Luzon report at least 2 bridges collapsed, while the San Agustin Church in Pampanga was partially damaged. The Clark International Airport is also closed to check on damage at its counters. There was also a landslide in San Marcelino, Zambales. 120 families had to evacuate. In Metro Manila, several schools have suspended classes today to check on their buildings. Malacanang has also suspended government offices in Metro Manila today. The Department of Public Works and Highways deploys all equipment and personnel from 4 of its regional offices for clearing and rescue operations. DPWH Secretary Mark Villar says as of 8:30 last night, more than 100 are injured, 31 are missing, and 15 properties in Region 3 were damaged by the quake. Among the places massively hit include Clark International Airport, Chuzon Supermarket in Porac, a road and bridge in Lubao, an arc in Danolupihan, and the Mega Dike Access Road in Bacolor, and a bridge in Florida Blanca. The Emilio Aguinaldo College building in Manila has also been vacated, and 1 lane of UN Avenue was cordoned off to prevent any further impact on the building. Villar adds that teams have been deployed to assess the structural integrity of key infrastructure in earthquake-affected areas. Ongoing big-ticket projects in Central Luzon and NCR will also undergo assessment. And now let's head on over to the Clark International Airport. Again, it had to shut down because of damage from the quake. Makoy Popioco is at Clark Airport. Makoy, good morning. Can you tell us what the situation is like over there right now?
Ria, the quake yesterday caused significant damage here at Clark International Airport. An official told us the affected area spans 1,000 square meters. The ceiling of a portion of the check-in counters that you're seeing at the back has collapsed, and the fire alarm system has been affected, causing water leakage from the collapsed ceiling. Even the air conditioning system of the building was affected. Also, the impact of the quake shattered a number of glass windows here at the airport. This this is the old terminal building, and there is a new terminal building here which is still undergoing construction. After a thorough inspection, authorities say the building was spared from damage. No passenger was hurt. However, 7 ground staff sustained injuries from the incident and have been rushed to a nearby hospital. Due to these damage, authorities ordered the shutdown of airport operations. Over a dozen international and domestic flights have been cancelled. The list is flashed on your TV screens now. There are dozens of passengers waiting here outside the departure area. As you can see, I'm just going to walk you through this area of the departure complex. So you see dozens of passengers have been waiting here since yesterday afternoon. And let me just talk to one of them. Hi, sir. Sir, good morning. Sir, ano pong pangalan niyo?
Si Oini Kalising.
Sir, anong oras pa po kayo nandito naghihintay?
Kanina pa pong mga kahapon ng gabi mga 10. Opo.
Pero sir, taga saan pa po kayo? Saan kayo nanggaling?
Ulongga po.
Ano sir yung sinabi ng mga airport officials sa inyo kagabi na maghihintay pa kayo dito for further announcements?
Sinabi kasi sa amin na yung na-cancel na daw yung ngayong gawa ng may yung lindol, ganun. Tapos yung kami dito baga nagsamantala na lang baka sakali makasakay kami papunta sa Tacloban.
So papunta kayong Tacloban. Pero saan kayo sir naghintay overnight?
Bali, nag-check-in muna kami sa hotel, tapos bumalik kami ulit kaninang umaga. Pero hanggang ngayon, wala pang...
Nag-check-in kayo sa hotel at your own expense. Kayo po yung nagbayad?
Opo, kami po. Sarili namin bayad.
Well, what are your hopes na sana ba makalipad kayo within the day?
Yes, opo.
Pero may balita na po ba kayo from the airline?
Bali, wala pa po. Wala pang kung makaalis kami ngayon kasi gawa ng hindi pa yung terminal.
Thank you, sir. Ria, this passenger is quite fortunate because he was able to pay for his own hotel. But other passengers here who we have talked to earlier told us that they stayed here outside the departure area overnight while waiting for word from authorities. While power supply has been restored at the entire airport complex, authorities have yet to complete their inspection of the buildings here to ascertain the integrity of the structures. And a few minutes from now, there will be a briefing by airport officials, and we're waiting for a word from them if the operations here at Clark International Airport will resume after the 24-hour allowance that they have asked passengers for them to do all their inspections here at the airport. Ria.
All right. Thank you very much, McCoy Popioko there, reporting from the Clark International Airport. Now, let's get the latest in Porac, Pampanga. Our Caroline Bonkin is there. Caroline, can you describe to us what is happening there, especially regarding the search and rescue efforts?
Ria, it's been 13 hours and rescuers are still working hard to save the remaining people trapped under the rubble of this 4-story Chuzon supermarket. As of this morning, 6 people, they were able to save 6 people, including a woman rescued at 4 a.m. Unfortunately, 5 others were already found dead. The operation has been focused in the middle part and on both sides of the supermarket, where more people are believed to be trapped alive. There are definitely signs of life from inside. We're getting information that rescuers have been exchanging text messages with a woman employee, a female employee trapped under the debris. They were able to pinpoint her location, and that's where most of the rescuers are working on right now. Rescuers are very careful with their every move to avoid the building from further collapsing. Meanwhile, Ria, for the public safety, the Mega Dike access road in Bacolor, Pampanga has been closed to traffic. Only emergency responders are allowed to pass through after huge cracks were seen on the road. Ria.
All right, Caroline, have you been able to ask officials there how many people are missing?
Pia, there's no official statement yet on how many people are missing. Government officials are still working on it. They're still collating a list of missing persons, Ria.
All right, so just to repeat what you said earlier and to clarify, Caroline, you said from the supermarket rubble, 5 individuals were pulled out dead and 6 rescued. Is that right?
Yes, Ria, that's right.
Okay, and regarding the efforts that are being made there to rescue those under the rubble, you said they need to be very careful. What are the risks exactly to those who are trapped under the rubble and to the workers themselves?
Ria, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sure. Regarding the search and rescue efforts that are being undertaken right now, you mentioned that the workers need to be very careful. What are the risks to them as well as to those still trapped under the rubble?
Pia, Ria, I'm not... Pia, if you were asking about the rescue operations, among the safety precautions that they're doing now is that they they tied the roof of the supermarket to a rope as a support while they're doing the operations, Ria.
All right. Thank you very much, Carolyn Von Kim. We'll try to get back to you again later with a better line. That was Carolyn reporting from Porac in Pampanga.
Now, what should we do or not do during earthquakes, and how do we keep ourselves safe? Joining us now is the Philippine Red Cross Disaster Management Service Director, Leo Ebahog. Well, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know you were busy yesterday,
Yes.
sir. So could you tell us, before we go on the do's and don'ts, what does one do, first of all, like in terms of the Red Cross, when something like this happens?
Well, first, we have to activate our volunteers, and that is utilizing the Red Cross 143. These Red Cross 143 volunteers are in most of the communities, so they're the first information that we will receive. So we could easily identify which among the areas is the most affected, and even they will feed us the appropriate route so that we can respond immediately. And aside from that, we also activate our chapter. But we have already a protocol that if this thing will happen, our chapters will immediately also utilize their resources and mobilize their volunteers.
You were saying, as we were watching the pictures here, that those are your men, the ones in red.
Yeah.
What would be your assessment of how it went yesterday in terms of the evacuation and how?
Yep, definitely we're not there during the effect or the first shaking. But we have our chapter there. So our chapter, Pampanga, was able to mobilize immediately their volunteers and staff to assess the area, and they immediately inform us about the situation. That's why we deploy our rescue team, including our rescue equipment and truck. And from there, we also, based on the assessment, we also provide first aid treatment to those who are injured.
From what happened yesterday, we saw a lot of pictures of people leaving buildings. So that would actually be one of the first steps of what must be done when you encounter an earthquake such as this.
Okay, maybe let us be reminded of what we practiced for several years. I think this is just an eye-opener for all of us to take seriously of all the exercise that is being conducted. Like, for example, what happened yesterday. Most of the people in most of the building, they immediately go out. In fact, you don't do that. You have to wait until the movement stops. And and that's the time that you have to vacate the building, and you have to do it orderly, so that there will be a prevention of stampede, and also people will not panic, because assure us, it is like a radiating effect that if you see somebody who is in panic, definitely you will also replicate the same feelings that person has. So, and second, if you go out, make sure that you don't stay to any of the building that has a lot of glass. So that if this glass will be shattered, you will not be hit by any of the fragments.
Okay, so that would be just stay still, stay calm, do the duck hold,
Correct.
and go under
Remember
the
the duck, cover, and hold.
Okay.
That's the primary thing that they have to do. We have to do.
Okay, and you also have with us like an emergency bag, but in some
Yeah, yeah.
situations like yesterday, wala naman kaming emergency bag. Like, so what are the things that we should do if ever we don't have our emergency bag before?
Okay, if you want to vacate your building, instead of putting your hands on your head, look for any object that will prevent or protect your head from any falling debris instead of your hand, because your hand is part of your survival. If you lose, if
Pwede
your hand,
upuan,
yes, anything,
anything.
like cardboard or maybe even laptop, it doesn't matter as long that you will protect
Protect
yourself. If you don't have a helmet, then make sure that you also have some kind of lighting, like using a flashlight, so that if in case that the power is being shut down or this thing happen nighttime, at least you will still have some kind of illumination on your exit.
Yes, because the earthquake yesterday caught us off guard. Diba? We
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
really prepared for that. Explain to us, ano ba
Yeah.
yung emergency bag na
Basically,
kailangan natin?
this should be at
Ang
mostly,
bigat naman ng bag mo, sir.
but you can modify it.
Okay.
Depending on who will be using it. But the primary concern of the lifeline kit is for a family to be able to survive maybe at least 3 days until such assistance will come in. And the first thing that you have to secure is your own personal survival, like first aid kit, candle, flashlight, and have also some kind of, this one is quite easy to acquire. Make sure that your vital document is also in place on a kind of plastic envelope. And
So basically, sir, yeah, so with all of this, we have to travel with this at all times because we
Yes.
really don't know. Like yesterday,
Yeah.
a lot of people were at work or, doing other things.
if that thing, if that situation is quite worse, definitely all the people will be on panic mode. Nobody will be able to realize where is their identified evacuation site.
Yes.
And most of the people will look for their family. That is really...
We do have identified evacuation sites, but it is
Yes,
separated
supposed to
in
be.
4
Yeah,
quadrants
quadrant,
here.
correct.
So could you just briefly inform us of where we should go for
Like, for
Metro
example,
Manila?
in this area
Yeah.
where we are, in Mandaluyong, and also in adjacent in San Juan, we could easily go to Wakwak Golf because that's an open
Any open
field.
space,
Yeah,
okay.
I think it was already been agreed that that is one of the evacuation site. We could also, from this point, you could also go directly across to Rizal, to that stadium, that we could also have some kind of sheltering, temporary shelter in that area.
And this is something also that we also remind our children if ever
Yes.
we are separated from our children, when a
Correct.
calamity happens, we know where to find each other,
There is one thing that I would like to remind or to teach everyone. This is the thing that we learned also from my boss, Senator Richard Gordon. We have the 4 P's. First is predict. You have to predict all the hazards that you may encounter in the future. Second, you have to plan for this. And third, you have to prepare. And the last, you have to practice it.
Okay, I like what you had in your bag, sir, before I let you close it, because we did
yeah.
have the cash, identification,
Yeah.
and then in
Just
the
to
other
show
side, you do have blankets.
Yes, blanket, plates, food,
Food, okay.
supply. These are canned goods.
All right. We have canned goods and medicines and
Water.
water.
Most important is the water is on the side pocket. So you have toiletries and sanitary napkin, especially if there's some kind of a need for our female evacuee, glasses, spoon,
All right.
and plate. And
Okay.
even the hygiene kit.
Hygiene kit, which
Yeah,
is also
toothbrush, everything.
All right.
Soap.
Well, thank you so much, sir. This is also good for how many days? This
Maybe
whole bag of
3
yours?
to 4 days.
3 to 4 days.
And I guess within that period of time, if we are in Metro Manila, you could there is a possibility of survival, and there will be somebody who will rescue you or assist you.
Okay, so quickly, the do's or don'ts. If you do encounter, an earthquake, once again, do stay where you're at.
Be calm.
Be calm.
Don't panic. Don't rush immediately and go out. Wait until the shaking stops. Then that's the time that you have to go out.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for being with us, sir. And I know your job is not done, and a lot of people are still helping recover missing bodies and buildings that have fallen. Well, thank you so much for being with us. That was a Philippine Red Cross Disaster Management Service Director, Leo Ebajo, with us here on New Day.
And netizens are sharing their experiences following the powerful earthquake and sending prayers to those who were affected. One Twitter user says she still feels dizzy because of the aftershocks. Now, this netizen recounts she was at the 15th floor of a building when the strong quake happened. Another one finds it difficult to sleep now because she fears for her safety. This Twitter user sends prayers for the souls of those who were killed because of the earthquake. One netizen also asks everyone to stay strong despite the deadly quake.
Good morning. New Day is back with these stories all happening today. The government will continue to assess the damage caused by the magnitude 6.1 earthquake that hit parts of Luzon yesterday. Government agencies are expected to release reports of the number of casualties and the extent of structural damage following the powerful quake. And we'll know more about that strong earthquake on The Source. Our senior anchor and correspondent, Pinky Webb, will speak to FIVOLC's director, Renato Solidum, and MMDA's Mike Salalima. You can catch that interview today at 9 in the morning, only here on CNN Philippines. You're back with us on CNN Philippines. I'm Ria Tanwat Cotrillo.
It's already 7 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Andre Felix.
And this is New Day on CNN Philippines, where the news comes first. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas.
Speaking of the news, we still have a lot in store for our viewers in the next half hour. Of course, we're giving you the latest on the earthquake that happened yesterday afternoon. Our reporters are on the ground in Porac, Pampanga, as well as in Clark International Airport. We will be getting their reports in just a few minutes.
You're watching New Day exclusively here on CNN Philippines. Good morning.
At least 8 people reported dead in a magnitude 6.1 earthquake that jolted parts of Luzon Monday afternoon. Speaking to CNN Philippines, Pampanga Governor Lilia Pineda says an elderly woman and a child in Porac town were crushed by a wall when the quake struck. Meanwhile, 5 people died while 6 people were rescued from a collapsed supermarket in the same town. FIVOLC says the quake's epicenter was in Castillejos town in Zambales, west of Manila. The earthquake sent people out to the streets. Several universities in Metro Manila immediately suspended classes after the quake. Train operations were also suspended to assess the status of the structures. Disaster officials in Central Luzon report at least 2 bridges collapsed, while the San Agustin Church in Pampanga was partially damaged. The Clark International Airport is also closed to check damage at its counters. There was also a landslide in San Marcelino, Zambales. There, 120 families had to evacuate. In Metro Manila, several schools have suspended classes today to check on their buildings. Malacanang has also suspended government offices in Metro Manila today. Now let's get the latest in Porac, Pampanga. Our Caroline Bonkin is there. Caroline, good morning. What's the latest?
Ria, the rescue operations now is more focused in the middle part as well as on both sides of the supermarket, where more people are believed to be trapped alive under the rubble. There's no official number yet as to how many people are missing, but Central Luzon Police told the media early this morning that around 30 people are believed to be missing. Most of them are supermarket employees. Again, 6 people have been rescued. 5 were found dead, and 30 are believed to be missing. The numbers may still change within the day as the rescue operations continue and as officials collate a list of the missing persons. Officials are expected to give us more updates about the rescue operations this morning, Ria.
All right, Caroline, can you talk to us a little bit about how they are carrying out the rescue operations there? Because there are risks not just to the people under the rubble, but also for the rescue workers themselves.
Yeah, if I got your correction right because of some technical problems. If you're asking about the ongoing rescue operations, of course, rescuers since last night have been very careful so as to avoid the building from further collapsing. Among things that they did is to attach cables on the roof of the supermarket to prevent the building from further inclining. Ria, we will still give you more updates about the rescue operations as we get more information from the officials this morning, Ria.
All right, thank you very much. That is our Caroline Bonquin reporting from Porac in Pampanga. And then we head to the Clark International Airport. Again, it had to shut down because of damage from the quake. Makoy Popioko is at the Clark Airport. Makoy.
Ria, we're here outside the departure area of Clark International Airport. The quake yesterday caused significant damage here at the airport. There at the back, you'll see one of the glass windows which was shattered by the impact of the quake. And inside are the check-in counters of the airport. A portion of the check-in area, or the ceiling of a portion of the check-in area has collapsed yesterday. The fire alarm system has been affected, causing water leakage from the collapsed ceiling. Even the air conditioning system of the building was affected. Also, the impact of the quake shattered a number of glass windows here at the airport. This is the old terminal building. There's a new terminal building here which is still undergoing construction. And after a thorough inspection, authorities say that the new building was spared from the damage. And here outside, you'll see dozens of passengers. Let me just walk you through. Here outside, dozens of passengers have been waiting for instructions from authorities since last night. And here, these are the booths that the airlines have set up where they give assistance to stranded passengers. And I was told by some airline companies that they offer rerouting to some passengers, and instead of waiting here at the Clark Airport, they're giving passengers the option to go to Naiya and fly via the terminals there. However, most passengers here that we talked to said that they would rather wait here instead of paying for their transportation going to Manila. Again, airlines said that they cannot shoulder the transportation expenses of these passengers because they say this is a case of force majeure. That's why under the contracts that they have with the government, they're not obliged, well, according to their representative here, they're not obliged to pay for additional costs. They can simply offer rerouting, free rebooking and rerouting to passengers. And over there, you'll see more passengers who have been waiting since last night. And I tell you, some of the passengers here have just arrived, and they too are hoping that they will be able to fly within the day. Let me try to talk to one of them. Nay, kumusta po? Kakarating nyo lang po ba dito?
Kanina pa, sir.
Kaninang umaga. So, kaninang umaga lang po kayo dumating? Okay. Saan pa po kayo galing yan, nanay?
Manggatarong.
Okay. Dito lang sa Pampanga? Pangasinan. Sa Pangasinan. Okay. Saan po kayo papunta niyan?
Yung yatid namin yung pag namin ngayon, magpo-flight mamayang 11.
Pero ano pong sabi ng airline?
Tatransfer ko sila dito sa Pampanga pa rin.
Okay. Ma'am, kayo po yung lilipad ngayong araw? Saan po kayo papunta, ma'am?
Hong Kong.
Pang Hong Kong. OFW po kayo, ma'am? Okay. Ano pong sabi ng airline?
Transfer kami daw sa saka dito daw, hindi nyo alam kung kailan mag-o-open muna daw.
So saan kayo lilipat daw po?
Hong Kong.
I mean, saan kayo lilipat na? Pupunta ba kayo ng Manila?
Korea, oo. Terminal 3.
Okay. Pero sino po magbabayad ng transportation papuntang...
Kami.
Okay. Papuntang Manila, kayo yung magbabayad. Alright. Okay, sige. Salamat po. Ria, we're waiting for media briefing by airport officials, and later we will get updates from them as to the resumption of the operations here. The authorities have given passengers here 24 hours to sort out matters here at the airport, so we're waiting for word from authorities if they're going to resume airport operations within the day. Ria.
All right, thank you very much, our Makoy Popioko there reporting from the Clark International Airport. And we now have on the line Clark International Airport President Jaime Melo. Good morning, sir. Thank you for taking our call.
Good morning, Ms. Ria. Yes, good morning to all the listeners too.
Sir, can you talk to us about the extent of damage to Clark Airport? What is your assessment so far?
Ms. Ria, I can't really understand what you're saying, but just to give you a brief, we are currently assessing the damages, the damage to the buildings now, and on hand na po yung mga construction crews namin to repair. So we're just waiting for the go ahead and maybe and the plan kung ano yung uunahin, kung ano yung parts na bubuksan, kung ano po yung iayusin namin, if only to provide a temporary opening of the airport within the day. Pero as of now po, the 24-hour closure still stands.
Okay, sir, can you update us on the status of canceled flights?
Current, sorry, what's that again, Ms. Ria?
Yeah, on the status of the canceled flights po. Can you tell us more about that?
Flights. All the flights have been canceled, so wala pa pong resumption of flights, wala rin pong rescue flights or whatever, so wala pa pong flights out of Clark. Siguro if ever we will just provide for ferry flights or the flights of the aircraft which are stranded here. Yung mga walang laman po, ferry flights wala pong pasahero yun, we'll just send back or let the aircraft depart for their home base.
I see. Sir, how prepared is your airport for an incident like this, for an earthquake? Should another one, or heaven forbid, a bigger one even strike?
I can't understand it kasi medyo, I think the signal is not so good here. Wait, let me just walk around to find a better signal, Ms. Ria.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Ayan,
Can you hear me now? Yes, Mr. Melo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit. How's that again? How's that?
Could you just perhaps share with us reminders that you would like to give to air passengers whose flights are in Clark?
Okay, the reminder. So, we're asking for their patience. We really can't provide a schedule or an update of operations as of now. So, konting pasensya po. Siguro as we progress, we'll give updates po, and we'll ask also the airlines to help us with regards to contacting and informing all the passengers. Our aim is if we can, we provide temporary operations within the day if we can. But safety is paramount, so we have to make sure first of the safety of the passengers who will be accommodated.
Speaking of safety, sir, should there be aftershocks or another quake after this one, what are your contingency plans?
We have contingency plans with regards to evacuation and others. But yun nga po, we will have to make sure that the building can withstand an aftershock of the same magnitude. That's why we are very cautious with regards to starting operations. Sisiguraduhin po namin na kaya pa niya kasi there's an expected several aftershocks pa. So sisiguraduhin po namin if that the buildings and the structures can withstand before we start even repairing po.
I see. And can you just remind the flying public, sir, of their rights? What are the things that they can and cannot demand of their airlines in a situation like this?
I'm sorry again, I didn't get that. Remind the public of
What are their rights as passengers in a situation like
the passenger
this?
bill of rights. The passenger bill of rights applies to, if I'm not mistaken, no, the passenger bill of rights applies to delayed or canceled flights of regular operations. But this is a force majeure, or it's an act of God. So the passenger bill of rights, I believe, will not apply. But still, the airlines and us, we provide for whatever accommodations to the passengers. But ano po kasi yan pag delayed po, there's a number of hours to disembark, to feed, and accommodation. But since nag-cancel na po ang mga flights, suspend, hindi po ma-apply ang Bill of Rights. Yun po ang alam ko. Correct, I may not be 100% accurate, but yun po ang alam ko.
All right, thank you very
Of
much.
course, if the passengers are here at the airport, we give them some food and water just to make them, and we can accommodate them temporary sa CDC grounds. Yun lang nga po, hindi po hotel yun.
That's right. Okay, thank you very much for your time. That was Clark International Airport President Jaime Melo.
The BOA Forum for Asia Conference continues on its second and final day. The event gathers 300 business leaders from the Philippines and China. Yesterday, the forum pushed through even as attendees felt the magnitude 6.1 earthquake. Our Rex Remitio has the story.
As Monday's earthquake rattled this hotel in Taguig City, some delegates ran for safety and went out of the building. Others hid under the tables. But the tremor hardly affected these top Chinese investors who came to Manila for the BOA Economic Forum. Hundreds of them are seeking investment opportunities in various industries.
If we have happened to see anyone who might have lost a bit of their normal calm demeanor, let us keep mum about it. Atin na lang yun.
Organizers say the forum reflects the warming ties between the two countries. That's why Philippine officials are doing their best to court the investors. Some cabinet members joined the forum to answer possible questions from the Chinese. House Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo was also present to ensure meaningful dialogue between Filipino and Chinese business leaders.
When we were organizing this, the Philippine businessmen said that they want to meet high-tech companies. And indeed, we have at least 16 high-tech companies here. I gave a luncheon for them because we specifically asked for them.
They're hoping the Chinese would invest more in the Philippine economy. Arroyo, however, admits some investors are concerned about certain constitutional restrictions, like the provision that prohibits foreigners from owning a company in the Philippines. The former president says they're helping the investors overcome these roadblocks.
But when the high-tech companies met with Secretary Eli Rio of the ICT this afternoon, they were very happy to find out that the business plans they presented to him were business plans that had no restrictions on foreign investments.
She says the forum will not guarantee that Filipinos would have a more favorable view of China. What's important for now, Arroyo says, are the potential investments from China and jobs coming in. Rex Remitio, CNN, Philippines.
And that's it for us this Tuesday. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Christine Jacob-Sandejas.
News is back tomorrow at 600. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Maria Tanwat Cotrillo. Keep it here on CNN Philippines for the latest on the aftermath of the earthquake that hit Luzon. Good morning.
we do our best. So far, we are managing adequately. So as long as we get this up as soon as we can, all efforts will be done to operate again. So as long as we do that, I think we did manage well. We can always do better, of course. We will push ourselves to do better. We will push ourselves to do our best. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to The Source, where we combine the headlines with in-depth conversations with the newsmakers themselves. Today on the program, a magnitude 6.1 earthquake hits Luzon.
Liyanig yung malawak na area sa Luzon Island at umabot hanggang intensity 5 ang pinakamalakas na ground shaking.
Leaving a trail of devastation in Pampanga and Zambales provinces.
Meron din tayong mga casualty sa mga tatlong barangay.
Even cities in Metro Manila weren't spared.
We will be conducting a more thorough inspection and assessment of our structures to ensure that they are safe to be used.
Rescue operations are now underway, authorities assessing the quake's impact.
Nag-recommend ako sa Sangguniang Panlalawigan na mag-declare na kami ng state of calamity.
Also, the government says this is just a minor quake. But are Filipinos ready in case the big one strikes? PHIVOLCS Director Renato Solidum and MMDA's focal person on disaster risk reduction and management, Mike Salalima, join us in the program. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pinky Webb. Monday, April 22nd, it was rush hour and people were about to go home when a magnitude 6.1 earthquake rocked various parts of Luzon. The Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS, initially recorded a magnitude 5.7 tremor within the town of Castillejos in Zambales as epicenter, but later on raised that magnitude level to 6.1. One of the hardest hit areas, Pampanga, the boundary separating the province and Bataan, collapsed after the quake. The historic St. Augustine Parish Church did not escape the earthquake's impact. Roads leading to the town of Porac in Pampanga were also damaged. A grocery store was destroyed. Initially, at least 8 reported dead, then darkness because of damaged power lines. Even as rescue operations continued, the Clark International Airport was also heavily damaged, leading to flight cancellations. Metro Manila cities weren't spared from the earthquake's impact. People rushed outside of shopping malls and their residences during the quake. These buildings in Bonifacio Global City in Taguig and Binondo, Manila, showed how powerful the quake was. Let's go straight to the source of the story. We have PHIVOLCS Director Renato Solidum. Director Solidum, thank you for taking our call, sir.
Yes, Pinky, good morning.
Sir, can you tell us more about this earthquake? I believe you were quoted as saying that, is it true that this is a minor quake, sir?
No, I said it's a strong earthquake and not a major one in category. A strong earthquake is considered to have a magnitude of 6.0 to 6.9 versus a major earthquake, which is of magnitude 7 to 7.9. The consequences would be different. If it's a major earthquake, we will see widespread damage, like the earthquake scenario that we are preparing for Metro Manila, which the media called the big one. And for the strong earthquake, there can be localized damage. The actual epicenter of the earthquake is referred to in Castillejos, Zambales, but the actual location of the epicenter is in the mountains, in between the provinces of Pampanga and Zambales. Unfortunately, there are several towns in both provinces that are underlain by soft sediments. As you remember, the 1991 eruption of Pinatubo and previous eruptions have deposited lahars in Pampanga, and some of these areas are really prone to strong shaking and liquefaction, as the lahar sediments are of soft character. In Subic and Olongapo, where intensity 6 was also noted, these are also areas situated in floodplains. Just like in Porac, Florida Blanca, Guagua, and Angeles, which are also
similar situated, although deposit are mainly lahars. So if you notice, there was no intensity 7 report. There was only intensity 6. And this would be quite different if the magnitude would have been 7.
Director, can you please again help us understand the difference between the magnitude and the intensity?
The magnitude is the energy of the earthquake. This is estimated using the actual records of earthquakes, and the initial estimates of magnitudes might differ compared to the later estimates as more data would come in. That's why we initially estimated it 5.7 and later on to 6.1. We do not feel the magnitude. What we feel, the strength of the shaking is called the intensity, how it affects the structure, the environment, ourselves. Intensity is essentially the effects to us. So the intensity is affected by, one, distance from the epicenter of the earthquake, the depth of the earthquake, the magnitude of the earthquake, and the foundation of the earthquake. Plus, if the structure or building is of multi-stories, then very high-rise buildings will sway differently than those that are shorter.
Lower-rise.
So people on the high-rise will feel more shaking, and even though the earthquake has stopped moving, the upper floors of the building will still be shaking.
Yeah. Hence, those were the pictures we saw, Director, in some parts in Binondo, even in BGC, because of the high-rise offices and condominiums over there. When we talk about, you already clarified that it was initially 5.7 and then 6.1. But the strength, how eventually is that measured, Director? I know that you were saying a lot of factors contribute to this, but is there an intensity that we can refer to regarding this earthquake?
Well, since intensities differ from one place to another,
Let's say
then what you can do is quote the highest intensity, which is intensity 6.
And the highest is 6?
Yes.
Everywhere, sir? Okay.
No, it's not everywhere. These
no, the
are
highest
in some towns of Zambales
in a
and
particular
Pampanga.
area.
Yes, and in Metro Manila, it's intensity 5 to intensity 4.
So, you know, I want to go back to, well, two places, obviously the epicenter and even, of course, Metro Manila, because in Metro Manila, Director, especially for people living in high-rise places, I would have to use myself as an example, sir, and we've talked about this many, many times in the past. It was pretty strong for someone like me who was on the 21st floor.
Yes,
At talagang kinabahan po ako. And tumakbo po ako pababa. Hence, also, yung po nakikita natin, this is the one in BGC. And another one, of course, in Binondo. We've been showing these pictures. Can you tell us more about yung ganito pong scenario? Because ang tinitingnan nga natin is an intensity, depending, again, yung, on the factors that you mentioned a while ago, Director.
Okay. Let me start from the basic. Every building, depending on the height, will have what we call the period, or the duration at which it will go back to the original position. Now, the shorter the building, the period is short. Kunyari, less than 1 second, nakabalik mo siya sa dating posisyon pag gumewang. But if you have a very high-rise building, the period is long, mga 2 seconds, 4 seconds. So, gagalaw siya ng mas mataas sa pinakatuktok, and then babalik siya sa center, mas matagal, mabagal. So, if the earthquake is far, it will affect more the mid-rise to high-rise buildings. Gagawang-gawang na mas matagal yan compared to shorter buildings. And that's what happened yesterday. Now, if you have pools on top of the floor of high-rise buildings, the liquid itself will sway back and forth in the pool and might be washed out of the pool. And that is what happened in some areas where they have pools on the topmost floors.
Oo, kaya nakikita yung tubig bigla na lang, you know, it seemed like poured out from the outside on top of the building.
But
Director?
That in very high-rise buildings, maybe duration is a little bit shorter than what you see.
Apo. In Porac, sir, of course, rescue operations continue there. There's a grocery na natabunan po. It's 4 floors. Also there, kasi nga ang epicenter, pagka epicenter, Director, mas malapit, is it common sense to think that pag malapit ang epicenter, mas malakas ang pagyanig?
Well, yes, in general, but if the foundation is softer, then the shaking will be amplified. Mas malala ang mangyayari. And then it also, the design of the building and how it was constructed and the materials will also matter whether it will be affected or not. So if it's like a mall or a grocery store and it's the span is wide and wala masyadong poste and known naman sa Porac na malambot ang lupa, then if these factors are present, they can be affected. But note that not many structures, houses, and buildings were affected in that area as well. So we have to take note of what were the conditions of these buildings that were affected, why these were damaged, when in fact many others were not.
Opo. And that's something that people are looking into, even the DPWH, sir, and even private residences, no? And those living in condominiums are looking into the integrity, the structural integrity of the building soon after that earthquake. Director, just on a last note, you know, we've always talked about this, get ready for the big one. There is no measure, there is nothing that will tell us when this will come. But in a situation, sir, that, for example, mas matindi po, mas mataas yung mararanasan po nating magnitude or even intensity, please tell us again what to do.
Use what happened yesterday as a reminder. When strong earthquake events and not even major earthquake events can damage structures, how much more if the shaking will be quite strong? Therefore, we really have to be serious about making sure that our houses and buildings have been constructed properly, have an assessment of the integrity or structural audit, and make sure that our responses are correct. If you live on high-rise buildings, naturally the vibration will be stronger. At higher intensity, you cannot stand anymore during the shaking. And what you need to do is protect yourselves and let shaking stop before you go out of the building. You have to make sure that we know where the open area is for our evacuation area. And please do not forget to bring emergency bag or go bag with food, with water, and some emergency medicine and extra clothes or blanket so that in case we cannot return right away, we have some things to eat or some protection for us to wear.
Okay. Isa na lang po, Director, just to clarify this, because of posts that are coming out that the PHIVOLCS already also gave a post regarding this. Yung po mga fake news na lumalabas na intensity 7.1 na lindol. Help us, please clarify this to the public, sir.
Actually, the posting has been there for quite a long time because the message that has been circulating has many truths in it, but apparently they got it from the contingency plan and modified it a little bit. The response there are correct, but we, PHIVOLCS DOST, is not giving a warning of an impending earthquake. We're using a scenario for all of us to prepare for, because otherwise, if we don't have an idea of how serious the preparedness should be. So we're not warning, but there is a possibility that there can be a strong earthquake. And that is why we have been preparing for it. The earthquake yesterday will not trigger the movement of the West Valley Fault. It's so small. But the West Valley Fault can move because it is independent of the fault. It's moved yesterday to cause the magnitude 6.1 earthquake.
Thank you so much. PHIVOLCS Director Renato Solidum. Thank you, sir. And joining us here in the studio is Michael Salalima. He's Chief of Staff for MMDA's Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, sir. Thank you for joining us also. So, nagpadala din po kayo ng tao sa PORAC, sir?
Yes.
Ang MMDA. Tell us more about that.
Well, after the earthquake, nag-convene po si Chairman Lim at si GM Garcia dun sa aming Metro Manila Crisis Monitoring and Management Center. That's in the MMDA complex. So we had our briefing there, and naturally po, as per protocol, our office would be coordinating with the 17 LGUs. And there we also found out that PORAC has been badly hit. So GM Garcia readily called up Governor Pineda. And actually po, magtatawagan naman ho talaga sila. And the governor has requested for assistance. And nagpadala po tayo last night. Immediately, we deployed one SRR team, which is capable of the search and rescue and retrieval.
Ilan members?
This is a 14-member team that was sent together with the equipment. And they arrived there at 12 midnight. And immediately, they were briefed of the situation and dineploy na po sila dun sa ground zero na tinatawag. The team had 2 vertical breaching na ginagawa kasi Ma'am Pinky, ang pagkakakollapse po per report sa amin is pancake po yung pagbagsak ng building. So thereby, ang pagpasok ko sa sides is not feasible. So what they'll be doing is to breach from the top. So magbe-vertical ho sila. And as of 1:40 a.m. this morning, our team created an opening, nag-breach na po sila. And there's a second breach that they're doing right now because what's encouraging po at this time is that meron pong nakakausap ang ating team na alive na victim ng ating pag-collapse ng building. One female and one male. And a third one, female pero unconscious po. So yun po yung safely but urgently binibreach at kinukuha po ng ating SRR team.
How soon are they into?
Well, as we are speaking right now, I got a message that they are just one more layer to breach and hopefully makuha ka agad. Of course, we all know that it is an urgent matter, but definitely yung safety also is the paramount concern ng mga rescuers down in Ground Zero.
All right, we'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Sir Mike, you have an update for us right now doon sa supermarket.
Yes, Ma'am Pinky. As we were on a commercial, nag-message na po ang ground team natin from PORAC. And they have informed our chairman and GM that meron na pong nailabas or na-extricate na isang male victim alive and no injuries. And they have readily endorsed it to the medical team on site as well.
Just now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Pero
ma'am.
si male may katabing female at meron pang katabi na unconscious.
Yes, ma'am. Yun po yung nilolocate kanina at yung pinipilit makuha dahil nga po merong nakakausap sila na male and female.
Opo.
And ang sabi po nila, may katabi rin sila na unconscious na female. So we are assuming that the male that was taken out is part of that three
We hope so.
victim.
At least magkakalapit sila and posibleng sumunod na yung mga yung dalawa pa.
Yes,
hopefully. All right, sir, let's just get an update now from Pampanga. We now speak to PORAC Pampanga Mayor Carling de la Cruz. Mayor de la Cruz, thank you for taking our call, Mayor.
Thank you po. Maraming salamat po.
Mayor, ano na ho ang sitwasyon dyan? What is the latest?
Ano lang po nung isang na-retrieve namin, pinadala namin sa ospital. Pero ongoing pa po yung pag-retrieve namin sa mga na-trap po sa loob ng building. At least po marami po yung tumulong sa atin na kasama yung MMDA, yung mga rescuer na sa region, sa OCD. Marami po kami dito. Pinagtutulungan lang namin, kaya lang hindi namin mabigla, baka lalong lalaki yung problema. Kaya ngayon po, ito ongoing po yung pag-rescue namin.
Magandang balita ho yun, Mayor. At least meron pong isang nakuha na. At katabi ko po ang si Sir Mike ng MMDA. Meron nga din daw, hopefully, no, na mga katabi pa kung saan na-rescue yung ngayon lamang. Ano ho ba ang pinaka-pakilarawan sa amin, yung pinaka-challenge na kinakaharap ng mga rescuers ngayon?
Ito nga po, mayroon pang nakikita namin na sana po maging positive yung nakita ng mga rescuer natin na parang meron pang buhay na dalawa. Ongoing po kasi yung pagbubutas namin para mailabas yung naipit po sa loob.
Meron ho ba kayong kailangan na, kumpleto naman po yung equipment o meron ho ba kayong equipment na kailangan na wala po dyan ngayon?
Kumpleto po yung mga gamit ng rescuer natin, lalo na po yung MMDA.
Oh, there's a team of 15, sir, Mayor, na pinadala dyan. Ano pa ho ang nangyayari ngayon sa PORAC? Dito po sa...
Umiikot po kami sa yung mga engineer namin, saka yung mga security namin, umiikot sa mga barangay. Kasi mga tinamaan po yung mga bahay nila, may mga nawasak, yung eskwelahan, ganyan, yung mga pader po nila. Kaya yung tatlong barangay po, may tinamaan, isang casualty po. Mga bata na nadaganan ng pader. Kaya yun, kawawa naman po, wala tayong magagawa. Pero yun, niretrieve po natin, dinala natin sa hospital, pero talagang dead on arrival na po.
Tatlong bata po yan sa tatlong barangay?
Yung iba po, 3 years old, ganyan po.
Natabunan po ng pader?
Mga bata po.
At nag-iikot pa rin po kayo, Mayor. Meron pa ho ba kayong hinahanap na lugar or nababalitaan na lugar na hindi pa napupuntahan o natutunto ng mga rescuers?
Ngayon po, ito lang pong building.
wala sa mga barangay, pinatawag po lahat yung mga barangay chairman na kung may mga problema pa dapat i-rescue. Sabi po nila wala naman nang nangyari lang mga nasirang bahay, yung mga pader nila, yung mga gamit po sa bahay. Ganun lang po.
So ang talagang binibigyan pansin ngayon ay itong gusali dito. Ito po yung supermarket dyan sa Porac. Yan ho.
Yun po, nakakonsentrate po kami dito.
Okay. Mayor, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtanggap sa aming tawag at good luck po. Patuloy po kaming makikibalita sa inyo, sir. Especially dyan sa supermarket. Mayor, maraming salamat po sa inyo. All right, let's go back to Sir Mike Salalima here of MMDA. So, eksakto po yung sinasabi ni Mayor Tan inyo, obviously, because it's real time, yung inyong nakukuhang mga impormasyon from your rescuers over there. Were they saying anything that is most challenging to them, yung sa mga rescuers? Anong kanilang sinasabi sa inyo?
Well, Ma'am Pinky, yung ating pong dineploy last night is an SRR team. And part of our mandate ho talaga is magkaroon ng team na ganyan at fully equipped. So, dumating po sila doon na talaga pong handa sila. At ang bilin nga po ni Chairman Lim at ni GM Jojo sa kanila ay pagdating doon, dapat self-sufficient tayo at may kaukulang magamit. So, ma'am, as soon as they arrived, they just got the briefing and pumasok na po sila sa ground zero to check how they can extricate and locate more victims. Well, the challenge po dito, of course, we have to recognize din po that this is a multi-agency activity, no? At tulong-tulong po tayo lahat dito. It's fortunate lang po na meron pong karagdagang equipment ang MMDA. But sa pag-locate po ngayon ng mga victims, ma'am, dun sa collapsed structure natin, ay kasama rin po dito ang mga iba't ibang ahensya ng ating pamahalaan.
All right, we'll be taking another short break. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Please stay tuned. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Our guest today, Mike Salalima, PMMDA. Sir, we were looking at pictures of Emilio Aguinaldo. Can you tell us more? Kasi nag-update din kayo assessment no, dun sa 17 LGUs.
Yes, ma'am. At around 1 a.m. this morning, we were in contact with the City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, or the DRRMO of Manila. Nag-inspection po si President Mayor Erap doon together with the head of the City DRRMO. And apparently, they're checking na po yung structural integrity ng Emilio Aguinaldo College. But then, na-mention din po kasi nila, ma'am, that prior to that, medyo ho talaga yatang magkadikit na yung building na yan sa tabi po ng Emilio Aguinaldo College. And what they are checking right now further is the effect of the earthquake since nagkiskisan po yung dalawang structure. So we have yet now to get any update from the CTDR.
Pero you were saying something that in last year, sir, you were saying something about this building?
Yeah, even when we referred to the Google Maps po, the photo image was taken March 2018. Medyo talagang dikit yung Emilio Aguinaldo College building dun sa katabi niyang building.
Okay, let me go to something very, very important, Sir Mike. Ito pong yung quadrants na pinag-uusapan natin na posibleng nakakalimutan po natin. Let's talk about that very, very briefly, sir.
Oh yes, ma'am, ito po yung tinatawag nating Oplan Metro Yacal Plus, which is yung contingency plan. Ito po yung ating plano for Metro Manila in case of the big one. As mentioned by Director Sulidum, hinati po natin ang Metro Manila sa 4 na quadrant. Meron po tayong North, East, West, and South quadrant.
Okay.
And each quadrant would have an LGU or a city and a municipality that will belong. Quickly, for the North, there is Caloocan, Mandaluyong, Quezon City, San Juan, and Valenzuela.
Ibig sabihin yan, sir, in case of the big one...
In case of the big one, these cities are going to be part of the North Quadrant. And, ma'am, we must bear in mind na ito pong pag-divide ng quadrant natin, this will allow us to have a more focused response.
Tama yan, sir, kasi pag magkagulo na... Let's use Marikina as an example here, sir. So, Marikina, if the big one hits, yan po ang pwede nilang puntahan.
Well, our staging area for Marikina is the LRT2 Santolan Station Depot.
Okay.
But in the enhancement of our contingency plan, Ma'am Pinky, we are still identifying another staging area because medyo delikado ho dyan dahil yung mga power lines ng LRT.
That's right.
So, but then...
Pasig. Diyan sila sa ultras...
Yan po ang kanilang in-identify for that area. In the overall scheme of things po, what we can tell our Metro Manila residents that in the preparation for the big one, these 4 quadrants would serve as their reference. But what's encouraging right now and what's very nice to look at are the preparations and capacity enhancements being done by the different LGUs.
Correct.
So maganda po yung nagiging preparation ng bawat LGU.
Sir Mike, maraming salamat po sa inyo. And we'll
po, ma'am.
continue to get more updates from your team po doon sa Porac. And of course, we wish them well.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. And thank you for joining us here on The Source. I'm Pinky Webb. You're watching CNN Philippines.
Magandang umaga, ako si Cherry Mercado. Narito na mga balita at serbisyong hatid namin para sa Pilipino. Ito ang Newsroom ngayon. Patuloy ang pag-akyat ng bilang ng mga nasawi dahil sa lindol kahapon. Tuloy ang rescue operation sa mga lugar na pangunahing naapektuhan ng kalamidad sa Central Luzon. Umakyat na sa 11 ang bilang ng mga nasawi sa probinsya ng Pampanga matapos ang mapaminsalang magnitude 6.1 na lindol kahapon. Yan ay ayon kay Pampanga Governor Lilia Pineda. Nagpapatuloy pa rin ngayon ang search at rescue operation sa gumuhong supermarket sa bayan ng Porac. Sabi ni Pineda, may mga tao pang natrap sa guho. 4 na bangkay na ang na-recover mula sa gumuhong supermarket at 4 din ang dead on arrival. May nasawi rin daw na matanda sa bayan ng Mexico at isang lola at ang kanyang apo sa bayan ng Lubao. Inaalam pa ang halaga ng pinsala ng lindol sa Pampanga. Kabilang na sa mga nasira ang mga bahay, tulay, daan at mga lumang simbahan. Matindi rin ang pinsala sa Clark International Airport kung saan bumagsak ang bahagi ng kisame. Sabi ni Pineda, inirekomenda na niya ang pagdedeklara ng state of calamity para agad na makapaglabas ng pondo pantulong sa mga biktima ng lindol.
Kailangan namin tulungan yung mga pamilya ng mga casualty natin kasi yung mga iba yun lang ang mga breadwinner, yung mga namatay nilang kapamilya. Pagkatapos yung mga nasirang bahay, gumuhong mga bahay, kailangan natin tulungan para makabalik sila sa mga bahay nila. At saka kailangan natin i-repair yung mga maliit nating mga bridges na dinadaanan ng mga tao, lalo na sa barangay. At marami tayong dapat i-consider doon sa inspection ng mga building natin, mga school natin, mga government offices natin. Tingnan natin kung nagkaroon ba ng malaking crack.
Kamustahin natin ang search at rescue operation sa Porac, Pampanga. Naroon ang aming correspondent na si Caroline Bongkin. Caroline, may survivors pa kaya?
Oo, Cherry, marami pa yung pinaniniwalaan. Sinasabi nga ng mga rescuer na buhay sa ilalim ng guho. Nakasentro ngayon yung operasyon ng search and rescue operation dun sa gitna at gilid na parte nitong gumuhong Chuzon Supermarket dahil dun nga sinasabi ng mga rescuer na marami yung natrap na buhay sa ilalim ng guho. Kanina, isang lalaki ang nakuhang buhay kaninang bandang alas 9 ng umaga. Siya ay empleyado ng supermarket at dinala na sa ospital. Bukod sa kanya, sa tala ng Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office ng Porac ay 7 ang iba pang nakuhang nailigtas mula dun sa pagguho habang 4 naman ang nasawi. Hindi pa naman masabi kung ilan pa talaga yung naiwan dun sa ilalim ng pagguho pero ang sabi nga ng Central Luzon Police, tinatansya nila ay nasa 30 tao pa yung nawawala sa ngayon. May mga senyales na may buhay pa doon sa ilalim dahil nga yung report na nakuha natin kanina, nakaka-text pa ng mga rescuer yung isa sa mga empleyado ng supermarket at yun nga yung isa sa mga naging paraan nila para mahanap yung kanilang lokasyon. Kanina ay may nakausap din tayo na tatay na nakakausap pa niya hanggang kaninang hating gabi yung kanyang anak. Ang sabi nung tatay ay hanggang hating gabi, ka-text na yung kanyang anak nakapagsabi daw ito sa kanya na natrap sila doon sa ilalim ng supermarket pagkatapos ng paglindol. Ang huling mensahe niya ay okay naman daw ang kanilang kalagayan doon sa ilalim. Yun nga lang, nag-aalala na yung ama dahil nga 9 na oras na mula nung huli niyang makausap yung kanyang anak. Nagtatrabaho din sa supermarket yung dalaga. At sa ngayon ay hinihintay pa nila yung pagpapatuloy nga ng rescue operations. Nandito rin ngayon si DPWH Secretary Mark Villar. Ang sabi niya, nahihirapan sila sa operasyon dahil mabigat yung piraso ng gusali na bumagsak. Kaya kailangan dahan-dahan, maingat yung kanilang operasyon dito. Pagkatapos nitong search and rescue operation ay iimbestigahan ng DPWH yung nangyaring pagguho. Bakit ito bumigay? Gayon yung 2 gusali sa paligid niya ay wala namang naging pinsala. Cherry.
Alam ba natin, Caroline, do we have an estimated number kung ilan ang hinahanap pa ngayon na natrap sa gusali?
Cherry, magkakaiba kasi yung binibigay nilang bilang, no, kung ilan yung nawawala at nandun sa loob. Pero yung estimate ng PNP na pinadala kanina lamang ay 24. Pero pwede pang magbago itong numero na ito dahil patuloy na tumatanggap ng mga report itong mga government officials dito, government employees mula dun sa mga residente. Dahil dito ay nire-report nila ngayon kung meron silang kamag-anak na hindi umuwi kagabi o nawawala, Cherry.
Okay, maraming salamat, Caroline Bungkin. Nag-uulat mula sa Porac, Pampanga. Nagbigay naman ng update ang Public Works Department tungkol sa pinsalang dulot ng magnitude 6.1 na lindol sa Luzon. Sa panayam sa CNN Philippines, inisa-isa ni Public Works Department Secretary Mark Villar ang mga tulay at establishmento na naapektuhan ng malakas na lindol.
Sir, this now, I'm here. Nandito po ako sa Florida Blanca, Pampanga. Chine-check po namin yung Consuelo Bridge. So, meron mga bridges dito na may damage. As of now, ito lang yung bridge na hindi pa passable. There were 3 other bridges in Pampanga that were damaged, the Makatian Bridge, Valdez Bridge, and Pedro Bridge, which are all passable to light vehicles. There are 2 roads, national roads. The Mega Dike, the road portion of the Mega Dike was also damaged, so it's not passable. And the Sasmuan-Lubao Road, there was also damage due to collapsed slope protection. So those are the national roads and bridges at this moment. That in other regions, so far no damages, no closures of national roads in other regions. But there's some private infrastructures, the Chuson Supermarket and the Emilio Aguinaldo College, that were damaged during the earthquake. We're still in the process of validating. So even as early as yesterday, even in the public infrastructures, we've already sent out teams in all affected areas to validate and to check the structural integrity of our public infrastructures.
Dito sa Metro Manila, balik normal ang operasyon ng mga tren ngayong araw matapos pansamantalang suspindihin ito kahapon dahil sa lindol. Sa magkakahiwalay na post sa social media ng MRT, LRT1 at LRT2, sinabi nito na wala namang natamong pinsala ang kanilang pasilidad. Bumabiyahe na rin ang mga tren ng Philippine National Railways. Daang-daang pasahero ang na-stranded kagabi dahil sa tigil operasyon ng mga tren. Suspendido naman ang klase sa ilang paaralan ngayong araw matapos ang lindol kahapon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas sa buong syudad ng Maynila. Ganon din sa Laguna, Zambales at Malolos, Bulacan. Sinuspindi rin ng Malacanang ang trabaho sa lahat ng tanggapan ng gobyerno sa buong Metro Manila. Wala ring pasok sa lahat ng korte sa Kamaynilaan at sa gitnang Luzon. Ito ay para magbigay daan sa mga inspeksyon ng mga gusali. Inutusan ni Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea at Education Secretary Leonor Briones ang lahat ng pamunuan ng paaralan na tingnan din ang katatagan ng kanilang mga gusali at pasilidad pagkatapos ng lindol. Samantala, para naman sa kumpletong listahan ng suspensyon ng klase, bisitahin ang website namin ng cnnphilippines.com. Dumako tayo muli ngayon sa Pampanga. Kumustahin natin ang sitwasyon sa Clark International Airport na napinsala ng lindol. Naroon ang aming correspondent na si Makoy Popioco. Makoy, kamusta dyan?
Cherry, maaari magsimula ng partial operations ang Clark International Airport ngayong hapon. Yan ang inanunsyo ni Airport President Jim Melo. Dagdag niya, pagkatapos ng isinagawa nilang inspeksyon kaninang umaga, idineklara naman raw na ligtas ng gamitin ang Air Traffic Control Tower at ang runway at maging yung mga taxiways ng paliparan. Pero ang nananatiling concern dito, itong nasirang departure area ng Clark International Airport. Nasira o bumagsak ang kisame ng sa bahaging ito ng check-in counters at dahil dito apektado yung fire alarm system at meron nga raw tubig na tumutulo mula sa kisame. Maging ang air conditioning system ng gusali nasira. Ilang mga glass window din ang nabasag. Katunayan itong bahaging ito na kinukunan natin ng video ngayon, nabasag ito na glass window. Dahil nga kanselado ang mga flights, dosen-dosenang pasahero ang kagabi pang naghihintay dito sa labas ng departure area. Marami sa kanila dito na nagpaumaga at nagbabaka sakali na makalipad pa ng mas maaga. Reklamo nga ng marami sa kanila bakit daw hindi man lang sila check-in sa hotel para makapagpahinga ng maayos. Karamihan sa mga pasahero dito lang naghintay sa labas ng departure area, sa bahaging ito mismo na nakikita niyo sa aking likuran, at doon rin sa cafeteria o sa parang kantin ng paliparan na ito. At kaninang umaga, nakakita rin tayo ng dosena pang pasahero na dumarating dito sa paliparan at ito nga yung mga pasahero ngayong araw sana lilipad. Ang sabi ni Melo, nasa mahigit 100 flights ang kanselado ngayong umaga. At dahil dyan, apektado nito ang mahigit 100,000 pasahero. Cherry.
Maraming salamat, Makoy Popioko, nagbibigay sa atin ng sitwasyon mula sa Clark Airport sa Pampanga. Abangan mga evacuation camp sa Metro Manila kapag may malakas na lindol, tinukoy ng MMDA. At mga dapat dalhin kapag lumika sa panahon ng sakuna, alamin. Kayo ay nasa newsroom ngayon. Sa newsroom ngayon dito sa CNN Philippines. Kung sakaling yanigin ang Metro Manila ng isang 7.1 magnitude na lindol, may ilang paghahanda ng nailatag ang Metro Manila Development Authority o MMDA para masiguro ang mas ligtas at maayos na evacuation ng mga maapektuhang residente. Hinati ng MMDA ang mga syudad at munisipalidad ng Metro Manila sa 4 na grupo o quadrant, kabilang sa North Quadrant ang mga bayan ng Caloocan, Valenzuela, Quezon City, San Juan at Mandaluyong. Sa East Quadrant naman ang Pasig at Marikina, habang sa West kabilang ang Manila, Malabon at Navotas. Sa South ang Las Piñas, Makati, Muntinlupa, Parañaque, Pateros, Taguig at Pasay. Tinukoy din ang mga evacuation camps para sa mga residente ng bawat quadrant. Sa Veteran Memorial Golf Course at University of the Philippines Diliman para sa mga taga-North, LRT2, Santolan Depot, Marikina Boys Town, Red Cross Marikina at Ultra sa Pasig naman para sa East. Intramuros Golf Course naman para sa West at Villamor Air Base para sa South. Sa puntong ito, kausapin natin sa linya ng ating telepono si Transportation Secretary Arthur Tugade. Magandang umaga po sa inyo, Secretary Tugade.
Magandang morning sa iyo, Sherry, at sa inyong madaming tagapanood.
Sir, kunin namin ang overall assessment ninyo sa inyong departamento, ang ating pong mga airports, tren, pantalan, kamusta?
Una po, lahat ho sa NAIA Terminal 1, 2, 3, and 4, kahapon pa hanggang ngayon ay fully operational. Yung MRT, yung LRT1 at yung PNR na kung saan nabanggit namin kahapon na baka hindi operational ngayon, ngayong araw ho na ito ay nag-umpisang maging operational. Yung sa mga pantalan ay operational ho lahat. Suspendido ho muna ang operation ng Clark Airport. Sa lahat ho na kilos na ginagawa namin at desisyon na ginagawa namin, the primary consideration is the safety, security, and comfort of the riding public.
Sec Art, ano pong nangyari dito sa Clark Airport? Sabi ng ating reporter kanina, nasira nga daw yung fire alarm system. Nakita natin may sira yung bubong, no? Yung aircon unit na apektuhan din daw. May mga glass windows na sira and 100 flights are canceled this morning. Para sa isang airport, bakit po nasira itong mga structure na ito?
Alam niyo ho, bumaksak yung ceiling sa arrival. Hindi natin makokontrol yan. Kasi yung yanik ng earthquake. Ang estimate ho namin dito, yung para makumpune at ma-restore yan, mga 30 hanggang 50 million pesos at magagawa naman yan. Yung istruktura ho sa tower, na kung saan nakakita ng mga cracks kahapon, at na kung saan tiniknan din ng mga structural engineer ngayon. Ang sabi nila, hindi ko tapusan yung crack, mga crack, kaya ito ay yung tinatawag na superficial. Yung mga equipment ho, tinitignan at tini-examine ngayon yan kung na-perwisyon, na-damage, o kung pwede pang gamitin. Sa aming unang pagtingin, ito ho'y maraming, ito pa ho'y pwedeng magamit.
Kaya po bubuksan na yung Clark. Magiging fully operational po ba siya mamayang hapon?
Hindi ho. Titignan pa ho namin, pag-uusapan pa ho namin. Importante ho dyan yung tower. Maalala nyo, sinabi ko na superficial. Kaya kailangan tignan at timbangin mo na tayong mag-operate dyan.
Okay, meron pong mga sitwasyon. We had a reporter kanina from Clark Airport. Meron daw mga pasahero na kagabi pa nandoon and hindi daw hotel ng kanilang mga airlines. Is there anything that maybe the Department of Transportation can do about this?
Kahapon ho, nakipagpulong ako kagabi sa mga representative ng airlines. Kasama na po dyan yung mga international carriers na kung saan nakapagsundo kami na una, titignan namin kung pwede silang mag-shuttle papuntang para umalis sa NAIA. Pangalawa, sa pagbibigay ng shuttle services, bibigyan mo sila ng konting pangpainit ng tiyan, pangpainit ng sikmura. Pangatlo, wala hong charges dun sa tinatawag na rebooking at shuttling fee. Ang pangapat, at lahat yan, kailangan ang comfort at pasensya na ibibigay namin sa mga pasahero ay dapat ibigay. Natural lang ho, na sa sitwasyon na to meron pang ilan-ilan na magiging overly demanding o magiging overly, reactive. Yun ho, naiintindihan namin. Yun ho, may understanding at pasensya kami.
Sec Art, isang maiksing last question na lang po. Ano ang ginagawa ng gobyerno and in your department para po maging mas ligtas pagdating sa mga sakunang ganito?
Una ho, meron ho kami mga natataon na mga protocols na kung saan, kung may sakunang ganito, ay sinusunod namin. Meron ho kaming mga crisis committee na kung saan delegated, alam namin kung sino yung mga miyembro. Na testing ho yan kahapon. In fact, nakita ho natin na agarang nagkaroon ng reaksyon sa mga transportation facilities na ang konsiderasyon lamang ay yung safety at comfort ng ating pasahero. Maalala nyo yung MRT, agarang nahinto yan, agarang ginawa yung augmentation, yung sa airport, tinignan agad yung runway at yung mga taxiway. Meron ho mga pamaraan na ganyan. Ngayon, nakakita ho kami ng mga ibang pamaraan o panuntunan na dapat paigtingin pa namin kung sakasakaling darating ang mga sakunang kagaya nito.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Transport Secretary Art Tugade. Kausapin naman natin ngayon ang Association of Structural Engineers of the Philippines Fellow and Vice President Engineer Ronald Ison. Magandang umaga po sa inyo, Architect Ison.
Magandang umaga, Sherry.
Engineer Ison. Kamusta po ang assessment ninyo sa mga infrastruktura sa bansa matapos ang lindol kahapon? Do you have that?
Sa ngayon, wala pa kaming mga na-assess na maraming struktura. Pero base sa mga nakikita namin sa mga balita, lumalabas na hindi masyado naapektuhan ang karamihan ng... May mga naapektuhan pero hindi karamihan ng mga gusali ay naapektuhan ng malakas na lindol.
Ang sabi ng PHIVOLCS, this is not considered a major earthquake but a strong earthquake. So, one day after the quake, para sa mga building owners or building engineers, ano ba dapat, or kahit na yung mga residente sa bahay, ano ba dapat ang i-check natin one day after the quake?
Tama yun. Tama ang sinabi ng PHIVOLCS. Hindi pa ito yung ine-expect natin na malakas na lindol. Ang magnitude ng nito is magnitude 6.1. Ang ine-expect natin, magnitude 7 and above. So, ngayong araw, pagkatapos ng lindol, maaaring yung ating mga building owners o kaya mga may bahay, pwede nilang tignan yung kanilang mga struktura. Unang-una, inspection din nila kung meron silang makitang mga crack sa poste, sa biga, o kaya sa mga sahig. So, ito yung mga indicators or mga patunay kung merong nangyaring pinsala sa kanilang mga struktura.
And kung meron, ano pong gagawin dapat?
Dapat tumawag na sila sa kanilang mga building official o kaya sa mga structural engineers para ma-verify kung or mapatunayan kung talagang yung nasira ay structural o kaya non-structural.
Engineer Ronald, dito po sa Metro Manila, no? Let's just talk about Metro Manila. Ilan ba or how many do you think are the buildings or structures that can withstand a 7.1 magnitude earthquake?
Sa tingin ko, maraming buildings sa Metro Manila ang kayang mag-withstand ng ganong kalakas na earthquake. Kasi karamihan ng mga buildings sa Metro Manila, dinidesign nito ng mga structural engineers, yung mga malalaking developers ang gumagawa. Ang talaga pinapangambahan lang natin yung mga building o yung mga gusali, yung mga bahay na hindi dumadaan sa tamang construction.
Kahit na nga sabi nila yung mga maliliit na developer, no? The big developers, they definitely follow, no? The law. Ganun ba yun? Can we be assured that they follow it? Siyempre, meron ding mga batas sa local government, hindi ba? Hindi ka pwedeng makakapagtayo ng building. Ano po ba yung hindi structurally sound? Dito ba sa Pilipinas, ano yung batas natin dyan? It should withstand a what magnitude of earthquake?
Ang batas natin is nasasaklaw ng National Building Code. Yun yung PD 1096 tsaka yung National Structural Code of the Philippines. So yung sa National Structural Code of the Philippines, ang sinasabi doon, pag malapit ka sa fault, dapat ang kaya mong ma-withstand or makaya na earthquake ng building mo is magnitude 7 hanggang 3.4.
Okay, kapag medyo malayo-layo?
Kapag malayo, yung lindol kasi, kapag habang lumalayo ka, lumiliit yung epekto ng lindol. So, nasa code din natin na habang lumalayo ka, lumiliit din yung kaukulang pwersa na kailangan mong patibayin yung building.
Okay, siguro huling mensahe na lang, ano? Kasi every one of us, bawa nasa mall ka o nasa labas ka, hindi ka sigurado kung yung building na tinatayuan mo, kaya kang protektahan, ano, o matibay talaga. Ano po ba ang masasabi ninyong mensahe para sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon kapag naka-experience ng ganitong earthquake?
Ang payo ko lang is kagaya na pinapayo ng PVOX kasi ang lindol nangyayari yan mga between 10 hanggang 20 segundos lamang. No? So, wala tayong magagawa na tumakbo or lumabas ng gusali ng ganong kabilis. So sundin natin yung payo ng PVOX na duck, cover, and hold, maghanap ng isang lugar na pwede mong protektahan yung sarili mo. And then, pagkatapos ng lindol, mapayapang lumabas sa gusali para makahanap ka ng magandang evacuation area.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Ronaldo Ison ng Association of Structural Engineers of the Philippines. Nilinaw nga ng PVOX na hindi major earthquake kung hindi isang strong earthquake ang nangyaring lindol kahapon. Sa panayam sa The Source, sinabi ni PVOX Director Renato Solidum, ang aktwal na naging epicenter ay sa pagitan ng bundok ng Pampanga at Zambales. Anya, lubhang naapektuhan ang ilang lugar sa Pampanga dahil ito ay talagang prone sa malalakas na pagyanig. Ipinaliwanag rin ni Solidum ang malaking kaibahan ng strong earthquake at ng major earthquake.
The consequences would be different. If it's a major earthquake, we will see widespread damage like the earthquake scenario that we are preparing for Metro Manila, which the media called the big one. And for the strong earthquake, there can be localized damage.
Mapapanood ang buong panayam kay PVOX Director Renato Solidum sa programang The Source mamayang alas 2 ng hapon at alas 7:30 ng gabi. At yan ang mga balita at serbisyong hatid namin para sa Pilipino. Samahan niyo ako muli bukas. Ako si Cherry Mercado at ito ang Newsroom ngayon. Susunod ang Sports Desk kasama si Andre Felix. Balitaan sa CNN Philippines. State of calamity inirekomenda na sa Pampanga matapos 11 ang naitalang patay doon dahil sa lindol kahapon. Clark Airport nakatakda ng buksan bukas matapos isara dahil sa lindol. At mga gusali ng gobyerno sa Metro Manila pinapa-inspeksyon. Magandang tanghali sa ngalan ni Pinky Webb. Ako si Cherry Mercado. 11 na ang naitalang patay sa probinsya ng Pampanga matapos ang magnitude 6.1 na lindol kahapon. Ayon yan kay Pampanga Governor Lilia Pineda, nasa 30 katao pa ang pinaghahanap mula sa gumuhong supermarket sa bayan ng Porac. 4 na bangkay na ang na-recover mula sa gumuhong supermarket at 4 din ang hindi na umabot ng buhay sa ospital. May nasawi rin daw na matanda sa bayan ng Mexico at isang lola at ang kanyang apo sa bayan ng Lubao. Inirekomenda na ni Pineda ang pagdedeklara ng state of calamity para agad na makapaglabas ng pondo pantulong sa mga biktima ng lindol.
Kailangan namin tulungan yung mga pamilya ng mga casualty natin kasi yung mga iba yun lang ang mga breadwinner, yung mga namatay nilang kapamilya. Pagkatapos yung mga nasirang bahay, gumuhong mga bahay, kailangan natin tulungan para makabalik sila sa mga bahay nila. At saka kailangan nating i-repair yung mga maliit nating mga bridges na dinadaanan ng mga tao, lalo na sa barangay. At marami tayong dapat i-consider dun sa inspection ng mga building natin, mga school natin, mga government offices natin. Tingnan natin kung nagkaroon ba ng malaking crack.
Naitala ang epicenter ng lindol sa Zambales pero naramdaman ito hanggang sa Metro Manila. Daang-daang mga pasahero ang na-stranded kahapon dahil sa matinding traffic at pagsuspinde sa operasyon ng mga tren. Ngayong umaga naman ilang eskwelahan ang nagsuspinde ng pasok para tiyakin ang seguridad ng mga gusali. Kinansila rin ng Malacanang ang pasok sa gobyerno sa buong Maynila. Isang 4 na palapag na supermarket ang gumuho sa bayan ng Porac dahil sa malakas na lindol kahapon. 4 na ang nakitang patay mula sa guho. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si Caroline Bongkien. Caroline.
Cherry, nandito ako ngayon sa punerarya kung saan dinala yung mag-iinang de la Cruz. Sila yung 3 sa mga namatay dahil sa pagguho ng Chuzon Supermarket dito sa Porac, Pampanga kahapon. Simula nung magsimula nga yung rescue operation kagabi ay 4 na yung nakuhang patay mula sa pagguho habang 8 naman yung nakuhang nakaligtas mula doon. At hanggang sa ngayon ay nasa 30 tao pa yung sinasabing nawawala pa dito. Nakausap natin si Jason de la Cruz. Isa siya sa mga nakaligtas sa pagguho pero namatay yung kanyang asawa at 2 anak. Ang kwento niya ay nagpark lamang daw siya ng tricycle doon sa labas ng supermarket nang biglang maramdaman yung paglindol. Pagkatapos ng lindol, lumingon siya sa direksyon ng supermarket at wala na yung kanyang mag-iina. Kaya nga ang sabi ng kanyang biyanan ay dapat ay maimbestigahan din yung Chuzon Supermarket kung meron ba silang pananagutan dahil yung katabing mga istruktura naman ito, yung sports complex at palengke ay hindi nagiba o napinsala. Samantala, Cherry, ang sinasabi dito ni Jason ay magkahawak pa yung kamay ng kanyang asawa at ng kanyang bunsong anak nang matagpuan ng mga rescuers. Cherry, ang sabi ng mga rescuer ay may mga naririnig pa rin silang pahiwatig na buhay mula dun sa ilalim ng pagguho. Kaya ngayon ay maingat yung ginagawa nilang rescue operation. Ito ay para masiguro na ligtas yung mga rescuer at ligtas din na mananatili yung mga taong natitira pa dun sa ilalim ng pagguho, Cherry.
Ba silang mga equipment o meron bang kulang na kailangan dyan sa pag-rescue?
Cherry, sa ngayon ay maayos naman daw yung kanilang equipment. Ang ginagamit nila ngayon, may nakita tayong mga crane, mga iba pang heavy equipment at yung tinatawag na jack. So, ang ginawa nila kanina, Cherry, una nilang ginawa, nilagyan nila ng tali yung bubungan ng supermarket. Yun ay nakakabit dun sa crane para magsilbing suporta para hindi bumagsak yung bubong. Dahil mahuna or hindi na matibay yung istruktura. Pagkatapos nun, nilagyan nila ng jack equipment. Yung iba't ibang mga paligid ng supermarket. Ito naman yung kumbaga ay mag-hold o maghahawak doon sa mga natitira pang nakakabit na istruktura para hindi gumuho. Pagkatapos noon, dahan-dahan ay tinatanggal ng mga heavy equipment yung mga natitirang piraso, malalaking piraso, mabibigat na piraso na bahagi ng gusali, Cherry.
Okay, maraming salamat, Caroline Bungki, nag-uulat mula sa Porac, Pampanga. Sa Porac, Pampanga pa rin 3 bata ang nasawi matapos madaganan ng gumuhong pader dahil sa lindol kahapon. Sa panayam sa The Source, malungkot na ibinalita ni Porac, Pampanga Mayor Carling de la Cruz ang naging epekto ng malakas na pagyanig sa kanilang lugar. Sabi niya marami ang nasaktan dahil sa mga nawasak at gumuho na mga establishmento. Pero anya, nagpapasalamat siya sa mga rescuer at ilang mga government agency na nagbigay ng tulong sa kanila para sagipin ang iba pang natrap sa mga gumuhong lugar.
Umiikot po kami sa yung mga engineer namin, saka yung mga security namin, umiikot sa mga barangay kasi mga tinamaan po yung mga bahay nila, may mga nawasak, eskwelahan, ganyan, yung mga pader po nila. Kaya yung 3 barangay po, may tinamaan, tig-isang casualty po, mga bata na nadaganan ng pader. Kaya yun, kawawa naman po, wala tayong magagawa. Pero yun, niretrieve po natin, dinala natin sa hospital, pero talagang dead on arrival na po.
Kanselado ang dose-dose ng mga flight papunta at pabalik sa Clark International Airport dahil sa pinsalang tinamo nito matapos ang lindol kahapon. Gumuho ang bahagi ng kisame ng paliparan at pansamantala ring nawalan ng kuryente. Pero wala namang sira sa runway at taxiway ng airport. Kasama sa mga kinansila ang domestic at international flights ng Cebu Pacific at ng Philippine Airlines. Sa kompletong listahan ng mga kanseladong flights, bisitahin ang aming website, cnnphilippines.com. Maraming mga pasahero ng mga nakanselang flights ang naghihintay sa Clark Airport. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si Makoy Popioco. Makoy, anong sitwasyon ngayon sa Clark Airport?
Cherry, kanina inanunsyo ni Clark International Airport President Jim Melo na maaaring magsimula sila ng partial operations ngayong hapon. Pero ngayon lang, sinabi nila na mukhang hindi na yan matutuloy at ipagpapabukas na nila ang pagsisimula ng kanilang partial operations. Kaninang umaga nagsagawa sila ng inspection at pagkatapos ng inspection na yan ay idineklara namang ligtas na muling gamitin ang air traffic control tower, runway at mga taxiway ng paliparan na ito. Pero ang nananatiling concern, ito ngang nasirang bahagi ng departure area. Bumagsak ang kisame sa isang portion ng check-in counter. At dahil nga kanselado ang mga flight, dose-dosena ang mga pasahero ang kagabi pang naghihintay dito sa labas ng departure area. Marami sa kanila dito ang nagpaumaga at nagbabakasakali na makalipad pa ngayong araw. Reklamo ng marami sa kanila bakit daw hindi man lang sila check-in sa hotel para makapagpahinga ng maayos. Dito lang kasi sa labas ng departure area at doon sa kalapit na airport mall, nagpaumaga ang karamihan sa kanila. Simula kaninang umaga, marami pang mga pasahero na may flight schedule ngayong araw ang dumating. Tulad na lang ng grupo ni Sonny Ferrer, lahat sila mga guro na magbabakasyon sana sa Palawan. Ngayon nga lang daw sila makakapag-break dahil bakasyon ng mga estudyante pero mukhang mauunsyami pa.
Sa mga namumuno po sa PAL, sana nga ho na magkaroon naman po kami ng konting dito, accommodation para naman po mapawi naman yung pagod namin nagbiyahe from Pangasinan.
Kung sakaling magta-transfer kami ng doon sa NAIA, sana lang sila yung gagastos sa mga pamasahe namin.
Cherry, ang sagot naman ng mga airline companies dyan na force majeure daw o beyond their control yung nangyari. At ang magagawa lang nila ay mag-offer ng free rerouting at free rebooking. At yun nga yung dahilan ko bakit merong mga booths na na-set up yung mga airlines dito sa aking lupuran. Dito lumalapit yung mga pasaherong may problema sa kanilang flight. Para naman sa mga pasaherong tinanggap yung offer ng airlines na i-reroute yung kanilang flight sa NAIA dyan sa Maynila, maaari silang mag-avail ng free shuttle service ng airport papunta sa NAIA. Ang sabi nga ni Melo na mahigit 100 flight ang apektado ngayong araw, ang kanselado for that matter ngayong araw, at mahigit 100,000 pasahero ang apektado nito. Para naman matulungan yung mga pasaherong stranded, nagdidistribute naman ng pagkain yung mga transportation officials dito at meron ding charging booth para sa mga pasaherong naghihintay. Sherry.
So klaruhin lang natin, McCoy, no? Sinabi na, kakasabi lang ng Clark International Airport admin na hindi na matutuloy ang pagbubukas ng kahit partial operations ng airport ngayong araw na ito. So yung ibang flights pupunta sa NAIA, yung iba naman maaaring i-book ng libre. Tama, McCoy?
Yes, tama, Cherry. Yun nga yung primary problem dito, itong nasirang bahagi ng departure area. Ito talaga yung nagpa-paralyze ng operations dito sa Clark International Airport. Cherry.
Maraming salamat, Makoy Popioko, nag-uulat mula sa Clark Airport sa Pampanga. Nagbigay naman ng update ang Public Works Department tungkol sa pinsalang dulot ng magnitude 6.1 na lindol sa Luzon. Sa panayam ng CNN Philippines, inisa-isa ni Public Works Department Secretary Mark Villar ang mga tulay at establishmento na naapektuhan ng malakas na lindol.
Sir Listo, I'm here. Nandito po ako sa Florida Blanca, Pampanga. Chine-check po namin yung Consuelo Bridge. So, meron mga bridges dito na may damage. As of now, ito lang yung bridge na hindi pa passable. There were 3 other bridges in Pampanga that were damaged, the Makatian Bridge, Valdez Bridge, San Pedro Bridge, which are all passable to light vehicles. There are 2 roads, national roads, the Mega Dike, the road portion of the Mega Dike was also damaged, so it's not passable. And sa Smuan-Lubao Road, there was also damage due to collapsed slope protection. So those are the national roads and bridges at this moment. That in other regions, so far no damages, no closures of national roads in other regions. But there's some private infrastructures, the Chuson Supermarket and the Emilio Aguinaldo College, that were damaged during the earthquake. We're still in the process of validating. So even as early as yesterday, even in the public infrastructures, we've already sent out teams in all affected areas to validate and to check the structural integrity of our public infrastructures.
Susunod, gusali ng Emilio Aguinaldo College sinuri matapos mapinsala ng lindol. At ano nga ba ang mga dapat ihanda sa panahon ng sakuna? Alamin sa pagbabalik ng balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Nagbabalik ang balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Irerekomenda na rin ni House Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo ang pagdedeklara ng state of calamity sa buong lalawigan ng Pampanga sa lalong madaling panahon. Ito ay matapos ang mapaminsalang magnitude 6.1 na lindol kahapon. Nag-ikot si Arroyo kagabi matapos ang lindol. Nauna na ring sinabi ni Pampanga Governor Lilia Pineda na inirekomenda na niya na isailalim sa state of calamity ang probinsya.
Right now, the priority is to complete the rescue that is happening and then we have to take care of those who have been rescued. We have to attend to their medical needs. Those who died, we have to attend to their funeral requirements. Those whose houses were destroyed and who had to flee the earthquake, they have to be fed. So we are in the rescue and relief stage right now.
Patuloy naman ang ginagawang inspeksyon ng Transportation Department sa Clark International Airport kung saan ilang parte nito ang gumuho dahil sa 6.1 magnitude na lindol kahapon. Sa panayam ng CNN Philippines kay Transport Secretary Arthur Tugade, sinabi niya na ang mga nakitang cracks sa tower ng airport ay superficial lamang. Ayon din kay Tugade, tinatayang 30 hanggang 50 million pesos ang kakailanganin para sa pagkukumpuni ng mga nasira sa airport dahil sa lindol. Para naman sa mga naapektuhang pasahero, sinabi ni Tugade na nakipag-ugnayan ang ahensya sa mga airlines para mabigyan ng tulong ang mga pasahero.
Nakipagpulong ako kagabi sa mga representative ng airlines. Kasama na po dyan yung mga international carriers na kung saan nakapagsundo kami na una, ititingnan namin kung pwede silang mag-shuttle papuntang para umalis sa NAIA. Pangalawa, sa pagbibigay ng shuttle services, bibigyan mo sila ng konting pangpainit ng tiyan, pangpainit ng sikmura. Pangatlo, wala hong charges dun sa tinatawag na rebooking at shuttling fee. Ang pangapat, at lahat yan, kailangan ang comfort at pasensya na ibibigay namin sa mga pasahero ay dapat ibigay. Natural lang ho, na sa sitwasyon na to meron pang ilan-ilan na magiging overly demanding o magiging overly, reactive. Yun ho, naiintindihan namin. Yun ho, may understanding at pasensya kami.
Ipinag-utos ni Metro Manila Development Authority Chair Danny Lim ang pag-inspeksyon sa lahat ng gusali ng gobyerno. Ito ay para tingnan kung may natamong pinsala ang mga struktura mula sa lindol kahapon. Pinapasumite ng report ang mga kasapi ng Metro Manila at Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council hanggang mamayang alas 5 ng hapon. Ilang eskwelahan naman sa Maynila ang nagkansela ng klase ngayong araw para alamin ang lagay ng kanilang mga gusali matapos ang lindol. Kausapin natin si Ginoong Rogelio Legaspi ng Manila Engineering Office. Magandang tanghali po sa inyo, sir.
Magandang tanghali po, Ma'am Cherry.
So ngayong umaga, nakapag-inspeksyon na po ba ang Engineering Office ng Manila?
Yes po. As per the directive po ni Mayor Estrada, to conduct immediate inspection of all government offices, infrastructure, yung mga hospitals namin, yung mga school buildings namin, complexes, lahat po ng mga namin. We're conducting, marami po kaming engineers na nakalabas at conduct.
So kamusta po ang mga initial result?
Actually, wala pa naman pong mga reported na mga serious mga concerns para sa mga government infrastructures namin.
Okay, so meron po bang may mga crack na banggit ninyo, ospital, mga paaralan, pati yung ibang mga public offices diyan sa Maynila?
Yes po, wala naman pong hinihintay pa po namin yung mga reports na nakalabas po ngayon ng mga engineers namin. As I said, hihintayin po namin yung report nila, pero sa instructions po, kung may mga concerns, ma-relay agad para po ma-call ang attention whichever kung meron pong special concern.
Kasi nandiyan po sa Maynila ang maraming lumang mga building, engineer?
Yes po, noted po.
Yung mga private structure, pwede rin po bang tumawag sa inyo?
Pwede naman po, ma'am. Meron po kami mag-inspection ng mga concerns.
Sa social media kahapon, merong mga building sa Binondo, pati itong Emilio Aguinaldo College. Ano po bang initial report nyo dyan?
Opo, yung sa Binondo po, yung Anchorland Suite na na natapon po yung swimming pool na dahil sa pag-swing ng building nila. Kaya po na viral yung tumatapong tubig sa upper floors niya. Then yung dito naman po sa AIAC, yung sa Emilio Aguinaldo College, we conducted joint inspection kasama po yung team ng engineers namin as well yung engineers na kinomission ng owner sa AIAC building.
Okay. Meron pong initial na resulta?
Meron pong initial findings. Wala pa naman pong final na result. Temporarily, we recommend na temporary discontinued use muna po pending the result of the structural sound test inspection.
Engineer Legaspi, kamusta po ba ang pagsunod ng mga nagtatayo ng gusali dyan sa Maynila dito po sa structural integrity ng mga building? Okay. Nasisira ang ating linya kay Engineer Legaspi. Maraming salamat po sa inyong oras, Engineer Rogelio Legaspi ng Manila City Engineering Office. Isa ang gusali ng Emilio Aguinaldo College sa mga napinsala ng lindol kahapon. Para maiwasan ang pangamba sa katatagan ng gusali, sinuri ngayon ng mga eksperto ang sira. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si Trisha Terada. Trisha, anong sabi ng mga opisyal dyan?
Well, Cherry, sa ngayon, nasa 1,000 estudyante at empleyado yung apektado nung pagyanig kahapon dito sa Emilio Aguinaldo College. Pero fortunately, wala naman daw nasaktan, nasugatan. Lahat naman daw ay ligtas. At ngayong umaga nga, dumating yung 2 team ng structural engineers na kinonsulta nila para suriin nga itong structural integrity nitong building. Makikita nyo na dyan nga, sinasabi nila, base sa initial na pagsusuri, sinasabi ng mga inhinyero na mukhang sa labas lang na ang naging pinsala sa gusali. Yan yung pinapakita natin ngayon, yung terrace kung saan nabitak yung sinasabi nilang cladding. Muli, base pa rin sa initial na investigasyon, mukha raw na intact pa naman yung gusali dahil wala namang nakitang bitak sa mga structure sa loob. Pinabulaanan din ng Manila City Engineer official na tumagilid ang building.
Wala kaming nakitang telltale signs of any failures. Actually, pag isang cost, pag may nakitang slanting, yung mga windows niya, yung mga doors niya, medyo mahirap yan, no? All are in line pa rin.
The damages is on the terrace, on the precast that are is not aligned. The precast was not aligned. So when they hit the building, it breaks. So it's natural to break because the building is too close. But I don't see any imminent danger because you can see there's no crack on the flooring. The elevator is working, but we will make a complete assessment.
Magsisimula pa lang sila ng masinsinan na pagsisiyasat sa mga oras ito. Plano ng mga engineer na tuklapin yung mga pintura o coat na ilang bahagi ng haligi para matiyak na wala talagang bitak. Ayon sa isang grupo ng assessment team, posible na ang pinsala sa labas ng building o dito lang sa may terrace ay dulot lang ng pagkakadikit ng building sa isa pang medium-rise structure. Sa tansya naman ng mga eksperto, 2 linggo hanggang 1 buwan na igugugol para ayusin ito. Dahil nga yan, dito nga sa terrace na yan, yan lang naman daw yung apektado. At pagtitiyak naman ng pamunuan ng IAC na prioridad pa rin nila yung seguridad at kaligtasan ng mga estudyante at empleyado. Kaya hindi nila i-risk o hindi sila mangangahas na papasukin yung mga empleyado at estudyante hanggang walang clearance mula sa mga eksperto. Cherry?
Okay, Tricia, siguro pa-follow up question na lang. Yung mga bitak doon sa labas, no? Hindi kaya in danger na mahulog? Kasi pag may dumaan nga dyan, baka mahulugan. And the other point is, yung pagitan sa mga building, no? Ang sinasabi niya, it's too close together. Meron din bang batas tungkol sa pagitan dapat ng mga building at nasunod ba yan? Maraming salamat, Trisha Terada, nag-uulat mula sa Maynila. Maging alerto, kalmado at handa sa oras ng sakuna. Yan ang payo ng Philippine Red Cross sa publiko matapos ang lindol kahapon. Sa pagbisita ni Philippine Red Cross Disaster Management Service Director Leo Abajo sa CNN Philippines, ipinakita niya kung ano-ano ang mga dapat nakalagay sa tinatawag na go bag o emergency bag.
But the primary concern of the lifeline kit is for a family to be able to survive maybe at least 3 days until such assistance will come in. And the first thing that you have to secure is your own personal survival, like first aid kit, candle, flashlight, and have also some kind of, this one is quite easy to acquire. Make sure that your vital document is also in place on a kind of plastic envelope.
Sa puntong ito, pupunta tayo sa Clark Airport kung saan may briefing si Secretary Art Tugade na ini-inspect ang Clark Airport.
Yung component niyan, minimal. So, okay lang na mag-operate, sir. Very good question. At the earliest, tomorrow. At the latest, Thursday.
Okay, next question. Yes, sir, I
would like to know, despite all this airport, do we still have other big infrastructure destroyed in this time's earthquake?
Number one, Madam, I am connected with transportation. When I speak of infrastructure affected by the earthquake, I should zero in on that platform which is involving my department. But generically to your question, there are other structures that have been affected. We know that there is a grocery that collapsed. We know that there are roads that needs to be repaired. We even know that there is a church whose anong tawag doon? Belfry was destroyed. So there are other structures. Is it substantive? I would rather leave that to the other secretaries that handle their own areas of responsibility rather than me making a hazardous guess on how much and what happened and what will happen.
Thank you. Next question. Ano po yung particular assistance?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Ano po yung particular assistance na binibigay natin sa mga pasahero? Kasi marami po sa kanila umaasa pa rin na makakabiyana na sila. The earliest time.
Ganito ho yan. Last night, I will try to mix it in English and in Tagalog because there is an international flavor to what I'm going to say. Last night, together with the president of SIAC and the vice president of SIAC, we met with airline representatives. Given this platform, your question is, what have we agreed upon? Basically, what we have agreed upon is to make the state of affairs of the riding public and the passengers comfortable as much as possible. Having been said, we said, number one, if this airport will not be operational for a period of time and you have to go to NAIA in order to fly out, you have to provide shuttle, comfortable shuttle service. Number two, if they are to wait because they are waiting for their baggages or waiting for the shuttle services, they will have to be provided with something that can fill in their stomach, beverage and drinks and snacks. Number three, I said, when you do this, there must be no additional cost to the passenger. We do this because our objective, following the pronouncement of our president, making the passenger life comfortable is by way of assistance. Number three, we said there will be no charges or cost for the shuttling service. There will be no additional cost for rebooking. You know, at the same time, I have instructed last night the head of our USEC for road. I said, if there will be a lack or a need for additional bus, issue the special authority on site so that the buses that can ferry or shuttle these passengers from here to MIA, Terminal 1, 2, 3, and 4 can be satisfied. You know, I spoke generically. Now you are talking of exceptional exemptions about one passenger. This is a specific situation which requires us to address it specifically. Okay? The objective is for the passenger, if they are to move out of the terminal, they must have their luggage. So that what we need is to have a proper coordination between the passenger, SIAC, and immigration. Right now, if you will note, there are point persons somewhere which will afford coordination. If you can give us the details right away, the Vice President for Operations will handle that so that it will be specifically addressed.
Okay, next question. Offer, meron na po bang naging instruction si President Duterte po sa inyo? And nabanggit po kanina around 30 million yung gagastusin. Magre-request po ba kayo ng supplemental budget?
Hindi ho. Alam mo, dapat familiar tayo sa proseso ng gobyerno. Napag-usapan namin doon sa conference room kanina na kung saan pinaliwanag nila na ito yung gastusin. Sabi ko, para mapadalian, 30 million ang kailangan, ilagay mo under the category of emergency procurement. Meron ho kang mga babagtasin dyan para magkaroon ka o mag-satisfy ka ng tinatawag na emergency procurement. Siguro naman, maintindihan natin, yung estado ngayon, talagang emergency yan. So, hindi ho kailangan ng special budget, hindi ho kailangan ng bidding and procurement. Sa akin paniniwala at paninindigan, sa estado ngayon, sa pangangailangan ng traveling public, kailangan ho pwede natin ilagay yan sa tinatawag na emergency procurement. Sabi ng ating Pangulo, gawin yung komportable. Yung comfortable life ng passenger kailangan mapabilis.
Secretary, assurance na lang po sa mga passengers, hindi lang po dito sa Clark Airport, kundi sa iba pang mga airports po, paliparan sa bansa.
Ganito, alam mo, wala hong may kagustuhan ng earthquake. Hindi rin ho natin gawain yung earthquake. Nangyari yan na ayaw natin. This is a situation where no one wants it and it's not to the liking of anyone. Accordingly, the relationship must be one of understanding, cooperation, and mutual feeling. Kaya nga ba, nag-usap kami ng mga airlines, nag-usap kami ng SIAC, and we have agreed to make the passenger's position comfortable. There will be isolated cases that perhaps the demands of the time is different. Tell us and we will address that.
Okay, last question.
Okay. Sir, categorically, you can say na hindi earthquake-proof itong airport na to. Tapos ironically kasi dito rin yung tanggapan ng DOT.
Alam nyo ho, yung katanungan earthquake-proof, ano exactly ang ibig mong sabihin dyan? Because even, ikaw ang nagtanong, ikaw ang magpaliwanag. Pero sasabihin ko sa iyo, under the building code, there is a provision there which requires you a maximum of capability, sustaining earthquake capability of 7.2. Okay?
7.2.
Under, sinabi kanina ng pillbox, if you are to analyze what happened and note the strength of the earthquake that happened, sinabi niya, you cannot call this major earthquake. You know? So what happened here is not a major earthquake. There are incidences that happen, ceilings falling down.
Yes.
Can we readily say it is not earthquake-proof? That's why I said you have to clarify what you mean by earthquake-proof. If you have a sprinkler or water system that falls down or drinking fountain that collapses, do you say it's not earthquake-proof?
But do you, sir, find it ironic na meron kayong office dito, transportation?
No.
No. Because you're not immune to
I will never find it and consider it ironic to be located here. It is a blessing to be located here. You know, I want us to be located here for other reasons other than earthquake. You know, we have to address what we call traffic mitigation, business dispersal. You know, all this reason. Your reason, do you regret? Of course not. This is an isolated incident. It is not an incident of our own making or our own liking. Because it happened, we make a judgment that we regret transferring here. In fact, I do not regret. What is your station?
GMA.
Oh, you transfer here? You are better off here.
Wow. Thank you.
Can I come nearer?
Sir, I understand we're constructing a new terminal dito, di ba? What are we doing to make sure na...
Very good question. In fact, my last question before coming out is, actually I asked this already last night. Is there any incident about that happened insofar as the new airport terminal? Answered by our construction firm, answered by our president and our vice president, none. Question, because of this experience, we will be more meticulous in looking at the capabilities and structures that will help to address situations like changes, climate change, earthquake, floods, etc., etc.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Maraming salamat, ha? Thank you.
Yan po ang naging pagsagot sa katanungan ni Transportation Secretary Arthur Tugade na kasalukuyang nasa Clark International Airport. Ayon kay Secretary Tugade, pinakamaagang mabubuksan o masisimulan muli ang operasyon ng Clark Airport bukas at latest na daw sa Thursday. Pangunahing tutugunan ang comfort at safety ng mga pasahero at ilan sa mga flight sa araw na ito sa Clark Airport dahil hindi na ito magiging operational for today ay ililipat sa NAIA. So inaabisuhan ng mga pasahero na tingnan na lamang o humingi ng update sa kanilang mga airlines kung maililipat ba sa NAIA ang kanilang mga flight sa araw na ito. Magiging libre daw ang shuttle service mula sa Clark Airport papunta ng NAIA kung Terminal 1, 2 o 3 o 4 man ang paglipat ng kanilang mga flight. Kung rebooking, wala rin daw dapat itong gastos sa mga pasahero. Binigyan din daw ng instruction ni Secretary Art Tugade ang Undersecretary for Road na magbigay ng special permit on-site sa mga bus para ma-shuttle ang mga pasahero mula sa Clark papunta ng NAIA. 30 million pesos ang halaga ng damage sa airport na ilalagay sa ilalim ng emergency procurement. Hindi na raw kailangan ng special budget. Magkakaroon ng pagpupulong ang ilang mga secretary kasama na si Tugade at si DPWH Secretary Mark Villar with President Rodrigo Duterte mamayang 2:00 ng hapon na inaasahan dyan sa Pampanga. Sa puntong ito, pakinggan naman natin ang briefing ng Department of Energy kaugnay sa naging epekto ng lindol.
Din po yung ALD after the earthquake struck around 5:11 at naapektuhan ho initially yung 99 circuits dahil sa ALD and 22 circuits naman po dahil sa shaking ng aming mga alog ng aming mga facilities. But within 8 minutes ay naibalik naman natin ito unti-unti, no? So sa ngayon po, although we are under a red alert status starting at 1 to 4 p.m., we have prepared just in case it is necessary a rotating interruption schedule. But at the same time, kung yung actual demand will be lower than what is projected, then together with our interruptible load program na sa kasalukuyan po ay we have around 112 accounts. Flexible po ito from 1 to 4 p.m. with a total contracted capacity of more than 200 megawatts. So sana hindi na ho natin kailangan pang ipatupad yung rotating interruptions. But just the same, para lang ho makasiguro, nag-prepare ho kami ng schedule. Now, maikwento ko rin ho, immediately after we were able to stabilize yung aming system sa Meralco, 5 hours after the magnitude earthquake, magnitude 6.1 earthquake hit the zone, with an epicenter sa Region 3, Meralco through our networks head, our Senior Vice President Ronnie Aperocho, we supported the search and rescue operations in the collapsed supermarket sa Porac, Pampanga po by sending 15 generator sets, 30 floodlights, and a mobile crane. The contingent was led by our Vice President for Corporate Safety, Engineer Jun Abuel, who is also with us today. Nandun lang ho siya at the back. Sa kasalukuyan ho'y patuloy po yung ginagawang pagtulong po ng Meralco. And this effort was made possible through the close coordination between Meralco top management and the Department of Energy. So yun lang po from Meralco's end.
Yes, Sir Joey, you have any update?
Well, just to add to what Sir Joe had said, so we're hoping that the demand would not spike this afternoon so that we could avoid dropping circuits. In any case, nandyan naman yung ILP and we're closely collaborating with NGCP. If they say that it's time to drop, then we get that go signal.
So may we have now the representative of the Engineer Villar to give us the updates for the electric cooperatives. I believe it's on Pelco 2 and 5:27 p.m. ang target restoration.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. Insofar as electric cooperatives are concerned, of the 14 electric cooperatives we monitored after the onslaught of the earthquake, there were 4 electric cooperatives experienced interruption due to the transmission service. Upon the restoration of the transmission service, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, the electric cooperatives already re-energize their system, except for Pelco 2, the Pampanga Electric Cooperative 2, covering 7 towns, Guagua, Lubao, Santa Rita, Forac, Mabalacat, and then I forgot the 7. But the one in the town of Forac is the remaining portion of that town where the ground zero is located. Then portion of Lubao and Guagua. So as of this morning, Felco 2 promised to restore the power within today. So as far as damages is concerned, Felco 2 incurred about 43 distribution transformers, 14 poles, and other distribution line materials. That's all, sir.
Okay. Yung ano daw yung apat?
Apat na naka-experience po. Presco, Pampanga Rural Electric Service Cooperative, Felco 1, Pelco 1. And then Pelco 3.
Pelco 2.
Pelco 3.
Pelco 2. Pelco 2. Oh, Pelco 2.
Yung Pelco 2, sir.
Okay. Secretary Cusi directed sa Assistant Secretary De Lola na right now he is meeting with the NGCP personnel there in Pampanga, the district office, and also with representatives from the electric cooperatives. He informed me just a while ago, Sec De Lola, he informed us just a while ago na kayang mabalik yung electricity, nagsasabay na yung pagre-repair ng Pelco 2 at saka ng NGCP. So pwedeng Pelco 2 right now is at 82% ng pagre-restore ng kanilang damaged area at yung 18% ay pwedeng magawa within the day. So yun ang initial report ni ASEC De Lola. The good thing also is that we have more plants coming in, no? So Unit 4, papasok na si Unit 4 ng SMCPC. And Unit 3 is expected to come in also tomorrow morning. Yun yung report ni ASEC De Lola. Katunog lang nung aking cellphone. Tapos, ang yung Unit 1 ng GN Power, that's 345 megawatts, pwedeng bumalik by midnight tonight. So, with all these plants coming in, maybe we'll have a better situation by tomorrow. Again, it's a maybe because there are a lot of things that we still have to to check on. ASEC De Lola is there in Pampanga to join the President. The President will be there at around 3, I think. I'm not sure of the schedule. To look into and to visit yung mga naapektuhan. The good thing is, last night, when we were, yesterday I was in the Energy Regulatory Commission to update the Energy Regulatory Commission chairperson on what the DOE has been doing because of the past weeks of incidents when we experienced yellow and red alerts. Doon ko po na-experience yung earthquake. So we were on the 16th floor and the chairperson was on the 15th floor. She had a meeting with the legal and I was waiting in her office. So on the way down the stairs, kami ni Chairperson Agnes de Venadera ay nagkita na lang sa hagdan. So we were talking about how we can coordinate. So we were talking about Millennium. We were talking about TMO. We we're talking about the ASPA services ng NGCP and also the SIPS, System Integrity Protection System. Ano yung S? Scheme. System Integrity Protection Scheme. So when we were talking about it, I already, when she rode her car, para ma-safety na namin si ERC Chair, we already proceeded to the NGCP. So while in the NGCP, we got the timely report so that we can give out the advisory at 7:30. We also had a conversation with some of you or media practitioners, and we were informed about the incident in Pampanga. Because of that, since we have this group in the Viber, emergency power, no? That was when Meralco was able to send their crew and their equipment to the area to assist the municipality of Porac. So, sa ngayon po, since we are confident na by today magi-improve yung restoration ng buong system and the power plants are coming in, we would appreciate it very much if we can continue to give us more information, especially on the last mile. Because the safety, yung safety po ng ating sarili, ng ating bahay, ng ating mga kagamitan, ay nakasalalay sa metikulosong pagtingin kung ano ang naging damage dito po sa ating bahay o sa ating pinagtatrabahuhan sa earthquake. So magpo-post po ang Department of Energy na mga SOPs sa ating mga websites kung ano yung mga dapat tingnan para maiwasan natin na magkaroon ng dagdag na problema yung nadala ng earthquake, para maiwasan po yung sunog or maiwasan yung karagdagang damage sa ating mga lugar, no? Bahay or kung saan tayo nagtatrabaho. At maganda po rin na coordinated ang Energy Family dahil mabilis din po nating na-address kung ano yung kumakalat na news na dapat i-correct. Tulad kagabi, meron daw sunog sa Petron Refinery. Hindi naman po ito totoo dahil yun po yung tinatawag gas flaring, no? Hindi po siya sunog dahil yun yung automatic na safety mechanism na pag-shutdown ng planta doon, at yun po yung parang reaction. Pero hindi po siya sunog. So na-clarify naman kaagad ng spokesperson si Ms. Canillas ng Petron na hindi po siya sunog. But the good news is, yun nga, power situation. By today, restoration efforts will probably be completed by 5:27 p.m. No? Yun yung target ng PELCO 2 at ng NGCP at the latest. So before sunset. Yung downstream oil, no significant damage reported. Yung upstream oil, same, no significant damage reported. Uulitin lang po ng Department of Energy, sa mga areas na nagkaroon ng state of calamity, price freeze is effective for LPG and kerosene products. So ang LPG po, nag-a-adjust po yan at the start of the month. So kung ngayon po ay April 23, effective 15 days, May 1, kung may increase po sa LPG, doon po sa area na, kung may price increase sa LPG, doon po sa area na may state of calamity, naka-price freeze po siya. At doon naman po sa kerosene, pagpataas po, no, ang presyo, hindi po siya pwedeng itaas ng ating gasoline station. Effective po siya 15 days from the declaration of the state of calamity. Now, we would like to welcome any question from our media partners sa ating mga resource persons.
Yes, sir. Yung PELCO 2. Yung PELCO 2. Yun po yung sumasako po sa Porac. Yung pong Guagua, Lubao, tsaka po yung Porac. Tatlo po. Hindi po, portion lang po.
Portion.
Yes, sir.
82% sa report ng NEA at ng PELCO sa Department of Energy, PELCO 2, 82% na ang na-restore nila. $5:20, yeah. Yun yung target at the latest 5:27 p.m. Both. Yung generation kasama naman dito sa ano natin. Yun yung target at the latest at 5:27 p.m. Mas makikita natin yung situation mamayang gabi, no? Dahil papasok na yung mga planta at yung pag-monitor din natin sa demand, no? Ngayon mababa yung demand. At may nawalang mga planta, no? 1,290 megawatts ang affected ng earthquake. So, ang projected natin at 2 p.m., ang lamang lang ni demand ang lamang lang ni supply kay demand ay 40 megawatts. Pero meron tayong nakahanda na ay interruptible load program of around 240 flexible, no? Plus minus megawatts. So, meron ding papasok na planta si Unit 4 at si Unit 3 ba yun? Ano ba yung tinig sa akin? Unit 3 ng SMC-PC. At si GN Power Unit 1, tinitingnan natin na tinatarget na midnight makapasok siya sa system. Mag-iiba yung landscape tomorrow, kaya i-monitor din natin demand. Kaya mas magandang makuha po yung projection mamayang gabi. No? Mag-uusap tayo with the NGCP and IMAP kung ano po yung magiging situation for the coming days. Any other question? Bim?
Well, kasi magkikick in yung ILP at 1 p.m. So sabi nga ni Yusek, yung actual demand may be lower than what is projected. Plus, kung mag-uumpisa na itong ILP with at 1 o'clock, so we're hoping na hindi na kailangan ipatupad yung rotating interruptions. But just the same, nagre-ready lang kami in case kailanganin. Well, meron kaming mga tentative schedule. Pinupost namin yan sa aming mga social media accounts at sa aming information platforms. Doon nila pwede makita. Pero gusto ko lang emphasize na paghahanda lang ito. So hindi naman kailangan ituloy yun kung hindi naman talaga magkakaroon ng malaking deficiency. Baka yan yung mga emergency interruptions. Walang kinalaman sa supply yan. Marami kasi maintenance schedules, minsan merong emergency interruption, pero yung binabanggit niya yan walang kinalaman sa supply. Yes, at 1. Definitely. Mapasok yun. 1 p.m. Ang flexible of more than mga 240, flexible.
Bale, yung 240 kasi na yun, it's the committed capacity, you know? But depende yung participation ng mga customers. And more or less, mga 50 to 60% of that capacity would kick in. Mga ganun. Mga ganun, sir. Hopefully, more than enough. Yeah. Baka lang, baka.
Makikita natin in a while, no? Kasi NGCP usually comes up with a projection at 12 at iba plus yun sa atin mga 1.
At yan po ang briefing na nagaganap ngayon sa Department of Energy. Ayon sa Energy Department, puspusan ang restoration efforts para maibalik ang kuryente sa mga lugar sa Pampanga na nawalan ng kuryente matapos ang lindol. Inireport umano ng Telco 2 na may hawak sa mga lugar ng Porac, Guagua at Lubao na 82% na ang nai-restore at 18% na lamang ang kailangang ibalik na inaasahan na maibabalik at matatapos ang pagkukumpuni by 5:27 mamayang hapon. Pinaalala din ng Department of Energy na may price freeze sa LPG at kerosene products sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng state of calamity. At ito ay epektibo 15 days mula sa pagdedeklara ng state of calamity. Kakapasok lamang pong balita na isinailalim na nga sa state of calamity ang buong probinsya ng Pampanga. Kinumpirma ito ni Pampanga Vice Governor Dennis Pineda. Ito'y matapos tumama sa probinsya ang mapaminsalang magnitude 6.1 na lindol kahapon. At yan ang kabuuan ng balitaan ngayong araw ng Martes, April 23, 2019. Sa ngalan ni Pinky Webb, ako si Cherry Mercado. Hanggang bukas, magandang tanghali.
Good afternoon. This is breaking news here on CNN Philippines. My name is Menchu Macapagal. An earthquake has struck at San Julian in Eastern Samar. We are getting reports that the magnitude was 6.2. Again, it's a 6.2 magnitude earthquake striking in San Julian, Eastern Samar. We have right now on the phone PDRRMO Eastern Samar, of Eastern Samar, Maria Josefina Titong. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, Menchu.
Yes, ma'am, what information do you have right now?
As of the moment po, we have no information yet na na-receive from other municipalities.
Okay,
Kasi ilang minutes pa lang nangyari.
Okay, so you were there. Tell us what the experience was like.
I think the earthquake was quite a big one.
Mm-hmm. It seems like you're really out of breath. You seem very shaken.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Ma'am Josefina?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yes. So you seem very, very shaken.
Yes.
Where exactly are you located right now?
I am in Borongan, Eastern Samar, the capital town of Eastern Samar. San Julian is about 20, 30 kilometers from Borongan.
Okay, so this is 20 to 30 kilometers away
yes.
From San Julian,
Borongan.
Eastern Samar.
Yes,
Can you describe the building that you're in right now? Mataas po ba siya? Is it several stories high?
Actually, no. I was on my way out to the office.
Okay.
When the earthquake struck.
Okay.
Malakas talaga siya.
Malakas talaga siya. Meron ba
Yes.
kayong nakikitang damage po dyan?
As of ngayon po, wala pa po.
Wala ka pa pong nakikitang damage?
Wala pa po.
May kuryente pa po ba dyan sa area ninyo?
Electricity is out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What has the reaction been so far? I'm sure that there are people, madami bang tao dyan
Yes,
nasa
out in
paligid
the
ninyo?
Out in the streets, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is shaken after what happened kahapon and then in Manila and then ngayon na naman dito. Kaya everybody is shaken.
I can definitely understand that. Now, you are with the PDRRMO. What are the next steps that you guys will be taking following, of course, this earthquake?
Assessment po.
Mm-hmm.
We'll assess damages, wait for reports from other areas.
All right. Ma'am, babalikan po namin kayo. I'm sure that you need to catch your breath and then get on with trying to contact everyone in your team and try to conduct that initial assessment. So babalikan po namin kayo. Thank you very much for coming to the phone and speaking with us. That was Maria Josefina Titong, the PDRRMO of Eastern Samar. But right now, we have, of course, on the line, Renato Solidum, Director of FIVOLCS. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Sir, so we just received news, of course, of this earthquake, 6.2 magnitude in San Julian, Eastern Samar. What information do you have for us this afternoon, sir?
Well, this occurred at 1:37 this afternoon at 19 kilometers northwest of San Julian, Eastern Samar, with a depth of 17 kilometers. Reported intensities would be as follows. Density 5 in Tacloban City, in Leyte, Catalogan City, in Samar, and we have instruments in Masbate, Legazpi, and Sorsogon also indicating that the intensities would be intensity 4. Reports also indicate that this was felt in Bacolod and also in Cebu.
Okay, so hanggang intensity 4 po, intensity 4, intensity 5, yung mga naramdaman ng mga tao this afternoon, correct?
Yes, but we have no reports yet from the areas near the epicenter.
Okay, so are you expecting damage following this? Would you say this is a massive quake, sir?
Well, still a strong earthquake, not a major earthquake, but we can expect damage near the epicentral area if the structures and houses near the epicenter were not built properly.
Okay, so if these, if the structures were built properly, then you wouldn't really expect that much damage. Is that correct?
Correct. Similar to what happened in Porac, the grocery store there shows structural problems where the columns and beams separated. And at intensity 6, we don't expect severe damage to structures.
Okay. Sir, usually when after an earthquake like this, people hear magnitude 6.2. They panic and they think that there's a tsunami coming. Is this something that they should be worried about?
Well, so far the epicenter is on land, so this would not trigger a tsunami.
Okay, so that should not be a concern. Sir, are we expecting aftershocks?
Yes.
Would you be able to describe to us what people should expect when it comes to the aftershocks, severe aftershocks?
Well, these are regular earthquakes. Some of these may not be felt at all for areas further out of the epicenter, but those near the epicenter can feel shaking, which can be minor. But of course, the event just happened. We have to really look at it carefully and see if there is a possibility of a larger event.
Okay.
But the important thing is for people to review their responses so that they are able to respond properly when another earthquake occurs.
Okay. Sir, people right now, obviously after that earthquake that hit in the northern part of the country in Luzon yesterday, and then now something in Eastern Samar, should we be expecting more stronger earthquakes in other parts of the country?
These earthquake generators in different parts of the country are not related at all. So we cannot say this one would trigger another one. But of course, we can expect larger earthquakes if these faults would in various parts of the country would occur. But it does not mean that this is a precursor of another.
Okay, so you're saying that you can't predict earthquakes, but you can't also outright dismiss the fact that there might be earthquakes in other parts of the country that are of the same magnitude. Is that correct, sir?
Yes. Well, yeah. In general, that's the current state of science all over the world.
Sir, what other information can you give us? Of course, you said earlier that the people need to be prepared. Do you have any reminders for the public that is watching us right now?
Well, first of all, they need to check their houses and buildings if this can withstand an earthquake event. Make sure that things that might topple would be tied to the wall or anchored to the floor. Make sure that things that might fall would be placed in shelves that are at the lower level. They have to find out where they would hide or do the drop cover mode in case there's an earthquake within the room or within the offices. They need to identify the open area for evacuation. They need to have their earthquake emergency kit or go bag so that in case there's a real major earthquake, they have food, water, medicine, and extra clothes to use in case they cannot go back right away to their houses.
All right. Director Solidum, now yesterday there was an adjustment made by PHIVOLCS, of course. The initial magnitude that was recorded was 5.7, and then it was adjusted to a higher magnitude. Do you see any possibility of that happening again today in the earthquake that hit Eastern Samar?
Yes, most monitoring organizations change their initial estimate of the earthquake parameters after the first one. That's normal.
Okay, so I'm sure that you will be monitoring the situation as well. We will be getting back to you hopefully a little bit later on to get more information that might be available to you later on this afternoon.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Director Renato Solidum of PHIVOLCS. Right now we have on the line, of course, one of our stringers in Wilmark, Amazona. Wilmark, good afternoon to you.
Yes, Menchu, good afternoon.
So Wilmark, can you tell us about what happened? What was your experience like? Because you are there, you are on the ground. Could you share with us what that experience was like?
Yes, Menchu, sa kasalukuyan nandito ako ngayon sa bayan ng Calbiga kasi may ginagawa ako pag-alis doon sa nangyaring ambush incident kagabi dito sa bayan ng Calbiga. Kanina, malakas na pagyanigan naramdaman dito sa bayan ng Calbiga kung saan halos nasa loob tayo kanina ng kampo, yung mga sundalo biglang naghapulasan sa maglabas sa mga quarters nila dahil sa sobrang lakas na pagyanig ng lupa kung saan maririnig mo yung paggalaw ng mga buildings dito sa loob ng kampo. Pero matapos naman nung ilang minutong pagyanig, nagsibalikan na rin naman yung mga sundalo sa loob ng camp, and even yung mga residente na nasa labas ng camp, nakita natin na although nagpanik sila, bumalik din naman kaagad sa mga respected houses nila.
Okay, Wilmark, sinabi mo kanina makalipas ng ilang sandaling pagyanig. Yes. Gaano katagal yung feeling mo? Gaano katagal na yumanig yung lupa?
Probably siguro mga nasa 20 to 30 seconds yung bilis yung pagyanig ng lupa, kasi from mabagal na mahina na pagyanig, papalakas siya na ng papalakas.
Okay, meron ka bang narinig na pag-uugong or something like some sort of warning or sound?
Kanina, base sa na-experience natin, wala naman, pero yung na-experience, yung before sa malakas na ugo, na pagyanig na lindol, ang tawag dito, yung paggalaw ng mga mesa, ng mga upuan, mararamdaman mo rin, especially kapag nakaupo ka lang, mararamdaman mo kaagad na medyo gumagalaw ng paunti-unti yung inuupuan mo hanggang sa papalakas na maririnig mo yung pag-uga nung building kung saan ka naroroon.
Kung i-describe mo yung pagyanig, is it more of a vertical or pasway ng paside?
It was more of parang pa-vertical at yung pa-side yung yung sideways, yung pag-move ng movement ng lupa.
So sideways and then for mga 20 seconds, yun yung bilang mo ng kung gaano katagal.
Yes.
Oo,
ganong katagal.
May mga nakikita ka bang damage sa paligid mo?
Dito sa Calbiga, after nung lindol, wala pa naman akong nakikitang damage na nangyari. Pero may mga nasagap akong report sa Tacloban City, may mga buildings na nagkaroon ng damage. So sa ngayon, pabalik na ako na Tacloban City para tingnan kung talagang nagkaroon ng damage doon. Kasi malakas din daw yung naramdaman na lindol doon sa Tacloban City.
Na-mention mo, Wilmark, na nasa kampo ka, You were in...
Opo.
Oo. So,
Yes.
nag-mobilize na ba yung mga tauhan dyan sa kampo para pumunta sa kung saan man ang mga kailangan puntahan?
Sa ngayon kasi ang focus nung dito sa kampo is to assist yung mga kasamahan nilang sundalo na namatay at wounded dahil sa nangyaring insidente kagabi. And we were trying to talk with the commanding officer of the 46th IB kanina. Kaso hindi namin siya makausap dahil busy pa sila do sa ginagawa nilang operations against the New People's Army at saka do sa ginagawa pagbigay ng assistance do sa mga pamilya at do sa mga wounded soldiers.
Pagkatapos nitong earthquake na to, ano kaya magiging epekto nito sa operations nila dyan against the NPA? Kasi alam ko, di ba, parang in pursuit pa rin sila doon sa NPA at the moment.
Yes. Yung ang gusto sana nating malaman dito sa pamunuan ng military. Kaso, itong pambibig nila hanggang sa ngayon, hindi pa sila makapagbigay ng statement sa media kung ano yung mga susunod nilang gagawin. Ang sinabi sa amin kanila ng kanilang CMO officer is magbibigay na lang daw sila ng statement later this afternoon kung ano yung mga ang gagawin pa ng 46 IB in relation to sa counter operations nila.
Okay, so Wilmark, abangan namin yung mga updates mo at ingat dyan, papunta sa Tacloban ba ang punta mo ngayon? Kasi yun ang nabalitaan mo na merong mga buildings na nagsuffer ng damage pagkatapos nitong magnitude 6.2 earthquake dyan sa Eastern Samar?
Yes, Manchu.
Okay, so maraming salamat at ingat ka dyan. Yan po si Wilmark Amazona, ang aming stringer doon sa Leyte. And right now, we have on the phone Pres Evardone. She's a resident of San Julian in Eastern Samar. Sir Pres Evardone, magandang hapon po.
Hi, good afternoon po.
How are you?
I'm okay naman po.
Okay, so nandun ka sa San Julian mismo sa epicenter, ang sinasabi nilang epicenter nitong 6.2 magnitude na earthquake dyan sa Eastern Samar. Can you describe your experience habang nangyari yung lindol?
Actually, I was on my way po to Borongan City. Tapos, while we're on the road, we felt na talagang lumilindol. So, nag-stop kami momentarily kasi may mga nasira yung mga asphalt doon sa provincial roads. Tapos doon sa may bridge area, nasira din. Actually, I took some pictures and I posted it on Twitter. So it's there. Tapos when we arrived at the town proper, yung bell tower nila parang medyo nasira yung upper portion. So far, yun lang naman yung nakita kong damages.
Okay. Is this the first time that you've experienced an earthquake dyan sa area ninyo?
Actually, this is not the first time, but medyo madami-dami namang earthquake na ako na experience. Like when I was younger, medyo malakas din. It happened around this month then, April. I think it happened around 1995, but that was long ago. Pero ito yung talagang medyo malakas.
Malakas compared to that first one. Can you describe the reactions ng mga taong kasama mo? Kasi sinabi mo that you're on the road. May kasama ka ba sa sasakyan at that time?
Yeah, actually, yeah. We were 5. We were actually shocked kasi talagang malakis yung yung galaw. So nag-stop kami. I told the driver to stop kasi nga along the road, yung approaching sa bridge, medyo sira talaga siya.
Malaki yung damage?
I'm not an engineer, so I wouldn't be able to assess it properly. Pero parang medyo sira din yung approach. Talagang parang umangat siya ng onte.
So nag-lift yung a portion of the road papunta dun sa bridge. I'm seeing the photos now.
That's correct.
Oo.
Yeah.
So your family is back in San Julian?
Well, I'm not actually from San Julian.
you're
I'm
not.
a town away from San Julian.
Okay. Were you able to contact your family to see if they're all okay?
Yeah, I texted my sister, okay naman sila sa island namin.
Sa island ninyo. Okay. Well, thank you very much for talking to us this afternoon, Mr. Everdone. And
All right, you're welcome.
all right, you have a safe trip to Borongan. And right now we have joining us on the phone. This is, of course, in connection with a 6.2 magnitude earthquake that that hit San Julian in Eastern Samar. We just talked to Pres Everdone, who was a resident of San Julian, Samar, and he was telling us about his experience as they were driving to the town of to Borongan. From San Julian, and he said that they had seen cracks on the road. You are seeing images of that damage that he recorded on his cell phone and posted up on social media. He also said that they also were able to see some damage as they reached the town proper. Of course, they were extremely shocked to realize that they were experiencing a strong earthquake. And he says that even though he has experienced earthquakes before, this is something that was far, far stronger than anything that he had experienced before. Let's talk to another person who was in San Julian, Eastern Samar, when the quake hit. Franz Cabidog, good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Actually, I'm here at Tanawan, Leyte.
Oh, you're in Tanawan, Leyte?
Yes.
Okay, so how far is that from San Julian?
I think it's a 4 to 5 hour drive from Tanawan.
4 to 5 hour drive.
Yes.
What was the experience like? This is 4 or 5 hours away from the epicenter. What were you doing when the quake hit, and what was that experience like?
Actually, me and my staff were working, so we were shocked when we felt like the wall and the floor were moving. So immediately, lumabas na kami. And when we went out, everybody else from the administrative building in the campus actually went out, including the students too.
So you were in a school building when the quake hit. What floor were you on?
Sorry?
What floor?
We were in the first floor, actually. So we were more worried for those who were in the second floor.
Okay,
actually,
so 2
since
stories.
our building was a bit old na, so.
Okay, do you know when this building might have been built? Any idea?
I think sometime 1970s or 60s, so it's pretty old na. And it was devastated by Typhoon Yolanda, and it was not really completely renovated.
Okay.
So luma na talaga siya.
Okay, so it's a 2-story school building in Tanawan.
Yes.
How many people were on campus at the time?
A lot, because it's a usual work day. So, and we still have classes. So there were a lot of students and a lot of employees, including teachers.
Okay. So yung range ng ages or yung grades from grade school up to high school ba yung mga students ninyo?
First year college.
First year college.
Yes.
Okay. So describe to us the experience. You started to feel the walls shake?
Yes, we started to feel that the walls were shaking, the floors were moving, our desktop computers were moving. So we started running towards the door immediately and searched for an open space. So dun na kami lahat nagkumpol-kumpol.
Okay, so hindi na kayo nag-duck cover hold, tumakbo na kayo agad palabas?
Tumakbo na po kaagad. We didn't think na of anything else but really just to run outside for safety.
Okay, how many seconds did you feel the earth shaking?
Medyo matagal. I think 2 minutes, ganyan. Kasi we felt after the strong shaking akala namin tapos na, but then when we were talking na and I was taking pictures, we felt na meron pa ring konting movement. So parang doon na kami medyo mas nagpanic kasi mas matagal siya and mas malakas siya compared to the earthquake that we felt, I think, about a month ago.
Oh, you had an earthquake just a month ago.
Yes.
Okay, so describe naman yung anong naging mga reaction ng mga tao sa paligid? Nagtakbuhan ba? Sigawan? Can you describe to us that scene as you saw it?
Yes, people were running. I mean, hindi mo na alam kung saan papunta, basta people were just running for their lives. Really, we were all looking for a safe and open space. So parang wala ka na talaga sa proper mind frame to think of anything else talaga. People were just shocked kasi after what happened to Manila in Manila. So kami hindi, of course, we weren't really expecting that there will be another earthquake and mafe-feel namin yon. So we were really surprised and shocked.
Do you guys have yung mga protocols in place for emergency situations like fire or earthquake, stuff like that?
Yes. Actually, just last month we did fire and earthquake drill here in our campus.
Pero sa tingin ninyo, parang hindi na nasunod kasi
I think so too. Pero I think hindi naman siya ganun kagrabe to the point na, people chaos. Siguro people were just really concerned with their survival to the point na okay, let's just run to some free spaces. So we were actually scattered.
Because I can imagine what that must have been like. When you felt the shaking, do you feel like it was more of yung paside or pataas yung pag-shake ng lupa?
Sorry?
Yung shaking motion, kasi di ba parang pag nag-shake, yung nakikita mo
okay.
parang pataas, taas-baba yung pag-shake ng lupa, or feeling mo you were swaying side to side more?
Side. I think it was more of swaying side to side.
More of swaying side to side.
Yes.
What about the electricity there? Do you guys still have electricity? Was there any damage sustained on the property that you're on right now?
So far, thank God, wala namang damages in the building and we still have our electricity. But our university just now actually declared a class and work suspension across all EVSU campuses, including EVSU main in Tacloban and all external campuses here in Tanawan, Carigara, Ormoc, and Burauen.
All right. So what is the plan of action now? Siyempre, wala nang klase, they've called off classes this afternoon. Will you be heading home or will you be staying put until you feel that it's safe?
Actually, the rest of my staff here already went home. So medyo ako na lang yung nandito and some other teachers. So.
Okay. Nakausap mo na ba yung pamilya mo?
Opo, the first thing that I did really was to call, and I called my brother up and they were fine. Magkasama naman sila ng mother ko, and then I asked him to call our other brother and our father. So far, thank God, okay naman sila.
So everyone is safe and accounted for.
Everyone is safe.
In terms of your immediate family and of course the people that were in the building that you were in Tanawan, Leyte.
Yes.
Well, if we certainly hope that you stay safe. Of course, this is just 4-5 hours away from the epicenter. Since the earthquake hit at around a little past 1:30 this afternoon, have you felt any aftershocks?
So far, wala pa naman po. But we're just being vigilant right now kasi anytime we're monitoring the news, so anytime talaga there can be aftershock. So
all right.
Ingat lang talaga.
Well, that is definitely a good idea to be vigilant. Thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon. That was Franz Cabidog, who was in Tanawan, Leyte, which is about 4 or 5 hour drive away from the epicenter of the 6.2 magnitude quake in San Julian in Eastern Samar. Now, of course, this comes just barely not even 24 hours after that 6.1 quake hit the northern part of the country yesterday afternoon. Of course, more than 8 people already dead in Pampanga. Of course, rescuers are still searching for survivors in the area, and we have also spoken to a lot of residents in Eastern Samar who definitely are extremely shaken. We also spoke to FIVOLC's director, Renato Solidum, and he said that it is a good time for the public to be aware of their surroundings and to check their houses and buildings to make sure that everything is structurally sound, and of course to have those emergency numbers on the ready, as well as those go bags as well. He did not discount the possibility, of course, of earthquakes that happens. He says it's a natural occurrence, and they cannot really predict if there will be another earthquake or where it will hit in the world. And that is our breaking news at this hour. I'm Menchu Macapagal. We will continue to monitor the aftermath of this earthquake. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines for more updates.
Good afternoon. This is CNN Philippines Breaking News. I'm Pia Ontiveros. In less than 24 hours, another earthquake rocks the country, a magnitude 6.5 earthquake, this time centered in the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. Provincial disaster officials are saying there are power interruptions affecting parts of the province, netizens posting photographs and videos of structural damage, and FIVOLC's officials saying aftershocks are expected. The tremor was also felt in various areas of the Visayas and the Bicol region, Tacloban City, Catbalogan City in Samar, General MacArthur, Salcedo and Giwan in Eastern Samar, Naval, Biliran, Catarman in Northern Samar, and Palo and Pastrana in Leyte. Also in many other areas in the Visayas area. In the meantime, we are going to continue to monitor the situation there in Samar, and we will bring you the latest as soon as all that information becomes available. In the meantime, this afternoon's quake in Samar follows the magnitude 6.1 tremor that hit parts of Luzon almost 24 hours ago yesterday, Monday, April 22. The province of Pampanga is among the hardest hit. It is now under a state of calamity. You can see here a collapsed supermarket, a 4-story supermarket building in Porac town in Pampanga. What we know is that heavy equipment has been sent there. You can see that on your screens just now, trying to clear the area, trying to lift slabs of concrete off the structure so that people can be pulled out of the rubble, so that also the rescuers can find possible survivors. The governor of the province of Pampanga, Lilia Pineda, saying 4 of 11 fatalities in the province were recovered from that supermarket. 30 residents in Porac still unaccounted for.
Kailangan namin tulungan yung mga pamilya ng mga casualty natin kasi yung mga iba yung lang mga breadwinner, yung mga namatay nilang kapamilya. Pagkatapos yung mga nasirang bahay, gumuhong mga bahay, kailangan natin tulungan para makabalik sila sa mga bahay nila. At saka kailangan natin i-repair yung mga maliit nating mga bridges na dinadaanan ng mga tao, lalo na sa barangay. At marami tayong dapat i-consider dun sa inspection ng mga building natin, mga school natin, mga government offices natin. Tingnan natin kung nagkaroon ba ng malaking crack.
Now, while the quake's epicenter was recorded in Zambales, the quake was felt also here in Metro Manila. Train operations in the city are now up and running again after they were suspended overnight following the quake. The MRT3 and the LRT lines 1 and 2. Hundreds of passengers were stranded as a result, and we're showing you that video from yesterday. Also, working classes suspended in some areas in central Luzon to allow officials to assess the safety of structures. Our correspondent, Caroline Bonquin, is in Porac in Pampanga. What's going on there, Caroline?
The rescue operation is still ongoing. It's been ongoing for the past 19 hours. And as you can see right now behind me are at least 90 people working to find people who may be still trapped inside the collapsed building of Chuzon Supermarket. Right here, we can see people from Soko, firemen, policemen, and even military, as well as first aid responders waiting just in case rescuers will take out someone again out from on a stretcher. Here on ground zero behind me are at least 12 dozen people, 12 dozen rescuers searching the area, still looking for possible signs of life along with their canine units. There are also at least 4 cranes here working to slowly and carefully remove all the debris, these big chunks of cement and steel which actually fall off from the 4-story building. The DILG Secretary Eduardo Año says that 2 more people are still alive underneath the rubble as of this time. Rescuers heard noise coming from beneath the debris. So their main goal now is actually to carefully drill holes to give them air to breathe. Earlier, we also saw some rescuers pouring drinking water, potable water in the rubble, presumably to provide hydration to those who are still alive and are waiting to be rescued. Since this morning, the rescuers have already saved at least 9 people. 9 people. Among them is a male supermarket employee found alive underneath the debris in the middle portion of the collapsed building at 9 a.m. and then another survivor at 11 a.m. Unfortunately, Pia, as of this time, 5 people were already found dead, including 2 children who were buried alive along with their mother. Government forces and volunteers have been working round the clock, and although they're racing to rescue more people, they're very careful with their every move to avoid further destruction of the structure to keep the rescuers safe, as well as those who are still alive while waiting to be rescued. Pia.
Yeah, Carolyn, you said a while ago that rescuers are pouring drinking water into the rubble in the hope that there are survivors and they may need or they may be able to drink that water. Did they say how many people they estimate are still under the rubble?
Pia, there are still conflicting numbers as to how many people were buried underneath this supermarket. But what DILG Secretary Eduardo Año can confirm as of this moment is that there are 2 people who are still alive in here, Pia.
All right, Caroline Buenquin there reporting live from Porac in Pampanga, ground zero, where the 4-story supermarket building collapsed in that town. We're going to go back to Caroline in just a bit. And like she was saying, they're still hoping that they can pull survivors from that rubble. Some roads and bridges in Central Luzon are closed to heavy vehicles because of possible damage from the earthquake. Consuelo Bridge in Pampanga is impassable to all kinds of vehicles. CNN Philippines spoke with Public Works and Highways Secretary Mark Villar.
Sir, this time I'm here, nandito po ako sa Florida Blanca, Pampanga. Chine-check po namin yung Consuelo Bridge. So, meron mga bridges dito na may damage. As of now, ito lang yung bridge na hindi pa passable. There were 3 other bridges in Pampanga that were damaged, the Makatian Bridge, Valdez Bridge, and Pedro Bridge, which are all passable to light vehicles. There are 2 roads, national roads. The Mega Dike, the road portion of the Mega Dike was also damaged, so it's not passable. And the Sasmuan Lubao Road, there was also damage due to collapsed slope protection. So those are the national roads and bridges at this moment. That in other regions, so far no damages, no closures of national roads in other regions. But there's some private infrastructures, the Chuzon Supermarket and the Emilio Aguinaldo College, that were damaged during the earthquake. We're still in the process of validating. So even as early as yesterday, even in the public infrastructures, we've already sent out teams in all affected areas to validate and to check the structural integrity of our public infrastructures.
President Rodrigo Duterte is expected anytime now at the provincial capital in the city of San Fernando in Pampanga. Officials say the president will attend a situation briefing there following yesterday's 6.1 magnitude earthquake that was centered in Zambales, Zambales. Our Ina Andalong is there in Pampanga. Ina?
Pia, we're on standby for the arrival of President Duterte here, as you mentioned, at the provincial capital of Pampanga, one of the areas hardest hit by yesterday's 6.1 magnitude earthquake. As you mentioned also, later he will be briefed on how the earthquake yesterday affected different parts of Luzon. We're seeing already several officials coming in for the briefing later, including cabinet secretaries and officials from the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, the Office of Civil Defense, the Department of Public Works and Highways, the Department of Interior and Local Government, as well as the Clark International Airport Corporation. Now, before he comes here, though, we learned that the president will be visiting Porac, where there's been a lot of reports of damage infrastructure. The places he will inspect, we were told, include the Chuzon supermarket that collapsed, or which collapsed because of the earthquake, as well as the St. Catherine of Alexandria Church, which was partially damaged. We were told there may be more places where the President Duterte could show up, including hospitals where earthquake victims have been rushed. Now, going back to the briefing here, later, we were told that reporters and camera crew will not be allowed inside the room where the briefing will be held due to space constraints. This means that we will have to wait until the end of the briefing to hear, hopefully, from President Duterte himself about his directives regarding yesterday's earthquake and possibly his directives as well in relation to the 6.5 magnitude earthquake that just hit parts of Visayas. Pia?
All right, we're going to go back to Ina Andalong in just a bit when President Duterte arrives there at the provincial capital in the city of San Fernando in Pampanga, where he's going to be getting that situation briefing, as Ina was saying, although she was saying that media, reporters, cameramen will not be allowed inside. We're hoping we can get that information as soon as that becomes available. In the meantime, PNP Chief Police General Oscar Abayalde is saying that the owner of the 4-story supermarket building that collapsed in Porac in Pampanga, Chuzon supermarket, voluntarily surrendered to police. We're showing you pictures from the rescue site efforts that are going on since yesterday afternoon. Earlier, we were speaking to our Caroline Bonkin and rescuers there, hoping that there will still be survivors that they can pull out of that rubble. In the meantime, we're waiting for word as to what time President Duterte will be in San Fernando in Pampanga. Ina Andalong did mention that he will be passing by Porac to check on rescue efforts that are happening and that you can see, that video that you can see going on right now. You're watching Breaking News here on CNN Philippines. When we return, we will have another live report from Porac in Pampanga, the scene of search, rescue, and clearing operations because of yesterday's earthquake. Returning now to our top story, another tremor affecting the country, but this time it is a magnitude 6.5 earthquake centered in the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. A magnitude 6.5, its epicenter, San Julian, Eastern Samar, where the quake was felt at intensity 6. It was intensity 5, felt in intensity 5 in Tacloban City, in Leyte, Catbalogan City in Samar, General MacArthur, Salcedo and Giwan in Eastern Samar, Naval in Biliran, Catarman in Northern Samar, Palo and Pastrana in Leyte. It was intensity 4 in Abuyog, Hilongos, Javier, Capuocan, Julieta, Baybay, Barogo, Haro, MacArthur, and other towns. Also in Surigao del Sur, also in Iloilo City, Naga City, Sorsogon City, Panganiban, Catanduanes. Intensity 3 in Binalbagan, Negros Occidental, Cabalian, Southern Leyte, Dimasalang, Masbate, Butuan City, and Cabadbaran City. Reports and photographs coming out of Cebu City. Students at the Cebu Technological University evacuating from the classrooms and gathering in open spaces. In the meantime, we are also monitoring the aftermath of another earthquake centered in that had its epicenter in Castillejos town in Zambales, the 6.1 earthquake that struck shortly past 5 in the afternoon yesterday. Provincial disaster officials in Pampanga saying there are power interruptions affecting parts of the province. Netizens posting photos of structural damage. FIVOX officials saying aftershocks are affected. I'm sorry, we're talking about the earthquake today in San Julian that had its epicenter in San Julian, Eastern Samar. The tremor felt, like we said, various areas of the Visayas and Bicol region. Now, earlier, CNN Philippines spoke to the director of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Renato Solidum.
Well, this occurred at 1:37 this afternoon at 19 kilometers northwest of Manila and Eastern Samar with a depth of 17 kilometers. Reported intensities would be as follows. Density 5 in Tacloban City, in Leyte, Catbalogan City, in Samar, and we have instruments in Masbate, Legazpi, and Sorsogon also indicating that the intensities would be intensity 4. Reports also indicate that this was felt in Bacolod and also in Cebu.
We're going to continue monitoring the situation in that area, and we will bring you the latest information as soon as all of that becomes available. The quake in Samar following yesterday's quake, officials at Clark International Airport in Pampanga hope to resume operations by tomorrow. Our Makoy Popioco joining us live from there. Makoy, what is the very latest there?
Via transportation officials vow to partially resume operations here at Clark International Airport either tomorrow or on Thursday. That's what Transportation Secretary Art Tugade promised passengers. Airport officials have also begun clearing the debris from the departure area, which have been, or the ceiling of that departure area has collapsed yesterday after the 6.1 magnitude earthquake. And here outside, as you can see at the back, hundreds of passengers come and go, and these are the booths of the airline companies attending to passenger concerns. Many passengers have traveled from other provinces. Expectedly, a lot of them are voicing their frustration. Many complain that the hotlines of these airlines have been inaccessible. Passengers say airlines should have reached out to passengers via text or email to inform them that their flights have been canceled. More than 100 domestic and international flights have been canceled today. Over 100,000 passengers have been affected. Pia.
Makoy Popioco there reporting from the Clark International Airport. Interesting that passengers were saying that airlines did not inform them that flights were canceled. Well, yesterday when we were speaking to Jaime Melo, president of Clark International Airport, he did say that they were going to suspend operations for the next 24 hours, and that would mean that there would be no flights to and from Clark Airport. In the meantime, yesterday's quake in Central Luzon left the Emilio Aguinaldo College in the city of Manila here in Metro Manila leaning, but engineers are saying no cause for alarm. Our Trisha Terada is there. Trisha, what are the engineers saying exactly?
Well, Pia, right now, as you can see behind me, authorities are already setting up safety nets. This is actually in pursuant to the instruction of the Manila City Engineering Department earlier this morning that they set up these safety nets to make sure that no further debris would fall, at least here on the Building 7 of Emilio Aguinaldo College. As of this time, structural engineer experts or consultants are still inside doing a thorough inspection of the building. There are at least 2 teams doing their rounds inside the building. And at least based on the initial inspection that they've done this morning, they tell us that what they've seen are just, quote, superficial damages. And they're also allaying fears that the building actually tilted contrary to what's been being talked about online.
So, it would be... Wala kaming nakitang telltale signs of any failures. Actually, pag isang cost, pag may nakitang slanting, yung mga windows niya, yung mga doors niya, medyo mahirap yan, no? All are in line pa rin.
The damages is on the terrace, on the precast, that are very is not aligned. The precast was not aligned, so when they hit the building, it breaks. So it's natural to break because the building is too close. But I don't see any imminent danger because you can see there's no crack on the flooring. The elevator is working, but we will make a complete assessment.
Yes, of course. Kasama po yun. At sabi ko nga, nandito naman yung kanina, tinitingnan yung wordiness ng, ng mga taga-DPWH.
Sir, kasi kanina nabanggit ni Secretary Ayo, mukhang two-story lang daw yung original plan.
That's the initial sabi lang kasi wala pa namang official findings yung DPWH nga. Nandyan sila as of this time, nagkakandak ng investigation.
Sir, posible bang madamay yung pamahalaan ng PORAC dito dahil naglabas ng permit?
Well, kung talagang nagbigay sila ng permit, no? Permit to build, yung building permit na despite na alam naman nila na medyo wala sa substandard yung yung building, pwede silang they can be held liable also.
On other issue, Chief, ang DILG pinag-utos na yung structural audit ng lahat ng pagmamayari ng gobyerno. On the part of PNP, meron po bang police station, sir, na medyo na-damage or somehow?
Meron konting na-damage sa may Bulacan, 2 stations kung di ako magkamali. No? Pero minor damages lang. No? Kasi sumusunod kami sa building code. Ayos. Yes. Kasi sumusunod kami kung saan talaga ang plano yun ang sinusunod natin. Walang porse-porsyento dito sa atin.
Walang injured na PNP during...
Wala tayong injured. Kaya nagamit natin yung mga na-maximize natin yung gamit ng tao natin. Just like here, no, we have more than 1,400 na personnel na warm bodies na nandito. Dito mismo alone is more than 800 dito ang nandito ngayon na pulis natin na tumutulong sa pag-retrieval operations natin.
Sir, nagkaroon din ng 6.2 magnitude sa Samar. May update pa kayo?
Kakakausap ko lang sa regional director, wala pang report yung mga iba't ibang stations natin. They're still consolidating the different reports from the different stations as of this time. A few minutes ago lang, kausap ko yung RD natin doon. Hopefully, walang na-disgrasya doon. Okay? Thank you.
A very quick briefing from PNP Chief Police General Oscar Albayalde. He is in Porac in Pampanga where President Duterte is expected briefly. The President is going to be checking on the rescue situation there in the Chuzon supermarket, that 4-story collapsed building in the town of Porac. General Albayalde, I suppose, also expected to attend the situation briefing that President Duterte is going to be at in the city of San Fernando, provincial capital in Pampanga. Albayalde also explaining that he's spoken to the regional director, General John Carlos of Region 8 Police Regional Director. And so far, they're still consolidating reports that are coming in trickles. But Albayalde also explaining that as far as he knows, for regions 3 and 4 in areas affected by yesterday's earthquake, 6.1 earthquake, with the epicenter in Castillejos and Zambales, no major damages to any of the police stations in those areas. We're showing some video. This is, if I'm not mistaken, yes, this is the video from Porac in Pampanga. This is the 4-story collapsed supermarket building, the Chuzon supermarket. That's where intensive rescue operations are going on. We're going to pause for a very brief break. Please stay tuned to CNN Philippines. This is CNN Philippines breaking news. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Barely 24 hours after yesterday's earthquake that had its epicenter in Castillejos in Zambales, another earthquake struck, this time in the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. It was a magnitude 6.5. It struck at 1:37 p.m., 1:37 this afternoon. Again, it is a magnitude 6.5. Intensity 5 was felt in various areas: Tacloban City in Leyte, Catbalogan City in Samar, General MacArthur, Salcedo and Giwan in Eastern Samar, Naval in Biliran, Catarman in Northern Samar, Palo and Pastrana in Leyte. In Eastern and intensity 4 and 3 in other areas in various provinces near Samar, also as far as Butuan City, Cabadbaran City, Binalbagan, Negros Occidental, Cabalian, Southern Leyte, Dimasalang in Masbate. Reports and photographs coming out of Cebu City, some minor damage there. Pictures from the Cebu Technological University students gathering in open spaces just after they evacuated from their classrooms. Like we were saying, this was just barely 24 hours since yesterday's quake that had it as its epicenter in the town of Casilleos in Zambales in Central Luzon. President Duterte is expected anytime now at the provincial capital in the city of San Fernando in Pampanga. He's going to be getting a situation briefing there. PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde, General Oscar Albayalde, is also in Pampanga. He's waiting in Porac for the moment. The president is expected to pass by Porac, whether it's not clear before or after that situation. After that situation briefing, Ina Andalong is at the city of San Fernando, provincial capital, with Health Secretary Francisco Duque. Ina?
Mga kababayan naman natin ay 15 missing doon po sa ground zero nung sa Chuzon Supermarket. Ito po yung nagiba na gusali at meron din po tayong isa na itala na missing naman sa Zambales. So yan po ang ating pong pinakahuling talaan.
Sir, kapag po ganun, what are the chances po of survival? Kapag, anyway, overnight pa lang naman.
Well, I spoke to the military that was leading in the rescue and recovery, and they were saying that there seems to be signs of life underneath through their surveillance technology. There's an equipment they're using. I believe it's a ultrasonic equipment, so it's able to determine movement, breathing, and even heartbeat.
Sir, how about po yung hospital? Do we have enough facilities po to accommodate yung pong mga injured?
Yes. Yung absorptive capacity, okay naman sa ngayon. In fact, may mga ilan-ilan na discharge na nga dahil may mga minor injuries. Hindi naman ito lahat major injuries, no? Pero ganun pa man, yung mga major injuries, so far, ang huling ulat sa akin ay they are stable. So thank God, they're stable, and sana po ay patuloy ang kanilang pagpapagaling at manumbalik sila sa kanilang normal na buhay.
Yung sa Samar, may update na po kayo?
Wala pa. Alam ko lang, 6.2 ang magnitude of the earthquake, but so far there has been no report that has come in. But we are awaiting a report from the DOH Region 8.
Sorry, anong possible na pwedeng makuha ng mga nasa hospital natin? Is it for free yung hospital?
Libre lahat yun, that's for sure. Unang-una, may PhilHealth yan mga yan. Karamihan dyan covered ng PhilHealth. Kung hindi naman, ay babayaran din yan ng PhilHealth through the point of service program ng DOH.
That's the victims will just say that
Yes. They shouldn't be billed. That's right.
So, yung mga dinala din ako sa evacuation, have you checked the medical condition ng mga tao?
Hindi ko pa na-check, but my people are there and they're monitoring, and they will just give me a report later on. What is the situation? Oh yeah, I'm sure there is a medical assistance. Kasi part of our response, the Health Emergency Management Bureau coordinates with the regional emergency response teams, which come from initially, in this case, the Bataan General Hospital Emergency Response Team, and then after that they were replaced by the ERT of the Jose B. Lingad, and then also from the Paulino J. Garcia of Nueva Ecija. So, nagro-rotate. So, kung ako naman, tuloy-tuloy, may sistema na tayo dyan, may protocol na tayo.
Sorry, but sa mga signs of life, sir, gaano ba crucial yung next few hours considering mainit?
Of course, it's crucial. It's crucial. That's why but they also have to be very careful because of the rubble. You know, hindi naman pwede. Siyempre, habang you're retrieving, kailangan siguraduhin mo na hindi naman makakadisgrasya din doon sa mga nagsasalba o yung mga nagdi-drill and yung mga kumukuha ng mga sana yung mga buhay pa no na mga tao, but kahit na yung mga patay kailangan din i-retrieve.
Sir, yung survival level niya, ibig sabihin hanggat may hangin pa sila nakukuha dun sa ilalim?
Yes, we have had reports in Baguio in 1990 earthquake. Isang linggo nakuha pa buhay. So let's all pray and hope for the best. And as long as there are signs of life underneath, then we have to do our best. The retrieval teams have to exert best effort and at the same time exercise caution na hindi naman sila madisgrasya din habang nagsasalba.
Libre na yung mga...
Libre lahat ng kanilang hospitalization. Yes. No, he already expects that we know how to deal with this. This is not the first time that we're dealing with this, and we already know what protocol to follow. Okay, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Health Secretary Francisco Duque there at in the provincial capital of Pampanga in the city of San Fernando. He's also waiting for President Duterte to arrive there so that they can conduct that situation briefing. Duque talking about health department efforts, medics in the different areas affected by the two earthquakes. Yesterday's earthquake, yesterday afternoon, past 5 in the afternoon, that had its epicenter Castilleos in Zambales. Now that earthquake affected areas in Central Luzon, most especially Pampanga, Central Luzon, Metro Manila, a few provinces, Southern Tagalog, and the fringes of Metro Manila. And this afternoon's earthquake at 1:37 p.m. That had as its epicenter San Julian, the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. That earthquake was a magnitude 6.5, intensity 6, 5, 4, and 3 felt in various areas. As far down south as Butuan City and also far up to some provinces, some areas in the Bicol region. The government dealing with these two earthquakes happening within the span of 24 hours. Like we said, yesterday's earthquake at past 5 in the afternoon and today's earthquake, the 6.5 magnitude earthquake, San Julian, Eastern Samar at 1:37. This afternoon. We're going to be going back to Porac in Pampanga. There is a 4-story supermarket building that collapsed just moments after that earthquake struck at 5:11 in the afternoon, late afternoon. Our correspondent, Caroline Bonquin, is still standing by there. Caroline, what's happening right now?
Yeah, it's been 19 hours since Chuzon Supermarket collapsed and the rescue operation continues right now. A new crane from a private company has just arrived to help in removing all the debris, all this big chunks of cement walls from the rubble. We are seeing now at least 80 people, government workers and volunteers helping in the operation. Most of them are on standby, first aid responders waiting for someone to be brought out, hopefully alive, from the rubble. The biggest challenge for the rescuers right now is actually removing these big chunks of cement and steel, which used to be part of the supermarket's wall and ceiling. So what they did earlier this morning is to attach cables on the roof. There's also jack equipment in various parts of the supermarket to hold the remaining structure, while these heavy equipment, this set of 5 cranes, slowly remove the debris. Aside from that, we were told by DILG Secretary Eduardo Año that the dust makes it hard for the rescuers to see what lies below the collapsed structure. So earlier we have very limited view from where we're standing right now. This is the designated spot for the media. But earlier this morning and this afternoon, we are seeing a couple of rescuers, at least 6 to 12 rescuers going in and out of the collapsed structure. They're scanning the area, trying to locate people. You also see a couple of them pouring drinking water in the rubble to hydrate those who are still alive. Some of them are drilling holes in these chunks of cement to allow the air to pass through and to allow those who are still alive underneath to breathe while waiting to be rescued. PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde told the media a while ago that the owner of Chuzon Supermarket is now under the police custody. They're investigating him right now. They're asking for all his papers, for his building permits, for his plans to understand why the building collapsed while its nearby structures, this public market and this sports complex was barely damaged, Pia.
All right, we're going to get back to Carolyn Buanqui and have some questions, but we're going to get back to you, Carolyn. In the meantime, let's go first to Clark International Airport, expected to resume operations tomorrow. Transport Secretary Art Tugade was there earlier. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Kausap ko yung Vice President ng Operation, kausap ko yung Presidente ng SIAC na kung saan na sabi nila based on the analysis and evaluations of our technical people. At the earliest, we will operate tomorrow. At the latest, we can operate on Thursday. Bakit? Kasi ho, yung crack na nakita sa tower, lumabas at sabi ng mga technical people, superficial. Ibig sabihin, magagamit. Yung mga runway, walang problema. Yung taxiway, walang problema. Makikita nyo ang problema, ito lang. Yung sa check-in counter. Ang gagawin ho dyan, aalisin yung mga nakalaylay, itataas at yung counters na yun, gagamitin din. Dito rin ho yung check-in. Ngayon, dahilan sa bukas pwede nang gamitin at the best, at worst sa Thursday, tanong, substantive ba yung damage? Ganun ho yun. In terms of numbers and pesos, ang estimate mga 30 million lahat-lahat na. Hindi lang itong arrival section. Kasama na yung mga ibang equipment na kung saan napagtanto ng ating Pangulo at ang ating Vice President for Operation na apektado, 2 X-ray. At yung component niyan, minimal. So, okay lang na mag-operate, sir. Very good question. At the earliest, tomorrow. At the latest, Thursday.
Next question. Sir, I would like to know, beside all this airport, do we still have other big infrastructure destroyed in this time's earthquake?
Number one, Madam, I am connected with transportation. When I speak of infrastructure affected by the earthquake, I should zero in on that platform which is involving my department. But generically to your question, there are other structures that have been affected. We know that there is a grocery that collapsed. We know that there are roads that needs to be repaired. We even know that there is a church whose belfry was destroyed. So there are other structures. Is it substantive? I would rather leave that to the other secretaries that handle their own areas of responsibility rather than me making a hazardous guess on how much and what happened and what will happen.
Thank you. Next question. Ano sir yung particular assistance?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Ano sir yung particular assistance na binibigay natin sa mga pasahero? Kasi marami po sa kanila umaasa pa rin na makakabiyahe na sila at the earliest time.
Ganito ho yan. Last night, I will try to mix it in English and in Tagalog because there is an international flavor to what I'm going to say. Last night, together with the President of SIAC and the Vice President of SIAC, we met with airline representatives. Given this platform, your question is, what have we agreed upon?
Basically, what we have agreed upon is to make the state of affairs of the riding public and the passengers comfortable as much as possible. Having been said, we said, number one, if this airport will not be operational for a period of time and you have to go to NAIA in order to fly out, you have to provide shuttle, comfortable shuttle service. Number two, if they are to wait because they are waiting for their baggages or waiting for the shuttle services, they will have to be provided with something that can fill in their stomach, beverage and drinks and snacks. Number three, I said, when you do this, there must be no additional cost to the passenger. We do this because our objective, following the pronouncement of our president, making the passenger life comfortable, is by way of assistance. Number three, we said there will be no charges or costs for the shuttling service. There will be no additional cost for rebooking. You know, at the same time, I have instructed last night the head of our USEC for road. I said, if there will be a lack or a need for additional bus, issue the special authority on site so that the buses that can ferry or shuttle these passengers from here to MIA, Terminal 1, 2, 3, and 4 can be satisfied. You know, I spoke generically. Now you are talking of exceptional exemptions about one passenger. This is a specific situation which requires us to address it specifically. Okay? The objective is for the passenger, if they are to move out of this terminal, they must have their luggage. So that what we need is to have a proper coordination between the passenger, SIAC, and immigration. Right now, if you will note, there are point persons somewhere which will afford coordination. If you can give us the details right away, the Vice President for Operations will handle that so that it will be specifically addressed.
Okay, next.
Well, Artugade there, Transportation Secretary, talking about the integrity of structures. That's important, of course, specifically for the Clark International Airport. In the meantime, after these series of earthquakes and aftershocks, all right, well, before that, we're going to go first to Pampanga in Lubao. Our Tristan Nadalo is there. He's been making the rounds of different Catholic churches. Some of them have sustained minor damages because of yesterday's earthquake.
Pia residents in Porac, Pampanga are still recovering from the earthquake's impact that hit their town yesterday. So one of the most affected areas in Porac is their 4 centuries-old church in Pampanga, which is the Saint Catherine of Alexandria Parish. So it's been there for more than 400 years, but it is the first time that the church experienced such devastation. So as you can see in the live pictures that we are showing now, the Bells Church Tower was severely devastated, and the church, the management or the priest ordered that there will be no services for now, while they are still fixing or organizing when do they plan to repair the church. So if you would see inside the church walls remain intact, but the altar loses one of its most important figures, which is their patron saint, Saint Catherine. Some workers or some of the church workers say that they are still very fortunate, or they're still very blessed, because even though there's a big impact of the earthquake, they're still very blessed because the earthquake didn't happen during Easter Sunday, which is the influx of people in the church. So for now, we are going around and visiting churches here in Pampanga. Also, another church that was affected by the earthquake, the St. Augustine Church in Lubao, Pampanga, but compared to Porac, it has a minimal damage, but the church's tower was also affected. Yeah.
Tristan Nadalo there reporting about some damage sustained by some of the churches there, specifically St. Catherine of Alexandria Parish in Porac and St. Augustine Church in Lubao. Minor damage there In the meantime, we're going to go very briefly first to a break. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines Breaking News. Welcome back. This is CNN Philippines Breaking News. I'm Pia Ontiveros. 2 earthquakes hitting the Philippines less than 24 hours apart. First, yesterday's earthquake that had as its epicenters Castillejos in Zambales. It was a magnitude 6.1. Affected areas, specifically Pampanga, Central Luzon, parts of Metro Manila, parts of Southern Luzon. And today's earthquake at 1:37 this afternoon, a magnitude 6.5 in San Julian, the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. Intensities were felt in other areas, intensity 5. 4 and 3, lesser intensities there. Cebu City, reports and photographs coming out of that city. Some students in some schools gathering in open spaces after evacuating their classrooms, their school buildings. It was a familiar sight. That was exactly what happened yesterday here in Metro Manila when the earthquake struck at past 5 in the afternoon. People were coming out, streaming out of their buildings in Makati, Taguig, and other areas here in Metro Manila. Right now, the center of, or the focus and attention is on Porac in Pampanga. There is a 4-story supermarket building that collapsed in that town, and people are rescuers are pulling out survivors. We're not sure if this is a live shot, or if this is all right. This is not a live shot. This was taken earlier. This was a rescue of a survivor. Earlier, Carolyn Bonkin was explaining to us that rescuers were pouring drinking water down open spaces in the hopes that this could help hydrate those that they believe are still trapped under the rubble. They're hoping to bring out more people alive than dead. I mentioned Carolyn Bonkin. She's still there in Porac. She joins us now by phone. Carolyn, a while ago you were saying that the owner of the supermarket is in the custody of the police. General Abayado himself had said that he had voluntarily surrendered, but he's one piece of the puzzle. What we want to know is where the municipal engineer is of Porac. We all know that before a building gets, is put up, that syempre dadaan sa municipal engineer ang lahat ng papeles para sa isang building permit. So, what is the name of this municipal engineer? Where is he? And has he been spoken to?
Pia, we talked to Mayor Carling de la Cruz, the mayor of Porac, Pampanga earlier, and he said that the municipal engineer who approved the building permit for the Chuzon supermarket has already retired. But he told us that Chuzon supermarket was issued a building permit sometime in 2014. It met all the requirements based on the municipal building engineers inspection, all the requirements set by the National Building Code. So supposedly, all the proper technical, mechanical, electrical, and structural plans for the construction of the buildings are met. But yet again, Pia, as I've told you earlier, Chuzon is not yet off the hook. The DPWH started its forensic investigation on the current condition of the building. They wanted to know why it actually collapsed. We were told earlier by DILG Secretary Eduardo Año, this information is still not confirmed. They still have to confirm it, but our officials are getting information that Chuzon supermarket is originally just a 2-story building, and then sometime between 2014 to 2019, it was they added 2 more floors in the supermarket area, and that's one of the focus of their investigation. Now, Pia, aside from checking the original plan, all the permits that they submitted, Pia.
Yeah, Carolyn, you said it was originally, when they first applied for a building permit, 2-story building lang, tapos naging 4-story. Dinagdagan nila. Yung pagdagdag ng 2 palapag, may permit din yon. Is that clear?
Pia, wala pang information tungkol dyan because we were able to talk to Mayor de la Cruz before nagpa-interview si Secretary Anyo.
Okay.
And
All right.
Yeah, and then we have to talk to Mayor de la Cruz again, but he is waiting now for President Duterte, so we will get more updates from here in late. Yeah.
Okay, Caroline. And there are other structures there na 4-story or even taller. There in the town of Porac. Meron, di ba? Like we can see this video when the camera pans left. Merong structure na kasing, I'm not sure, no? Well, there's a tall building there. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Magulo ang video eh.
But yes, Pia, meron dito. Basically, Chuzon Supermarket is situated in between two structures. So the other one is the Cultural Sports Complex and on its right side. And then on the left side is Porac Public Market. So Chuzon Supermarket is just a little bit taller, just a little bit higher than the Cultural Sports Complex. But based on what we're seeing right now, the Cultural Sports Complex and the Porac Public Market were barely damaged, Pia.
Okay, and Caroline, thank you for that report. We'll get back to you. We've heard that President Duterte is expected there anytime. Dahil that, like you said earlier, no, dadaan siya doon bago pumunta doon sa situation briefing sa City of San Fernando, provincial capital. Caroline Bonkin there reporting from Porac in Pampanga. We're going to go to a short break. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines Breaking News. Welcome back. This is CNN Philippines Breaking News. A very busy day, well, very busy last 2 days for the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS. Yesterday's earthquake with its epicenter in Castillejos, Zambales, 6.1 magnitude, and today's earthquake, 6.5 magnitude in San Julian in Eastern Samar, less than 24 hours apart. So like we said, it's a busy day. Another briefing by PHIVOLCS is going to happen moments from now. In PHIVOLCS, we're going to be hearing from Ishmael Narag. He is the officer in charge of the SOEPD, that is the Seismological Observation and Earthquake Prediction Division. Dr. Teresito Bacol, the PHIVOLCS scientist, and Dr. Romel Gutas. He is Senior Science Research Specialist. These are live pictures going to tell us more about these earthquakes. The last, like we said, less than 24 hours apart, magnitude 6.5 today, Eastern Samar, the town of San Julian, and magnitude 6.1 in the town of Castillejos in Zambales. We're going to be listening in just a bit, final preparations before they begin to speak. So far, there are 2 men on the screen. We're waiting for a third one, but they're going to be telling us why this is happening and what to expect, and more information as to intensities. Yesterday, if you remember, when the announcement, when the earthquake first happened, the first thing that Renato Solidum said was that it was a 5.7 magnitude, but they upped that and it became a 6.1 magnitude. Same thing happened today. Now the earthquake that had as its epicenter San Julian, the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar, a 6.5 magnitude affecting several areas there. So far, 3 men. You can see live shots on the left of the PHIVOLCS briefing that's going to be happening very soon. Many government agencies and many government officials, among them PNP Chief General Oscar Abayalde, saying they are collating reports. They're waiting for reports from the field, from different police stations, for example, government offices, agencies, officials all over the areas in the Visayas and the northern part of Mindanao that were affected by today's earthquake. Again, it was a 6.5 magnitude earthquake that happened at 1:37 this afternoon, April 23rd, Tuesday, just on the heels of yesterday's earthquake that happened at past 5 in the afternoon yesterday, April 22, Monday, and that earthquake had as its epicenter the town of Castillejos in Zambales. We're going to be going now to PHIVOLCS for that briefing. Like we said, it's been a very, very busy last 2 days for PHIVOLCS scientists, government scientists, and seismologists. They will be explaining what has been going on, what is expected. But of course, like they always say, like they always repeat, it is impossible. There is no technology to predict any earthquake. No one, no instrument, no machine, no one, no human being can predict an earthquake. They can only tell us the effects of it, the magnitude, the intensity, and what areas are affected. But they can also, but they do have a list of what kind of damage is expected in areas that have certain intensities. Of course, the higher the intensity, that means the greater damage. Like they were explaining yesterday and today, yesterday's earthquake 6.1, today's 6.5. They are these for us ordinary citizens, ordinary people, no. They seem like major earthquakes or big earthquakes, but the scientists are saying these are not major earthquakes. These are not big, really big earthquakes. But we're going to be hearing more from them in just a bit. In the meantime, you're still seeing pictures earlier taken from Porac and Pampanga, the rescue efforts there. Let's go now to Fivol's.
1:37:51 p.m. to be exact. At yung location nito ay 9 kilometers north 66 degrees west of San Julian, Eastern Samar. At may lalim na 63 kilometers. So ito po ay kadahilanan ng Philippine Trench, so subduction zone. At ito yung part ng tectonic. At mayroon itong magnitude na 6.5. Okay, so yung mga na-report sa amin na intensities ay nagkaroon ng intensity 6 sa San Julian, Eastern Samar. Sa Maydolong, Eastern Samar, ito yung na-report na may slight to moderate cracks on concrete walls doon sa kanilang municipal hall, public market, and to several private building and houses. Intensity 6 din sa Borongan City, no? At may reported na partial na cracks on concrete walls in the City Hall building. So yan po. At the rest, intensity 5, Tacloban City, Catbalogan City, Samar, General MacArthur, Salcedo, Giwan, Eastern Samar, Naval, Biliran, Catarman, Northern Samar, Palo and Pastrana, Leyte. Intensity 4 sa Abuyog, Hilongos, Javier, Capoocan, Ulieta, Baybay, Barogo, Haro, MacArthur, Matalom, Villaba, Leyte. At San Francisco, Southern Leyte, sa Bislig, Surigao del Sur, sa Iloilo City, Naga City sa Bicol, Sorsogon City, Panganiban, Catanduanes. At intensity 3 sa Binalbagan, Negros Occidental, Kabalian, Southern Leyte, Dimasalang, Masbate, Butuan City at Cabadbaran City. So umabot din to intensity 2 sa Bago City at sa Bacolod City hanggang sa Davao City. Okay, yung kahapon po ay local fault po ito doon sa may Zambales, Pampanga area. At ito po ngayon ay hindi po related doon kasi ito po ay trench related subduction zone po siya. So nanggagaling yung Philippine Sea Plate ay binabangga yung ating Philippine Archipelago.
Sir, may kinalaman ba yung matulong init ngayon, El Nino, sa mga paggalaw ng fault line?
So yung mga lindol hindi siya affected ng any weather phenomenon. No? So yung pinagmumulan ng lindol natin ay napakalalim, kilometro ang pinangyayarihan at any temperature, extreme weather conditions ay hindi na naapektuhan yung mga lugar na ito.
So basically, ano po paggalaw? Or normal po yun?
Normal po to. Araw-araw po ay nakaka-record tayo ng earthquake. Ito lang po ay medyo nagkaroon ng intensity 6 at may mga hanggang 5, 4 sa ating mga kalupaan.
Nag-issue kami ng info kasi nga people would want to know kung magkaka-tsunami nga dun sa lugar. So far wala kaming no threat ang evaluation namin dito. Initially kasi magnitude 6.2 and then we raised this to 6.5 when we had more data. So ang 6.5 it's crossing over dun sa threshold na pwede nga magka-tsunami. Pero when we looked at the tsunami database, which is a simulation, database of all of the tsunami simulations namin, we entered 6.5. Wala namang pwedeng umabot to a 1 meter wave na pwedeng i-generate. So no threat pa rin yung condition.
So i-add ko lang, ang lindol po natin ay 65 kilometers, so nasa intermediate na. 63 kilometers, nasa intermediate na yung lindol natin. So yung mga Sumatra 2004 earthquake, shallow po yun, 30 kilometers ang depth. So yun po ang mga pwedeng mag-trigger ng tsunami.
Normally mas mahina yung ground shaking kasi nga aabot ng matagal na time before umakyat yung wave, no? Pero yun nga, pag nasa ilalim kasi mas dense yung material, so ibig sabihin mas efficient siyang nagta-travel yung wave natin. Mas malawak yung felt area, pero mas mahina. Kasi mas efficient kasi mag-travel ang waves sa mas dense na material. Pareho lang yan ng sound eh. So yung sound kasi nagta-travel faster in solids compared to air. So ganun din siya, mas dense yung material at that depth, kaya mas efficient na nagta-travel at depth yung wave natin, kaya mas malawak siya na felt.
Saka the deeper the source of the earthquake, the wider the area na mararamdaman ng mga tao saan shaking.
Yan po third wave yung earthquake. Third wave. Ibang lugar naman, pwede mangyari.
You mean
earthquake, diba?
Another earthquake.
Okay.
Eastern Samar, then meron pa kayo yung third wave.
Kung sa Metro Manila magkakaroon ng lindol.
Kung meron pang third wave earthquake.
No, tama si Ma'am, you cannot predict when an earthquake will take place. So, pwedeng meron, pwedeng wala. Hindi natin malalaman kung magkakaroon ng lindol sa Metro Manila dahil nagkaroon ng lindol sa Samar. Hindi po ganun yun. So, yung earthquake random po yan, pwedeng mangyari yan anywhere sa Pilipinas kasi nga marami tayong active faults.
I think maintindihan natin about fault interactions. So yung pagyanig, which is elastic in nature, isipin na lang natin yung goma, no? So ang elastic babalik yan to its original state. So yung pagyanig, hindi siya nakaka-affect ng mga faults around the area. However, yung transfer ng stress, okay, yun yung tinitignan natin, no? So yung paggalaw ng ating fault would transfer yung amount of stress dun sa katabing fault. So tinitignan natin yung amount ng transfer ng stress kung ito ay enough para mag-trigger ng nearby faults. So far hindi namin nakikita ito. Kasi nga, masyadong malalim yung event. Yung binanggit ni Dr. Grutas kanina, local fault, it just means na very shallow na fault system located between Pampanga and Zambales. No? So, wala siyang superficial expression nito. That's why hindi siya nasa active faults map namin. No? But itong event na to is around more than 60 kilometers. So 63 kilometers. At depth na siya, masyado siyang malalim. As you can see, if you look at the tally ng ating earthquake activity, hindi as energetic compared to what happened itong dito sa Pampanga, Zambales. No? So if you look at the count, masyadong mahina yung aftershock activity compared to this, which is characteristic of very intermediate and deep earthquakes. Nakakaunti lang yung aftershock activity. So yung magnitude ng event is the basis kung major or minor yung event. No? So kasi nga, yung magnitude is a measure of the energy released by the event. So if it's a major earthquake, ibig sabihin mas malaki yung energy na inilabas nito. So with this, depende na kung gaano kakalayo from the source, it will determine yung amount of effect na pwedeng gawin nito sa isang area. So if it's very deep, definitely humihina na to as it reaches the surface. But if it's a shallow event, like what happened in Pampanga, Zambales, it will reach the surface faster, mas malaki yung level ng ground shaking na pwede ma-experience. Okay, so ang major earthquake nga, magnitude yung basis. But if we look at it in terms of how we monitor events, the major earthquake would be something that would be 6 or above, na pwede siyang mag-rupture in the surface. May possibility na may surface rupturing event. No? So yung mga surface rupturing events would have clear deformations in the surface na manifestation of deformation in the surface at yun yung dahilan kaya tayo nagkakaroon ng mas maraming effect sa ibabaw. So everyday nagkakaroon tayo ng lindol and yet wala tayong nakikitang damages. It's because either masyadong malalim yung event o masyadong mahina yung magnitude ng earthquake.
Yung minor quake would range from magnitude 3 to 3.9, and then light quake would be from 4 to 4.9, and then moderate from 5 to 5.9, and then strong would be 6 to 6.9, and then major would be magnitude 7 to 7.9, and then great magnitude earthquake would be 8 or greater than 8.
Yes. In engineering, the significant earthquake is from 5.4 and above. So engineering significance, it means na pwede mo ma-evaluate yung structure o may sira na yung structure. Poorly built structure na shallow earthquake, pwede siyang masira with magnitude 5.4. So yun yung minimum for engineering purposes.
Sir, this earthquake here in Eastern Samar is magnitude is greater than 6.5. Yesterday's was 6.1. The effects of 6.1 is much seen because of its shallow
Yes.
We cannot compare both. Because sir, malakas po siya, pero yung epekto niya, napakahina dahil sobrang lalim.
Yes. Yeah, right.
That's correct. At saka yung mechanism ng earthquake ng Zambales event is quite different. From yung mechanism nitong event na nangyari sa Eastern Samar. Meaning yung sense of motion of the fault na gumalaw. So yung sa Zambales, Pampanga area, it's actually a strike-slip event. So strike-slip meaning very horizontal yung nature ng paggalaw. Ang effect ng horizontal ang motion, kung saan yung rupture direction, usually mas mataas yung ground shaking. And then dun sa kabilang side is mas mahaba yung ground shaking. So yun yung effect if it's horizontal. Whereas kung deep slip, there are places na mas mataas, there are places na mas mababa. And since it's deep slip at depth na 63 kilometers, mas mahina yung effect sa ibabaw.
Yes, bali yung soil condition ay malaki yung contribution sa amplification ng ground shaking. So itong mga sa Porac and Lubao, Guagua, malaki yung shaking niya because of amplified yung sediment niya saturated and yung sediment composition mas medyo soft sediment siya compared dito sa western side na mga volcanic ang sediment.
I think isa ring factor yung titignan natin yung directivity effect. Yung directivity effect, yung kung nasan yung direction ng rupture. So kung ngayon, nagsasalita ako sa'yo, mas naririnig mo ako ngayon kasi nakatutok ako sa'yo. Whereas yung nasa likod ko, most likely hindi ako narinig kasi hindi ako nakatutok sa kanya. Ganon yung effect ng directivity. Kung saan yung direction ng rupture, most likely yun yung dahilan kung bakit medyo malakas din. Plus yung sinasabi nga ni Doc Lutas about yung effect ng sediments na nag-amplify ng ground shaking.
Sir, there are volcanoes both near the areas where the epicenter of the earthquake was. Is there any effect to these volcanoes near the area, like Mount Pinatubo and Mount Pinatubo?
So, yung kabilang division, which is part of the monitoring, medyo na tinignan din nila if it affected yung volcano. No? So, what they did was to look at yung mga instrumentong nakapalibot sa Pinatubo volcano and tingnan kung merong nare-record na any activity within the volcanic edifice. Ang reports lang nila, or at least ang evaluation nila, we need an event na ang S-B meaning it's showing the distance nung source from the crater of Pinatubo should be around 5 seconds, meaning masyado siyang malapit sa crater. Pero so far, yung activity is not really concentrated along the crater, it's at the periphery. Hindi pa siya, walang nangyayari within Pinatubo volcano. And personally, which is not the opinion of the Institute, I think mas unlikely na magkaroon ng event kasi kapuputok lang ng Pinatubo volcano. No? So we need magma para mapondohan yung magma chamber natin para magkaroon ng any eruptive activity doon sa Pinatubo volcano. And it would probably take a long time before this activity, or at least the magma, gets refilled to levels prior to the 1991 eruption.
Yes. Yes, we are closely monitoring yung Mayon volcano and Pinatubo. May mga instrument tayo dyan. So if ma-detect nila na nag-trigger na yung magma, then so ngayon, halos ano pa. Yeah, it's a local fault, but there's no manifestation yung na-map namin na fault because probably na yung nagputok yung Pinatubo na natabunan na siya. So may mga deposits na tayo. So hindi na matitrace yung fault sa ilalim. Yes, ayun mga pinakamalalapit na fault, Iba fault and East Zambales.
So no.
8 kilometers from
Yeah. It's 8 kilometers from the Iba fault yung
Andun na siya,
Nandun na
but
siya.
it's just that hindi lang makita because of the sediment cover. Wala.
There are studies during the time nung eruption ng Pinatubo volcano. Kasi natitrigger yung faults around the volcano because of yung intrusion of magma. So nag-iiba yung stress field and pwedeng ang gumagalaw at that time. So maraming mga na-identified na faults around Pinatubo volcano and possibly pwedeng ang na-identify din itong portion na to. But yung instrumentation at that time is not comparable to what we have right now.
And there are historical earthquakes. Kaya lang noon hindi pa talaga wala pang masyadong instrumentation to identify yung fault.
I mean, knowing that since as of now, medyo hindi pa siya na-identify, after this earthquake, we'll be doing some field work in Zambales to find out these local faults for the area. To at least parang ma-continue natin sa mga iba at saka sa iba pang fault.
Okay, yung fault mapping namin is always a continuous activity sa PIVOX. So, in fact, ngayon may mga projects kami on mapping other active faults. So, marami kaming gagawin aside from yung mga present activities namin. Gagawa kami ng mga studies to clearly map this fault.
Is it liquefaction?
Paano po di-describe yung surface leak?
Parang kaya raw malaki yung damage. Parang there are different kinds of ripples daw.
Baka liquefaction yung sinasabi niya. Okay, yung liquefaction kasi, nangyari yan if your area is sandy. So, kapag in normal situation, yung sand, kapag titignan mo yung sand, it's angular. And in between grains of sand, may spaces yan. And these are filled up with water. So, during strong ground shaking, the sediments would settle down and water would go up. So, yun yung liquefaction.
So, yun yung sir, mabilis na pag-uuli kayo yung mga spaces. Sir, about that naman po, engineering. Sir, ano dapat gawin kapag pinakita kayong cracks sa buildings? Kaya kung isa meron po mga konting cracks sa mga kanina lang na
Yes, ang pinakauna dyan, tanungin yung engineering municipal or building officials or yung DPWH kasi may mga level yung damages ng building. Pag hairline cracks lang yan and sa wall, baka plastering lang. Not the major structural damage. So you need a structural engineer or civil engineer to assess the houses or buildings. So pag structural na-compromise na yung structural level ng building, may structural damage na siya, it means yung column, yung poste na nag-buckle na siya, hindi na siya naka-align, then naghiwalay na yung beam to column, mga ganun connections, at may mga cracks na. So yun, beam and column ay may damage. Depende in terms of sa design, kasi baka sinasabi yung mga residential na mga nagtayo lang, nagsisulpultan lang na did not ask for civil engineering or structural engineer, then I think dapat mas confident ka sa mga gumawa ng design, yung structural analysis. So yung mga high-rise building, talagang nire-required yan ng kailangan may assessment, may performance-based design, maraming level yung design before ka makapag-construct ng isang high-rise structure because you have a very high investment. So hindi mo siya kailangan mag-ask ka ng structural engineering.
The design requirements are higher, especially for yung high occupancy buildings. So it's important that they really follow what is the design requirements as specified in the code. It's always the age-old na we should plan ahead, no? So know what to do, which is currently identify where the safe spots are, where the dangerous areas are. And syempre, kailangan i-practice natin yung the cover and hold procedure until mag-muscle memory na yung ganung reaction after or during an event. And then later on, we should know where to go after nung extreme ground shaking, no? So we should follow the procedure as specified dun sa plano natin, and later on we would want people to participate in all of the drills that the national government and local government is organizing para ma-test natin kung coherent ba yung mga plano natin.
Zambales 400 na. 400.
So as of 3 o'clock, it's around 495 na recorded, and then 67 of the 495 ang na-locate and na-determine yung magnitude ng event. Out of the 67 events, 8 yung felt na may intensity values. No? Sa Samar, it's 21 events ang recorded, 4 yung platted and isa yung felt. No? Okay, so kung platted, it actually means na yung data is sufficient for us to locate the event. Yung recorded is just 1 station or 2 stations. So we're using the nearest station as the reference station kung nare-record na, kung ilan yung nare-record na event kasi siya yung yung pinakamalapit. Ang magandang feature about aftershock.
And that was Earthquake 101. I hope you all paid close attention. Very well explained by the 3 gentlemen from FIVOC. So we will replay that briefing because this was a very simple, very straightforward explanation as to what happened yesterday for the rest of us who are non-volcanologists and non-geologists. But simply put, these are the very basic points that they brought up. Yesterday's event and today's event were not related at all. Yesterday's event was because a local fault, a very shallow fault between Pangasinan and Zambales moved. And today's event, epicenter San Julian in Eastern Samar, was because the Philippine Sea Plate collided with the Philippine archipelago. There was also a question about do extreme weather conditions affect or bring about earthquakes, and certainly they said definitely not. They can't also predict earthquakes like we were saying earlier. No threat of a tsunami. They are also monitoring the amount of stress transfer from one area to another. Also, they did address questions about Mount Pinatubo, the volcano that erupted back in June 1991. That is situated in Botolan in Zambales, covered by this area that was affected by yesterday's earthquake. They did say that there are instruments that record any activity in Pinatubo, but they said the activity was limited to the periphery of the volcano, and definitely they said it takes years before more magma is deposited to allow for the volcano to erupt. And they said kapuputok lang noong 1991 nga lang, and it's going to take many years before another eruption happens, and therefore there is no effect of yesterday's earthquake on Pinatubo volcano. Binanggit din nila ang Mayon volcano because parts of Bicol region, the southern areas of Bicol region were affected by today's earthquake. Again, epicenter San Julian, Eastern Samar. They're monitoring Mayon, but so far no reports of any activity whatsoever. They did talk about why it's important for buildings when they're put up to comply with the building code, for civil engineers, structural engineers to go over all the building plans so that everything is going to be, so that a building is well put up and there will be no damage just in case there is an earthquake. So that is going to be the very latest. These two earthquakes, two events happening in within a span of 24 hours. Yesterday, 6.1 magnitude earthquakes, epicenter Castillejos in Zambales, and today's 6.5 magnitude earthquake, epicenter San Julian in Eastern Samar. Please stay tuned to CNN Philippines for more breaking news, more developments on these big stories. I'm Pia Ontiveros. This is a special edition of Newsnight. I'm Pia Ontiveros. We're monitoring the aftermath of two earthquakes that struck less than a day apart. A magnitude 6.1 tremor that shook parts of Luzon yesterday afternoon, and a magnitude 6.5 quake that rocked the Visayas and northern portions of Mindanao today. Rescue and clearing operations are underway after two powerful earthquakes rocked parts of Luzon, the Visayas, and northern Mindanao in less than 24 hours. Earlier this afternoon, a magnitude 6.5 tremor had its epicenter at the coastal town of San Julian in Eastern Samar province. The quake was felt in nearby towns and provinces, even as far as Bacolod City, Negros Occidental, and the Bicol region. Now, this happened after a magnitude 6.1 earthquake jolted parts of Luzon Monday afternoon. That quake was centered in Castillejos town in Zambales. Among the hardest hit was Pampanga, where at least 16 people have been reported dead. CNN Philippines is closely monitoring the situation in areas affected by the earthquakes. We have correspondents in key areas. Carolyn Bonquin is in Porac, Pampanga. Our senior correspondent, Ina Andolong, trailing the president, also in Pampanga. Makoy Popioco joins us live from the Clark International Airport, and senior correspondent David Santos will report later from FIVOL's headquarters in Quezon City. We'll also have reports from our news stringers. Justine Dizon will join us from Pampanga to tell us more about yesterday's quake. In the Visayas, we'll have Dale Israel in Cebu City and Wilmark Amazona in Tacloban in Leyte. Well, let's go straight to our stringer, Wilmark Amazona in Tacloban, where today's quake sparked alarm among residents. Wilmark, tell us about the aftermath of that tremor.
Panic arises among Tacloban residents and those working in big establishments after the magnitude 6.2 earthquake hit the city this noontime. A private school in the city suffered damages due to the earthquake, but the owner said the building is still safe to use. There were students inside the school who were attending their summer classes when the earthquake happened. The school owner says 2 were injured during the incident, but only with minor bruises. The school is temporarily closed for 2 days to give way on clearing and some repair. Police Colonel Michael David says the city police officers are assisting residents who are in panic due to tsunami scare. Tacloban Police is going to barangay to pacify the people and inform them that there is no tsunami warning issued by PBOX. Colonel David added that he had instructed his personnel to visit hospitals to check if there are people who seek medical attention after getting injured in the earthquake. The city's main street suffers heavy traffic after establishments like malls decided to temporarily suspend their operation after the earthquake. Mall officials in a statement said they will conduct a thorough property inspections before they reopen their establishment for regular operation to ensure the safety of the public. In the initial assessment report from the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, the provinces of Northern Samar and Eastern Samar and Calbayog City and some part of Tacloban are experiencing blackouts. After the quake, works in the public offices are suspended in Calbayog City, while classes are suspended in Borongan City. The Eastern Visayas Police Regional Office initial report says some bridges in Eastern Samar suffer minor cracks but still passable for all types of vehicles. Pia?
Wilmark Amazona there reporting from Tacloban. Now let's have on the phone Cebu-based journalist Dale Israel. Dale, the 6.5 earthquake that was felt in your province, what is the situation like there right now?
Yeah, in Cebu province, officials say as of 2:30 p.m., no damages have been reported following the quake that was felt here early this afternoon. However, Provincial Disaster Management Office Chief Baltasar Tribunalo said they are still conducting assessments in all component towns and cities of Cebu province. Meanwhile, Cebu City Councilor and Chairman of the Disaster Coordinating Council, Dave Tumulak, said Intensity 3 up to Intensity 4 have been felt in Cebu City. He said they are also monitoring barangays and no damages have been reported there. Some schools, including the Cebu Technological University, evacuated their students following the quake. Employees from government offices complex in Sudlun, Lahug also went out to an open area during the tremor. There was also a temporary evacuation of some buildings at the Cebu IT Park where a number of high-rise buildings are located. The City Disaster Management Office also said that the thousands of young delegates who are here in Cebu City for the ongoing National Youth Day celebrations are safe. Pia?
Dale Israel there reporting on the phone. CNN Philippines also spoke to two residents in Eastern Samar after the magnitude 6.5 quake struck the province. One said infrastructure in the area suffered damage, while another recalled the moment the tremor hit.
I was on my way po to Borongan City. Tapos, while we're on the road, we felt na talagang lumilindol. So, nag-stop kami momentarily kasi may mga nasira yung mga asphalt doon sa provincial roads. Tapos, doon sa may bridge area, nasira din. Actually, I took some pictures and I posted it on Twitter, so it's there. Tapos, when we arrived at the town proper, yung bell tower nila parang medyo nasira yung upper portion.
Can you describe the reactions ng mga taong kasama mo? Kasi sinabi mo that you're on the road. May kasama ka ba sa sasakyan at that time?
Yeah, actually, yeah, we were 5. We were actually shocked kasi talagang malakas yung yung galaw. So nag-stop kami. I told the driver to stop kasi nga along the road, yung approaching sa bridge, medyo sira talaga siya.
We started to feel that the walls were shaking, the floors were moving, our desktop computers were moving. So we started running towards the door immediately and search for an open space. So doon na kami lahat nagkumpol-kumpol.
Okay, so hindi na kayo nag-duck cover hold, tumakbo na kayo agad palabas?
Tumakbo na po kaagad. We didn't think na of anything else but really just to run outside for safety.
Okay, how many seconds did you feel the earth shaking?
Medyo matagal. I think 2 minutes, ganyan. Kasi we felt after the strong shaking, akala namin tapos na, but then when we were talking na and I was taking pictures, we felt na meron pa ring konting movement. So parang doon na kami medyo mas nagpanic.
Well, here in Luzon, rescuers racing against time to pull people out from under the rubble of a 4-story supermarket which collapsed during yesterday's quake. Our correspondent Carolyn Bonquin has the latest from Porac in Pampanga. Carolyn, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, it's been 24 hours and rescuers are still working to locate and save those who may still be trapped under the debris of the Chuzon supermarket. As of this time, 5 are confirmed dead, 9 others survive and are in the hospital, while rescuers are still trying to know on how many people are still trapped here. The 4-story building of Chuzon Supermarket in Porac, Pampanga. Now, its 3 floors are reduced to rubble, with little structures holding together what's left of the building after a 6.1 magnitude earthquake hit the nearby province of Zambales on Monday. Government forces and volunteers work round the clock. There are still signs of life somewhere beneath this pile of broken cement wall and steel. From time to time, rescuers are seen pouring drinking water in the rubble to keep the remaining survivors hydrated while waiting to be rescued. At 4 a.m., a woman was pulled out alive, followed by a male supermarket employee at 9 a.m. and another woman rescued just before lunch. By afternoon, 9 were already saved.
May amputee. They had to cut off the legs of one casualty. Most of them are orthopedic cases, no? So, and then 7 are serious injuries, no? So when you say serious, ito na yung mga nadurog ang buto, no? Malalim ang sugat, and some naman have a combination of contusions, no? Bugbog, ang laman.
Unfortunately, 5 others were found dead, including Jason de la Cruz's family. Jason was outside the supermarket parking their tricycle. His wife and 2 kids had gone inside. Then he felt the ground shaking.
Paglingon ko, wala na, bagsak na yung building. Eh, siyempre, hahanapin ko sila. Oo, kaya lang, wala, hindi ko na sila nakita.
Hanggang kay anong oras ka?
Hanggat di sila nakita, hindi ako umalis doon.
Rescuers first retrieved the dead body of his 6-year-old son Jacob, then his wife Manalyn and 1-year-old daughter Haley were found lifeless, clutching each other's hands.
Imbestigaran mo kung matibay ang pagkakagawa para walang mga beryang mangyayari sa mga tao. Kawawa naman. Mga bata pang mga apo ko. Ganyan ang nangyari sa kanila.
Near Ground Zero, worried relatives in an agonizing wait, hoping that the next person pulled out on a stretcher is their relative.
Ang importante dyan, makakuha sila ng hangin dyan eh. Naghahanap ng mga pwedeng butasin yung ating mga rescuers para magkaroon ng liwanag at hangin doon sa loob.
Ano ho yung mga challenge na kinakaharap ng mga rescuers natin, sir?
Siyempre, ang unang-unang mahirap dyan, yung mga usok, alikabok sa loob. Ano? Yun yung nakakachok doon sa mga victims. Alam niyo na, pagka gumawa, halos zero visibility.
Officials are now investigating the owner of the supermarket for violations. He's currently under the police custody.
Titingnan natin yung factual basis. Titingnan natin doon yung sa plano ng kanyang structure. Hindi to confirm, pero ang sabi, ito daw ay dating 2-story lang. At in-extend to 4th floor.
Yeah, the biggest challenge for rescuers up until now is removing these big chunks of cement and pieces of steel which used to be part of the supermarket's wall and ceiling. On top of that, dust also blinds rescuers from seeing what lies below the collapsed structure. As of this time, 2 people are believed to be still alive. Meanwhile, Pia, President Rodrigo Duterte was just here a while ago. We received reports that he came here after visiting the wake of those who died in the Chuzon supermarket. He went straight to one of the tents here, and then he went near to where the heavy equipment and rescuers are. But as of this moment, we're still trying to get a word on what he actually did there and on what he discussed with the rescuers, Pia.
Carolyn Bonkin there reporting live from Porac in Pampanga. Now, when will the Clark International Airport resume operations after an earthquake damaged the terminal yesterday? We'll give you live updates when we return. This is Newsnight, where we go above and beyond the headlines. Welcome back to a special edition of Newsnight. President Duterte currently making the rounds in Pampanga. That as the local government limits the scope of a state of calamity earlier declared for the whole province. Our senior correspondent, Ina Andolong, joins us from San Fernando, the city of San Fernando in Pampanga. Ina, what can you tell us?
Yeah, President Duterte just arrived minutes ago here at the provincial capital of Pampanga. As you mentioned, now he's being briefed on the effects of yesterday's 6.1 magnitude earthquake. The initial presentation is being given by the Chief of the Office of Civil Defense, Rick Halad. The President came from Porac, where he visited the wakes of those who died from because of the earthquake, and also inspected the Chuzon supermarket, where rescue operations continue for those still under the rubble. Now, after the briefing, we do expect the President to speak to reporters here to give us his thoughts first on what he saw in Porac, and of course his directives in line with yesterday's earthquake, and likely also possible directives he has for the 6.5 magnitude earthquake that hit Visayas today. Now, before President Duterte arrived here, Governor Lilia Pineda spoke to reporters and said that the declaration of the state of calamity in the province will be revised. She said instead of having the entire province of Pampanga under a state of calamity, it will be changed to have only the 2nd district covered by the declaration. The 2nd district of Pampanga covers the towns of Lubao, Guagua, Porac, Florida Blanca, Santa Rita, and Samsuan. Here's a portion of our interview with the governor earlier.
Kasi kaya ko lang sinabi yun na magdi-declare tayo ng province-wide ng state of calamity kasi akala ko yung damage namin ng mga property kamukha ng 3rd, 4th, 1st district. Nakita namin na hindi naman ganun talaga yung damage. So 2nd district lang.
Now, as far as resources are concerned, Governor Pineda says the local government can still manage with the funds that they have in assisting all Pampangueños affected by the earthquake, specifically in paying for the hospital expenses of those who are rushed because of their injuries, and of course the burial of those who died. She says they only expect national government assistance for damaged infrastructure projects which are owned by the government. Pia?
Ina Andolong there reporting from the city of San Fernando in Pampanga. Officials at Clark International Airport hope to resume operations by tomorrow. Our Makoy Popioco joins us live from there. Makoy, what is the situation on the ground?
Pia, it's been a hectic and chaotic day here at Clark International Airport. Emotions ran high after some passengers began voicing their frustration with airlines, which they say issue late advisories and have not been responsive to their concerns. The passenger assistance counters are situated there outside the departure area at an open space. It's been a hot day. As the humidity rises, so does the temper of a lot of passengers. We captured a heated argument between some passengers and airline representatives, and passengers have been asserting that they should have received prior notice about flight cancellations, and airlines should have at least sent them a text message or an email notifying them about the flight cancellations. A family, for one, has been complaining that their flight schedule today has not been part of any flight cancellation advisories posted on the social media pages of the airline and even on TV advisories. And they said that they've been persistently calling the airline hotlines, but to no avail. Well, we talked to some airline representatives, and they said that they've been doing their best to accommodate everyone, and it's just that they've been swamped with so many phone calls, and they've been attending to a lot of passenger concerns. They continue to appeal for understanding. And meanwhile, airport officials vow to partially resume operations either tomorrow, Wednesday, or on Thursday. And as you can see at the back right now, the clearing of the debris here at the departure area is ongoing. So what you're seeing at the back are some of the workers working overtime to clear this departure area from debris. So airport officials target to clear everything tomorrow so that they can resume operations. But again, Pia, there's no guarantee if all flights tomorrow will be able to depart from this airport. That's why some airline representatives say that it is best for some passengers to rebook their flights on a different date. Pia.
McCoy Popiojo there reporting from the Clark International Airport. A magnitude 6.5 earthquake rocked parts of the Visayas early this afternoon, less than a day after magnitude 6.1 shook Metro Manila and Central Luzon. FIVOX says the quake struck the town of San Julian in Eastern Samar at around 1 p.m. The tremor was also felt in various areas of the Visayas and the Bicol region. The agency placed Tacloban City in Leyte and Catbalogan City in Samar under Intensity 5, classified as strong. Intensity 4 was recorded in the cities of Masbate, Legazpi, and Sorsogon. FIVOX adds it is expecting aftershocks. Dozens injured in Angeles in Pampanga after magnitude 6.1 quake hit the city yesterday. An update on the situation there when we return. This is Newsnight, where we go above and beyond the headlines. Again, our top story at this hour, rescue and clearing operations underway after two powerful earthquakes rocked parts of Luzon and the Visayas in less than 24 hours. Earlier this afternoon, a magnitude 6.5 tremor had its epicenter at the coastal town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. The quake was felt in nearby towns and provinces as far as Bacolod City, Negros Occidental, and the Bicol region. A university in Cebu City felt that quake, forcing hundreds of students and faculty members to evacuate their classrooms. In Pinabacdao town in Samar, a passenger bus swerved off the road as the driver lost control during the earthquake. The bus from Tacloban City in Leyte was on its way to Catbalogan in Samar when the incident happened. All passengers are safe. Meanwhile, this photograph showed the building of a college in Tacloban City suffered damage from the quake, glass windows broken and walls cracked. In Samar, a church in Gandara town was not spared. A huge crucifix fell off the altar. All these happened a day after a magnitude 6.1 earthquake jolted parts of Luzon. Now, that quake was centered in Castillejos town in Zambales. Among the hardest hit, Pampanga, where at least 16 people have been reported dead. Now, this afternoon's tremor in the Visayas comes close to 24 hours, or came less than 24 hours since the earthquake that struck Luzon. Could they be related? Our senior correspondent, David Santos, joins us from the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or FIVOX, in Quezon City for the latest. David, what do the experts say?
But purely coincidental. Basically, that is how FIVOX experts describe the two succeeding and strongly felt tremors that struck Eastern Visayas earlier this afternoon and Central Luzon more than 24 hours ago. It is general knowledge that earthquakes happen all the time. Even now, as we speak, they just vary in terms of magnitude and intensity, so some could be felt more than the others. Now, to make that distinction between the two succeeding quakes, experts point to its sources or generators. This afternoon's quake with the epicenter in San Julian, Eastern Samar, it was caused by the movement of the Philippine Trench, which means it is traced deep into the seafloor. In fact, the quake's depth was measured at about 63 kilometers. The tremor that hit Luzon yesterday afternoon with Castillejos Zambales as its epicenter is attributed to a local fault, with the fault's exact origin has yet to be determined. Now, it has a depth of only about 10 kilometers. That also explains why the difference on how the two quakes made an impact on the Earth's surface. Yesterday's quake was strongly felt and resulted in significant destruction and even deaths and injuries in Pampanga as well as in adjacent areas because it was shallow. Today's quake also had a strong intensity, but since it it was way deeper. It affected more areas from Samar as the epicenter to as far as Bicol in Luzon, Iloilo in Western Visayas, and Butuan and Davao cities in Mindanao. But then, the destruction comparatively lower than yesterday's tremor. Now, as of 3 p.m., close to 500 aftershocks have been recorded from the Zambales quake, and 8 were felt on the ground. The Samar quake only so far has registered 21 aftershock events and only 1 that was felt. PHIVOLCS reiterates there is no way to predict when the next significant tremor will occur. Experts say it is important to always plan ahead, identify safe and danger zones in your communities, and continue to practice the duck, cover, and hold routine until it becomes part of our muscle memory. Pia.
David Santos there reporting from the PHIVOLCS headquarters in Quezon City. 1 person died and dozens injured after an earthquake hit Angeles, Pampanga yesterday afternoon. Let's get more details from Pampanga-based journalist Justine Dizon joining us on the line. What is the latest, Justine?
Pia, a 74-year-old woman died while 25 others got injured in Angeles City after the earthquake was felt here yesterday afternoon. Angeles City Disaster and Risk Reduction Management Office says among the injured were 8 people who were caught in a stampede in a mall at Clark. The Santa Rosario Parish Church had some cracks on its walls, while the Apong Mama Kalulu Shrine Retablo also got damaged. Holy Angel University, the biggest private university in the region, was also shaken by the quake. Statues in its chapel fell up and some buildings were damaged. Meanwhile, museum curator Bettina Pangilinan Ariola says one of the oldest structures in the city, the Pamintuan Mansion, held its ground and was not damaged. However, pieces of an iconic chandelier here fell off. Pia.
Justin Dizon there reporting. This has been a special edition of Newsnight on the powerful earthquakes that struck Luzon and Eastern Samar. In a few moments, we bring you again the latest media briefing of PHIVOLCS, just in case you missed it. I'm Pia Ontiveros.
The story is making headlines. President Duterte visiting a town hit hard by a strong earthquake as rescuers scramble to search for survivors in a supermarket rubble. In the face of destruction, the faithful remain hopeful after centuries-old church has suffered heavy damage. And in times of disasters, grab a go bag. Know what you should put inside it. Good evening, I'm Ruth Cabal. Welcome to the newsroom. Rescue and clearing operations are underway after 2 powerful earthquakes rocked parts of Luzon and the Visayas in less than 24 hours. Earlier this afternoon, a magnitude 6.5 tremor had its epicenter at the coastal town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. The quake was felt in nearby towns and provinces, even as far as Bacolod City in Negros Occidental, the Bicol region, and Surigao del Sur in Mindanao. This happened after a magnitude 6.1 earthquake jolted parts of Luzon Monday afternoon. That quake was centered in Castillejos town in Zambales. Among the hardest hit was Pampanga, where at least 16 people have been reported dead. PHIVOLCS clarifies the 2 tremors are not related, and the first quake did not trigger the second. It also reiterates there is no way to predict the occurrence of quakes. President Rodrigo Duterte orders to cancel the business permit of a collapsed supermarket in the province of Pampanga. That as rescuers scramble to search for survivors trapped under the rubble. Our senior correspondent Ina Andolong has more.
President Duterte wasted no time raising his concerns before officials who briefed him on the impact of Monday's big earthquake. His first question, what caused the collapse of the Chuzon supermarket? Before attending the briefing, the president actually inspected the supermarket's branch in Porac town, where rescue operations continue for those still buried in the rubble. Interior Secretary Eduardo Años says the supermarket had structural design problems. He explained to the president that it was only supposed to have 2 floors, but now has 4 floors. President Duterte backed Años' decision to suspend the business permits of Chuzon, not only in Porac, but as well as its 4 other branches in Pampanga.
In all probability,
the one who constructed the supermart here could also be the one who constructed the others. I'd like to presume that, although I stand corrected. So it would be good at this time to just give them the advice to stop, cease and desist doing business until such time that the clearance is given by government.
President Duterte's second concern, the assistance given to the injured. Officials have been assuring earthquake victims that proper assistance will be given to them. The health department saying all those receiving treatment in hospitals will not have to pay for anything. The local government of Pampanga also says it will shoulder burial expenses of those who died.
So in other words, sir, that our medical response to everybody, to every kind of injury suffered by now by the people can adequately be met by government at this time.
Yes, sir.
No problem about the money?
Wala po, sir.
No problem about medications?
Wala po, sir.
Dugo, meron?
Meron po tayong Red Cross, meron po tayong blood banks, and they're adequate, Mr. President.
Okay. I'm quite satisfied with this.
Apart from visiting the Chuzon supermarket earlier, President Duterte also visited the wake of a little girl who died in the earthquake. There, he condoled with the grieving parents and gave them assistance. President Duterte rushed to his next engagement in Manila after the briefing, leaving reporters here with no chance to talk to him about his thoughts on the 2 consecutive strong earthquake that hit the country in 2 days. From Pampanga, Ina Andulong, CNN Philippines.
Rescuers racing against time to pull out people trapped under the rubble of the 4-story supermarket, which collapsed during yesterday's quake. 9 people have been rescued this afternoon. Unfortunately, 5 others were found dead. Our Carolyn Bonkin reports.
This used to be the 4-story building of Chuzon Supermarket in Porac, Pampanga. Now, its 3 floors are reduced to rubble, with little structures holding together what's left of the building after a 6.1 magnitude earthquake hit the nearby province of Zambales on Monday. Government forces and volunteers work round the clock. There are still signs of life somewhere beneath this pile of broken cement wall and steel. From time to time, rescuers are seen pouring drinking water in the rubble to keep the remaining survivors hydrated while waiting to be rescued. At 4 a.m., a woman was pulled out alive, followed by a male supermarket employee at 9 a.m. and another woman rescued just before lunch. By afternoon, 9 were already saved.
May amputee. They had to cut off the legs of one casualty. Most of them are orthopedic cases, no? So, and then 7 are serious injuries, no? So when you say serious, ito na yung mga nadurog ang buto, no? Malalim ang sugat, and some naman have a combination of contusions, no? Bugbog, ang laman.
Unfortunately, 5 others were found dead, including Jason de la Cruz's family. Jason was outside the supermarket parking their tricycle. His wife and 2 kids had gone inside. Then he felt the ground shaking.
Paglingon ko, wala na, bagsak na yung building. Eh, siyempre, hahanapin ko sila. Oo, kaya lang, wala, hindi ko na sila nakita.
Hanggang kay anong oras ka po?
Hanggat di sila nakita, hindi ako umalis doon.
Rescuers first retrieved the dead body of his 6-year-old son Jacob, then his wife Manalyn and 1-year-old daughter Haley were found lifeless, clutching each other's hands.
Imbestigar numa kung matibay ang pagkakagawa para walang mga beryang mangyayari sa mga tao. Kawawa naman. Mga bata pang mga apo ko. Ganyan ang nangyari sa kanila.
Near ground zero, worried relatives in an agonizing wait, hoping that the next person pulled out on a stretcher is their relative.
Ang importante dyan, makakuha sila ng hangin dyan eh. Naghahanap ng mga pwedeng butasin yung ating mga rescuers para magkaroon ng liwanag at hangin doon sa loob.
Ano ho yung mga challenge na kinakaharap ng mga rescuers natin, sir?
Siyempre, ang unang-unang mahirap dyan, yung mga usok, alikabok sa loob. Ano? Yun yung nakakachok doon sa mga victims. Alam niyo na, pagka gumawa, zero visibility.
Officials are now investigating the owner of the supermarket for violations. He's currently under the police custody.
Titingnan natin yung factual basis, titingnan natin doon yung sa plano ng kanyang structure. Hindi to confirm pero ang sabi, ito daw ay dating 2-story lang at in-extend to 4th floor.
Caroline Bonkin, CNN Philippines, Pampanga.
No definite word yet on when operations at the Clark International Airport in Pampanga will resume. Transportation officials say the airport may partially reopen either tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday. So there's no guarantee of definite departure schedules. Some airline representatives suggest passengers should instead rebook their flights for another date. The airport was among those damaged by a strong earthquake that hit parts of Luzon yesterday. Officials earlier declared a 24-hour suspension of operations, but later on announced the shutdown will remain pending the repair of damaged structures. What do you think about our top stories tonight? Send us a message at CNN Philippines. We're also live on Facebook. We'll read your comments at the end of the show. Centuries-old churches in Pampanga also suffered the impact of the magnitude 6.1 earthquake that hit Luzon. Our Tristan Odalo reports how churchgoers and residents recover from their experience and how their unwavering faith keeps them going.
Silence fills the air inside the 4 centuries-old St. Catherine of Alexandria Parish Church in Porac, Pampanga. After a strong quake hit the town, the church's walls remain intact, but the altar loses one of its most important statues, that of St. Catherine, the town's patron saint.
5 o'clock, nag-i-start na pong gumagalaw yung mga upuan. Sabi ko, ano ba, naihilo ba ako o what? Sabi ko. Nung 5:10 hanggang 5:11, ayun na, todong lumindol na. Doon ko na narinig na ito na yata ang katapusan ng buhay ko.
The church caretaker said that miraculously, no one was hurt during the strong tremor, but the church's iconic bell tower was destroyed.
Bakit ganito? Bakit? Oy, ano ba yan? First time sa Porac ang nangyari nito. Kaya ginawa namin, tumakbo kaming papalayo para hindi kami tamaan sa mga batong babaksak.
For now, the remnants of the bell are scattered on the church's grounds. Residents wonder when they would hear the peal of the church bells again.
Nakita ko, bumabaksak na yung kampanaryo. Malakas. Sabi ko, Diyos ko po, sabi ko.
This is St. Catherine of Alexandria Parish in Porac, Pampanga. For 400 years, this has withstood the test of time, but until yesterday's earthquake, where its bell tower fell apart and shattered some of its most important religious pieces.
More than 55 kilometers away from Porac, the 17th century neoclassic St. Augustine Church in Lubao was also damaged by the earthquake, especially the church's bell tower. Despite the devastation, Pampanga residents are still thankful that they have survived the quake and that the calamity didn't happen during Holy Week when people filled the houses of worship.
Babangon at babangon sila. Katulad ng inabutan noong Pinatubo, bumangon yung mga Kapampangan.
To them, this is proof that stone structures may be shaken, but never their faith. In Pampanga, Tristan Odalo, CNN Philippines.
You're watching the newsroom on CNN Philippines. Pampanga suffering major damage from yesterday's quake despite being far from the epicenter. An expert tells us why. And the tremor also felt in Metro Manila, creating urban waterfalls. Back after a quick break. You're back in the newsroom on CNN Philippines. Again, our top story at this hour, rescue and clearing operations are underway after 2 powerful earthquakes rocked parts of Luzon and the Visayas in less than 24 hours. Earlier this afternoon, a magnitude 6.5 tremor had its epicenter at the coastal town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. The quake was felt in nearby towns and provinces even as far as Bacolod City and Negros Occidental, the Bicol region, and Surigao del Sur in Mindanao. The Office of the Civil Defense in Region 8 reported at least 5 people were injured from the quake this afternoon. 4 of the victims are from Catarman, northern Samar, while another from San Jorge was hit by falling debris. Meanwhile, these photos show the building of a college in Tacloban City suffering damage from the quake. Glass windows were broken and walls cracked. In Samar, a church in Gandara town wasn't spared. A huge crucifix fell off the altar. A university in Cebu City felt the quake, forcing hundreds of students and faculty members to evacuate their buildings. All these happened a day after a magnitude 6.1 earthquake jolted parts of Luzon. That quake was centered in Casillejos town in Zambales. Among the hardest hit was Pampanga, where at least 16 people have been reported dead. CNN Philippines talked to two residents in Eastern Samar after the strong earthquake struck the province. One said infrastructure in the area suffered damage, while another recalled the moment the tremor hit.
I was on my way po to Borongan City. Tapos, while we're on the road, we felt na talagang lumilindol. So, nag-stop kami momentarily kasi may mga nasira yung mga asphalt doon sa provincial roads. Tapos, doon sa may bridge area, nasira din. Actually, I took some pictures and I posted it on Twitter, so it's there. Tapos, when we arrived at the town proper, yung bell tower nila, parang medyo nasira yung upper portion.
Can you describe the reactions ng mga taong kasama mo? Kasi sinabi mo that you're on the road. May kasama ka ba sa sasakyan at that time?
Yeah, actually, yeah, we were 5. We were actually shocked kasi talagang malaki yung yung galaw. So nag-stop kami. I told the driver to stop kasi nga along the road, yung approaching sa bridge, medyo sira talaga siya.
We started to feel that the walls were shaking, the floors were moving, our desktop computers were moving. So we started running towards the door immediately and search for an open space. So doon na kami lahat nagkumpol-kumpol.
Okay, so hindi na kayo nag-duck cover hold, tumakbo na kayo agad palabas?
Tumakbo na po kaagad. We didn't think na of anything else but really just to run outside for safety.
Okay, how many seconds did you feel the earth shaking?
Medyo matagal. I think 2 minutes, ganyan. Kasi we felt after the strong shaking, akala namin tapos na. But then, when we were talking na and I was taking pictures, we felt na meron pa ring konting movement. So parang dun na kami medyo mas nagpanic.
The strong earthquake in Luzon yesterday triggered a so-called urban waterfall in 2 Metro Manila buildings. Residents nearby recounted their experience during the quake. Our AC Nichols reports.
Panic and chaos. This is how people around the Anchor Sky Suites in Binondo describe the situation when the earthquake struck. Beyond that, the 6.1 magnitude trembler caused an urban mega waterfall to cascade from the building.
Una, butas lang siya. Medyo sumisirit yung tubig, tapos bigla siyang may sumabog. Yun, bumagsak na yung malakas na tubig. Takbuhan kami.
Tricycle driver Noli Galvez ran so fast from the scene, he didn't even notice he had cut his hand.
Hindi ko napansin na hindi ko alam saan bigla kami stop yung tricycle. Nasagi ako sa side wheel niya. Kinabahan ako, kala ko tutumba yung building eh.
Drivers stuck in traffic also ditched their cars and sought safer ground.
Iniwan nila yung mga sasakyan nila. Yun lang.
Dahil natakot sa baka.
Oo, may bumagsak, hindi nila masabi. Kaya inano na nila yung sarili nila.
There was so much water in the area that huge parts of Ongpin and Sabino Padilla streets got soaked. A restaurant barker in the area tells us shards of glass were also falling from the building.
Tubig muna, tapos yung pinakaharang ng sabi nung mga nakatira dyan. Yung fiberglass kasi yung pinakaharang ng swimming pool eh. Yun yung nalaglag.
A similar thing happened to a corporate high-rise in Taguig, but the reaction was different. The violent shaking caused NetPark's tank to rupture. Then the water gushed.
We actually do need to meet with the supplier to find out what was it that caused this tank to rupture, because it should be able to withstand this kind of pressure and this kind of movement.
Around 3,000 to 4,000 tenants evacuated after the quake, and they reportedly went about it in an orderly manner. Some credit this calm to regular drills.
Maybe because we had that drill, we felt that we were prepared, that we know what to do. We know where the fire exits are.
He says the tank is now being repaired. But aside from that, he assures tenants the building sustained no other damage. AC Nichols, CNN Philippines.
More stories from the newsroom. A go bag is one's lifeline during calamities and disasters, but what do they contain? We tell you after a quick break. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us in the newsroom. Back to our top story. President Duterte visits Pampanga province, one of the areas affected by the magnitude 6.1 earthquake. The president ordered to cancel the business permit of a collapsed supermarket in Porac town. Rescue teams are racing against time to dig through the rubble, trying to find survivors. During a briefing with disaster and local officials, Mr. Duterte asked about the government's response and assistance to quake victims. What followed yesterday's earthquake was another magnitude 6.5 tremor this afternoon, this time in the coastal town of San Julian in Eastern Samar. The quake was felt in nearby towns and provinces, even as far as Bacolod City and Negros Occidental, the Bicol region, and Surigao del Sur in Mindanao. The Office of Civil Defense in Eastern Visayas reported at least 5 people injured from the quake. 4 of the victims are from Catarman, Northern Samar, while another one is from San Jorge, who was hit by falling debris. Meanwhile, these photos show the building of a college in Tacloban City suffered damage from the quake. Glass windows were broken and walls cracked. In Samar, a church in Gandara town wasn't spared. A huge crucifix fell off the altar. A university in Cebu City felt the quake, forcing hundreds of students and faculty members to evacuate their buildings. It's still unclear if President Duterte will also visit areas affected by the Visayas quake. PHIVOLCS reports that Pampanga was one of the hardest hit by the magnitude 6.1 tremor yesterday afternoon, although it's not the quake's epicenter. PHIVOLCS Director Renato Solidum tells CNN Philippines this is because of the underlying structures in the province. Solidum explains the strong quake that hit Luzon will not trigger movement in the West Valley Fault.
The actual epicenter of the earthquake is referred to in Castillo, Zambales, but the actual location of the epicenter is in the mountains, in between the provinces of Pampanga and Zambales. Unfortunately, there are several towns in both provinces that are underlain by soft sediment. The earthquake yesterday will not trigger the movement of the West Valley Fault. It's so small, but the West Valley Fault can move because it is independent of the fault. It's moved yesterday to cause the magnitude 6.1 earthquake. The actual epicenter of the...
We now speak to Eastern Samar Governor Dindo Picardal. Good evening, Governor. Thank you for taking our call.
Good evening po, ma'am. Good evening sa lahat ng nakikinig sa programa na to.
Governor, kamusta na po ang sitwasyon dyan sa inyo in terms of yung damage, yung casualties, at pati na rin ang kuryente? Kamusta po
Yes,
ba?
ngayon lang na-restore na yung power sa whole Eastern Samar. Kasi since nang lumindol, nag-brown out kami. Ngayon lang na-restore na. At saka mayroong mga minor damages, lalo na sa bayan ng San Julian, kung saan ang na-determine na epicenter ng lindol kaninang hapon. Yung communications lines naman natin are all working. Walang na-report na casualties or injuries as of this moment. Yung mga opisina kanina, right after the earthquake, nag-declare na ng suspension para makauwi yung mga kababayan namin at tingnan kung anong sitwasyon sa mga bahay nila. Yun ang status report namin ngayon. Meron lang mga ilang estudyante galing sa State University namin na nahilo at nadala sa pinakamalapit na hospital.
Okay, again, Governor, kasi yung nakita natin yung sa Civil Defense Region 8, 5 people daw were injured, pero wala namang reports of fatalities or yung mga namatay, ano po?
So far, ma'am, wala dito reported sa Eastern Samar.
Okay, you mentioned already yung sa kuryente. How about yung mga major roads po ba? May mga damage po na baka hindi madaanan or may isolated towns or other areas?
May mga minor damages lang naman, lalo na sa mga approaches ng mga tulay sa San Julian Bayan. Pero the rest of the municipalities in Eastern Samar, wala namang significant damage. At passable lahat yung daan namin going to our regional centers in Tacloban. Going to Tacloban, merong mga bato na nag-slide coming from the mountains, pero hindi naman isolated yung probinsya namin.
Okay, kasi nga sinasabi niyo, Governor, minor lang. So we're talking about mga cracks lang siguro sa daan. Yung nakikita natin sa mga litrato, mga ganun lang naman po. Nothing really big. Anything na yung mga in terms of evacuations, may mga kinailangan po bang mag-evacuate dahil nasira ang bahay or yung any other structures?
So far, walang na-report sa amin yung mga MDRRMO sa PIDRIMC namin. Walang na-report na ganong situation, may evacuation or something. Pero may nakita kaming mga pictures, may na-report din ng mga minor damages ng mga bahay. Ilan-ilan lang naman.
Okay, and as for tomorrow, wala naman po kayong suspension of classes or yung trabaho po dyan? Walang ganong announcement?
Yun ang pinag-aaralan namin ng council. Tinitingnan namin kung ano pang sitwasyon sa mga munisipyo kasi hindi natin alam baka magkaroon ng aftershock. Sana wala na. Kasi nagkaroon kami kanina ng mga aftershocks. So, pang inoobserbahan kung sana walang mangyari para hindi na kami mag-suspend ng klase bukas. Pero tuloy yung mga technical men namin, nag-iikot sa mga government facilities, tinitingnan yung soundness ng mga structures namin dito sa probinsya.
Okay, maraming pong salamat, Eastern Samar Governor Dindo Picardal. Meantime, the Philippine Red Cross is advising the public to be ready, calm, and alert. The humanitarian group reminds people to always have a go bag ready for calamities. PRC Disaster Management Service Director Leo Ebajo tells us what we need in the emergency bag.
But the primary concern of the Lifeline kit is for a family to be able to survive maybe at least 3 days until such assistance will come in. And the first thing that you have to secure is your own personal survival, like first aid kit, candle, flashlight, and have also some kind of, this one is quite easy to acquire. Make sure that your vital document is also in place on a kind of plastic envelope.
And that's the newsroom tonight. Thanks for watching. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good evening.